Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the 14th of March. I trust we find you. The weather's been just rotten, hasn't it? Whichever way you look at it, it's sort of one day it's sunny, the next day it's freezing cold, and the next day it's rain. Then it goes back to the sun. But apparently we're going to bask this coming week in a heat wave. They say it's going to hit 19 degrees. Yeah, like we were expecting snow and all the rest of it. Meanwhile, Putin's blitz on the NATO border. They've now all decided, I mean, it's probably wrong, that he's bloated because he's on steroids, because they think he's got some serious illness. Personally, nobody cares what's going to happen to him, least of all the oligarchs. His friends are dwindling. Even people in his government are turning against him. The television programmes coming out of Moscow seem to be anti the war. The people who live in Russia are anti the war. The only person who seems to be for it is old megalomaniac Putin. Where it goes from here, God alone knows. We'll find out. Cyber flashing is going to become a specific criminal offence. This is where apparently, so I've gathered, I might have got this wrong, somebody sends you a nude picture and you haven't asked for it, but you're going to look at it. Mind you, I sometimes get, I don't get nude pictures, obviously, but I get sort of things that come through and I look at it and I think, do I know who that person? No, I've got no idea. And it'll say something like, hi, hi, hi. And you think, I don't like this. It's probably girls in wherever, looking to be friends with me. I had that before, actually. Girls in Russia want to meet you. I thought, no, they don't. Of course they don't. What a stupid thing to say. They don't want to meet me. They really don't. They've heard the programme. The top dog price at Crufts goes to a dog. And I just can't bear it. I really cannot bear Crufts. It drives me to distraction. I don't mind all the presenters, although they seem to have found a right old mix this time round. I don't know how half of them are. Apart from Claire Baldwin. I know Claire Baldwin. This time round, Claire Balding. I mean, this time round, they managed to find somebody in a wheelchair. So, because they have to be very diverse. So the BBC are very aware of this. So they've got, is it Channel 4? Oh, right. Oh, perhaps that's why I didn't like it. Perhaps it's their sort of presentation. I'm just not into things like that at all. But they kept finding all these different people to sort of do it. So Top Dog from Crufts always used to be advertising a dog food. It's part of the contract. Your dog goes in for the thing and then they whisk you away and then you advertise the dog food so they can pretend that your dog eats this dog food. Which always sounded quite entertaining to me. But I just don't like it. Some of the poor dogs look as though they've been so interbred. They can barely breathe, poor things. What else we got? Holly Willoughby testing positive for COVID. Now, in the back of my mind, I thought she'd been positive before for COVID. But anyway, so she had to take time off the Dancing on Ice, she probably got bored with the programme like the rest of us. And you can get it twice. I think, are you twice? Twice or what? Well, we think once, really, don't we? Yeah, and a wrong result. That's what we thought. Because it could be a result you get for a cold or something like that now, without it necessarily not being COVID. I've got to go to the doctors today, have my feet looked at, being a diabetic. And they always say on the thing, don't come in, and don't just come in and sit there. And they've said that. I don't think they've updated their website because it said, if you have the opportunity to check for COVID, have a check before you come in. I don't know. Do I want to do that? Probably. I have got tests. Oh yeah. I've got 2 boxes of tests. Yeah, so I can do it. BAFTA's Parade of Golden Girls. If only we understood, what the hell it's all about. So it's people who earn a small fortune for doing a job, and then you have to applaud them and go, "You're marvellous," and all sorts of people were there, and it was lovely, and everybody dressed up. Prince William really couldn't be bothered. It was just far too much effort, so he recorded something, but he had to put a dinner jacket on to record his little piece about, wish you all the very best and all the rest of it. Now, as you and I know, his diary is sorted out months and months and months in advance. So they would have known about this. They would have known. Best film went to The Power of the Dog. Outstanding British film went to Belfast, filmed in black and white. I like a black and white film. They're not everybody's choice. Outstanding debut by a British writer, director or producer, The Harder They Fall. Film not in the English language, Drive My Car. Animated film, Encanto. You won't have heard of any of these things because I haven't. Director, The Power of the Dog, goes to Jane Campion, of course. And no, I've got no idea. Original screenplay, Licorice Pizza, which I quite like the title, Licorice Pizza, but it doesn't mean anything to me. Adapted screenplay, Coda. Leading actress, Joanna Scanlon for After Love. No, I know who she is, but I've never seen the film. Leading actor, Will Smith in King Richard. Because it's surprising he hasn't ever had a BAFTA. Never. Supporting actress Ariana DeBose for West Side Story, which I thought the critics hated, but I loved it. Supporting actor goes to Troy Kotsur for Coda. There was also people from West Side Story, Belfast, and other things. Casting, West Side Story. Da, 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 da. Original score went to Dune, Hans Zimmer, very famous, very famous. Cinematography went to Dune, Greg Fraser. Editing, No Time to Die, Tom Cross and Elliot Graham. That's the Bond film, isn't it? He didn't even go. Even Bond never went to it. Costume design went to Cruella, as in, presumably, Cruella de Vil. I'm only guessing. I might have got it wrong, but it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, costume design, Cruella. Makeup and hair, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. It goes on, doesn't it? And then you start. It's exactly the same as all the other ones that they've got, where they have the awards ceremony at the Oscars, and there's loads of little ones. They don't bother showing them. I feel a bit miffed for them, because I think they should be shown. You know, if you're lucky enough to win an Oscar, because there's 400 people apparently on the Oscar committee. They all get sent the films, and then if you turn up to the Oscars, the goodie bags are worth a fortune. Goodie bags. I mean, over here, Richard and Judy, I think, gave the best goodie bags. And for all the guests who appeared on their show, because it's difficult to know what to give somebody. Yeah, they get a goodie bag. I bought something. I gave it to my producer, Sam. It was a robot standing about big, about 9-10 inches. It's a great Steve Allen goodie bag. And we brought it in here, and I couldn't make it do anything. And Sam had it dancing and doing the twist and everything else, so I gave it to him. It was one of those sort of things. But Rich and Judy's goodie bags were very good, and not as good as the Oscars. I think the last time round, 120,000 quid for each goodie bag. They came with spas, holidays, jewellery. No, I thought, well, the winners got these just fantastic goodie bags. I think one of them had a car. They had a car in there. They're just really the best you can ever get. You know, it's, so find out more about the Oscars. A 4-night stay in a Golden Door Spa, which will be voted the #1 destination. 3-night stay in a lighthouse. 10 gym sessions. Cosmetic surgery you can have. Last year's gifts included a cruise to Antarctica, a stay in Italy, and a vacation in Kauai. I don't know where that is. And don't feel too upset, because a lot of award shows like the Oscars, there are rooms called gifting suites, which is where you go there and then you get expensive gifts. They will offer them a series of expensive holiday destinations, including a 2-night trip to a private resort in Fiji, where you get your own dedicated staff of 12. I mean, it's seriously, you get loads and loads of really nice gifts. I mean, I feel a bit embarrassed, actually, really. We don't do gifts like that on LBC. No, we didn't give anything to the In Conversation guests. It was the glory of them coming in. And Steve, I'm ashamed of being in this country. I want to help and will accommodate Ukrainian personnel and would in a heartbeat, but I'm so worried about these increasing bills. Yeah, join the rest of us. I think petrol could be going down in price. I can save you a small fortune on petrol if you want me to tell you how. It's a very easy thing to do. Avoid all the independent filling stations, okay, and just go to a supermarket filling station. They're still selling petrol at 151, 155, but all the other ones through the roof. Through the roof. Jonathan says we're hoping to offer our spare room to a refugee. To be honest with you, I don't think 350 quid's very good. I mean, are you supposed to provide food for these people? That's what I don't think they've thought this out properly. Do they have a job? Do they get, can they go to the local supermarket and buy food, or do you provide the food for them? Are you paying all the bit? Because 350 quid don't seem like a lot of money. You try and find a place to rent for 350 quid a month in London. Nothing. Nothing at all. I mean, I've heard of people paying 1,500 quid, 2,000. The idea of sort of 350 quid, and that's supposed to tempt people. And are these people vetted? Now, the only reason I ask is because you would like to know that they were vetted before they were sort of just plonked on somebody. Make it a lot easier, but they seem to have not really thought it through at all. Monzi in Hove says, wish me luck. Offer a double knee replacement at 7. Not slept all night worrying. Oh, they do it all the time. Knee replacements. Oh, God, they do it with their eyes closed. Easy peasy. My brother had that problem. No, it is easy peasy, I think, now, because they do it all the time, because you get specialist people. When I went to get my eyes done cataracts. That's all they do is cataracts. They don't just sort of do cataracts 1 minute, circumcisions the next. They just do straightforward cataracts. Declan in Wien says licorice pizza is slang for vinyl. Good Lord. Now that I never knew. I just like the sound of it because I like licorice. Doesn't make any difference, does it really, whether you like licorice or you don't like licorice? The Saudis, who we've just gone to see if we can have some of their oil, you know, which is very nice indeed, have just executed 81 people in one day. 81 people. To be honest with you, I don't know what their method of execution is in Saudi, but not really worth it. 81 people, I think that's an all-time record. Even during the war, there weren't as many people as that executed. I remember when our official hangman went over to execute Walker, I think he might have done 13 in a day. This is 81 in a day. I mean, I can't even imagine it. I really can't imagine it. So the Queen could miss Prince Philip's memorial service. Under the Homes for Ukraine scheme, people will be able to nominate a named individual or a family to stay with them rent-free or in another property for at least 6 months. A website to express interest in being a sponsor will launch today. Applications will be made online with both sponsors being vetted and refugees having to go through security check. Oh, God, it'll take forever. It'll take forever. The sponsor gets a thank you payment of 350 quid a month. And that's to cover what? Because if you've got somebody living with you for a month, presumably you have to wash all the bedding. You're like a bed and breakfast or an Airbnb, aren't you? That's how I'm assuming it is. And I mean, do you have to supply breakfast for them, lunch, tea? What do you get for your three? Because otherwise you're going to be out of pocket on this one. If it's actually a family that you're taking in, which could be mum, dad, and 2 children, or 1 child, or whatever it happens to be. If you've got that much room, do you think so? Yeah, but even so, I mean, £350, they're hopelessly out of touch. Hopelessly out of touch, especially with the prices. Poor old Katie Price. I heard a story about Katie Price the other day. Again, usual sort of rubbish that emanates from her. And I'll tell you about it after this.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC with you till 7 o'clock this morning. Costco in Watford have a petrol station for members only. Well, they're all for members only, aren't they? I think. So you show your card. They're all over the place except anywhere near me. Nowhere near me. They fuel here Birmingham, Bristol, Chester, Coventry, Derby, Leicester, Haydock, Glasgow, Gateshead, Edinburgh, Liverpool, Manchester, Oldham, Sheffield, Southampton, Stevenage, Thurrock and Watford. All totally useless for me. But they're doing it cheaper. Apparently 8 to 10p a litre cheaper, says Ron. I know. I mean, by the time I've driven to these places, I'd have used up a tank of petrol getting to most of them, actually. But that's the way it goes. Matt Goss, we haven't heard of Matt Goss for ages. Apparently he wants Idris Elba to portray him in a biopic. I don't quite understand how that one works out. What colour's Idris Elba? Well, I mean, I'm assuming he's still black. I don't think he's sort of changed, has he? And Matt Goss wants him to portray him. He's quite peculiar, Matt Goss, isn't he, really? He still thinks that the career is going to take off again. Which, of course, the only thing that ever happened was they sold their DVD where Matt Goss comes along like a little petulant boy. If he can't get his own way, he stamps his foot. And they didn't do as many concerts as they were planning on doing. But, Matt, of course, big celebrity. Big celebrity in his mind. Victoria Beckham's back in the papers again. She must have the best publicist in the entire universe. There's never a day goes by where the dreary Beckhams don't feature in the papers. It's either something to do with Dave's done something, like had another tattoo. She's now selling a tank top. When we had the dress the other day, looked like somebody had thrown a cup of coffee down it. Again, small wonder the business is not working as well as it could be. Now she's selling a tank top. A tank top. Cheapo. Nobody but Michael Crawford wears tank tops. 550 quid. £550. I mean, somebody's taken the Michael. Do you not think? And I suspect it's that's why it's just not working. It's just not working. I mean, it's and you look at it and you think to yourself, I think you've made a big... I mean, most of her outfits look absolutely ghastly. And this particular tank top that's £550. I mean, really, probably cost £1 to make, I would think. It looks like a mailbag. It's just naff. They say fashionistas are snapping it up. Of course they're not. Don't be so ridiculous. The last time somebody wore this was Frank Spencer in Some Mothers Do Have 'Em. I mean, nobody would wear this. For 500, you can get it cheaper. I can find you one of those for about £5, I should imagine. Much better quality. You know, she's going, oh, fashionistas are snapping it up. No, people who are foolishly being parted from their money. That's all it is. I mean, 550. The dress, I think, that we looked at the other day with the coffee thrown over the front of it was, I think, £1,400. It's not working, love, is it, really? I think you've stepped out of your comfort zone. Walsh said, locked into the spike, was good listening to Richard Spur. You got him all week. We sort of bought him as a job lot, actually. And if you book him for more than a week, it's much better value than just buying him for a day. Yeah, you get 4 shows for the price of 3, and we chuck in 6 eggs as well at the same time. So it's very, very good value. Very good value. St Patrick's Week, a heat wave on the way, and Jeremy Vine says cars should be banned from overtaking bikes in cities. Well, I tell you what, love, when you start paying insurance on your bicycle and contributing to the cost of the roads, we might consider it. But at the moment, you contribute nothing. Nothing at all. You just get on your little Ponzi bike, you know, your little camera at the front and all the rest of it, and you think that we're supposed to maintain the roads for you? I think not. Brenda Blethyn, born in Kent, but she thinks Northerners are friendlier. They are. We've got some Northerners here. I bumped into one this morning. Irritating, but, generally speaking, quite friendly Northern. Normally, Northerners talk to you, even when you don't want them to. Hello, Steve. How are you? Oh, look, here's my whippet. I'll take my whippet for a walk. Stereotyping. But it's funny, isn't it? That people in the north talk to you. I said that the other day on the programme. I don't know why. And people just want to say things to you. And, I remember Dale I mean, perhaps it was Dale, but we used to go there up north on odd occasions, and people would talk to you. And it's official. They've actually done a study of 400,000 people. People from Scotland are the friendliest. The Welsh are shy, all the ones I've met. And Londoners the least welcoming. That is true. I'm the odd exception. I mean, because unfortunately in London, they say there's high levels of extroversion in London and Manchester, as well as pockets in the south and southeast England, Scotland and Yorkshire. So East Midlands, Wales, Humberside, north of England and East Scotland tended to be quiet, reserved and introverted. The most agreeable people found in Scotland, the north of England, southwest and some parts of the east of England, suggesting disproportionate numbers of residents of those areas were friendly, trusting and kind. Everywhere we went, people talked to us. I went on holiday with Dale years ago. We went to Gran Canaria, and people just start talking to you. And it's just, I mean, whether or not it was because he was there, I've got no idea, but it was lovely. And Bruce says Ian Payne was chuckling at Vlad's calendar. I bet he's got a copy. He'll have one, definitely. And I said LBC should make one with its male presenter shirtless, one on a horse, one fishing, and you eating a sausage roll. It's a bit rude, isn't it? Hardly ever touch sausage rolls. Sunbury, there's a Costco there, about 10 minutes on the A316 from Twickenham. Yeah, it hasn't got petrol. It's just a Costco. I know where Costco is, but we're talking about, Emma, whether they've got petrol, and we don't have petrol at Costco in Sunbury. Oh, dear. There's sort of Vlad. Yes, look at the poor old soul. Do you think he shaves his body? He looks like he's that sort of mamby-pamby that he might do that. Using Veet, Mr. Putin? I bet you are. So Graham Norton watches his novel becoming a television drama. He's very excited about that. And the checks which will help fight the online card payment scams, because apparently loads of us, not me, get our cards cloned and things like that. And I'm always very wary of stuff, very, very wary, so that we don't end up with anything like that. And I check my accounts on I was going to say normally a minute-by-minute basis, but it's not far off it. The tomato champion Douglas Smith smashes his own record. How many tomatoes on one plant? Richard Jackson was on QVC the other day doing his selling his sort of thing which works for flowers and tomatoes and everything else. This particular tomato champion, Douglas Smith, got nearly 1,500 tomatoes off one vine. 1,500. Seriously, I've never heard of anything like it. Absolutely phenomenal. There you go. 1,269 tomatoes on a single stem. He must be using some sort of potash, mustn't he? Does it say? There you go. I mean, the Sun taught how he did, how was it, blah, 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 blah. But what's he done? And so he pored over scientific papers to perfect his cherry tomato growing technique. Yeah, but what's he put on them? And he has a son called Stellan. He says, I would have started with 100 plants in pots, 50 went into the ground, only 2 made it to the end. First came in at 839, but I still had the other one. So he spends 3 or 4 hours a week tending the tomatoes. He said, you've got to make sure the environment's well set up. I'll send samples of soil off to labs to make sure the plants have what they need. He must be putting something else on there. I'm just convinced, actually. Just convinced. And, oh, look, Katie Price on holiday again. She's so hardworking. So sweet. Matthew Lawrence, the actor who was in Mrs. Doubtfire, he was the older child, grew up avoiding drugs because Robin Williams said to him, come out to my dressing room. He said, don't ever do drugs. He said, you'll end up like me. He said, paying for it for the rest of my life. And, of course, it eventually, ended up with poor Robin Williams ending up taking his own life. And Matthew Lawrence said, I've never done drugs. He said, I've had depression. He said, but I've never done drugs. Because it's a big problem. I was watching an Australian programme the other day where they went out and they were catching people. Even in Australia, I know I found it difficult to believe. Even in the outback, they were growing cannabis. And the only way they can find it is from the air. And they got this guy, because he obviously only went there once a week to tend, and then it was the harvesting season. And they arrested him and said, at your parents' house, is there any cannabis there? And he went, no. And he lied. The shed in the back garden was chock-a-block with cannabis, which had just been harvested. They'd also set up a hidden camera because he said he was just walking through and discovered these plants and thought he'd help out by harvesting them. Obviously, a complete liar. And so they destroyed. Yeah, I hate it when they're so stupid, some of them. It's like, if other police stop you and you see people. There was a guy that they stopped on the Australian version, so no danger of them suing. And this particular bloke, they went, what's your name? And he started thinking. And they said, OK, what's your date of birth? 17. And the police said, they must think we're really stupid. Because if somebody hesitates over what their name is and the date of birth, they're lying through their teeth. Anyway, this one went off to prison. We carted him off to prison because he'd lied. He was also banned from driving. The amount of people who were banned from driving in Australia. However, they did it in this country, police interceptors. 600 people in a day they got, driving with no insurance. No insurance, 600 people. So be warned, if you have an accident, there's a very good chance the person who bumps into you, because they can check it on your number plate. As the car goes past, the NPR cameras literally ping it up, and the bloke sits there and he goes, OK, there's a car coming towards you now, and they read off the number plate, and then the police further down the line pull it in, because they know whether it's got MOT, tax or insurance. They know everything. It used to be on different computers years ago, and you could never actually find it. It was, people could drive for ages on a Guinness label, and people think because you don't have to display anything for your car tax, they're never going to find you. Well, it's on computer. I mean, I've just paid my car tax, £600, and it's very expensive, my car, very expensive. I have to save up years in advance, and so all these people, and this bloke went, yeah, maybe I should have been honest. You think that's because you're thick. That's why you've been disqualified for driving, because you're thick. You're basically thick. And they had one over here who started wrestling with the police. Bit of a mistake. They just pinned him to the ground and got his hands behind his back and discovered that his car had fake number plates on. You know why? He was filling up with petrol and driving away. I saw somebody doing it once. I went down to my brother's years and years and years and years ago. And at a filling station, I pulled in, and this car shot straight away from the petrol pump, drove over the gardening bit of it, and disappeared. And they'd done a drive-off. I mean, I think that what they should do now in garages, because the petrol's so expensive, a bit like gold dust, is say, listen, you have to present a credit card at the pump, otherwise we're not turning the pump on. OK? Sit there all blooming day, matey. Makes no difference to us. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Good news, Fearless Zelensky visits the wounded in hospital. And the Stones and the Beatles story, which finally makes the Sun newspaper. They must have run out of ideas. We did it 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. And they're still catching up on it. And I remember thinking, well, they're a bit late on that one. Who's done this story? Ellie Henman. You need to get your act together, sweet pea. You're miles out. We did this one 2 weeks ago, and you've only just done it now. Mick and Macca's same-day gigs. Oh, blimey, love. Surely you can manage that a little bit better. Anybody see the Jeremy Ryan show? I bet she didn't.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Driving off without paying is called bilking, says Ian. I think prepayment will be in soon. Well, I remember them bringing in at garages some time ago. You paid at the pump. You either put cash into the machine, and most have it now, or you put a credit card in, because otherwise it's so easy for people to just it's bilking. You're quite right, it is called bilking. And it's quite common with a certain section of the population who like thieving from other people. They don't want to pay for things. I love it when they get caught. Always makes me laugh, actually. Always makes me laugh. The Tin Man's oil can from the 39? Wizard of Oz, tipped to fetch, because it's up for sale, £150,000, because that's a good bit of memorabilia. I knew there was a piece in the paper ages ago. They were selling Dorothy's red shoes, which was owned by someone. I forget how much they went for, but it was an awful lot of money, mainly because it's something very iconic. They also had Julie Andrews' outfit from The Sound of Music and the guitar, loads of stuff like that. Really, really good. BAFTA, we've read it. You haven't heard of half of them, I realise, just by your texts and emails this morning. You haven't heard of half of these people who turn up at BAFTA. But we always do BAFTA, and people like dressing up, and they go out, and the idea is to get your picture in the paper. And if you get an award, it's a bit of a bonus. Bit of a bonus. Dancing is very good for men. It's for your masculinity. It helps improve your mental health. Dancing. I like dancing. Well, shake it a baby now, shake it a baby. So Jeremy Vine with the cars being banned. That's the trouble when they're a bicycle. On Dorothy's red shoes, there were a few actually. That's right, there you go. One of 4 pairs, one of them was stolen whilst on loan to the Judy Garland Museum in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Police at the time had no clues about who took them, since there was no security camera footage. But stupid. The FBI was eventually brought in on the case and announced in 2018 they had recovered the famous props. Yeah, there were 4, but they didn't just ever have one pair of shoes. There would be at least 4 pairs. And collector Michael Shaw originally bought the shoes for $2,000 in 1970. At one point after the theft, his insurance company paid him an £800,000 claim and became the official owner of the shoes. The price tag of $800,000 is a bargain for Dorothy's slipper. Several years ago, another pair sold at auction for $2 million. Another pair found at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History was the subject of a Kickstarter that raised $349,000 to conserve the shoes. $2 million. That's how valuable they are. They also have the dress that Marilyn wore in, I think, The 7-Year Itch, where she stood over the grating and it blew the thing up so you could see her knickers. Common little tart, honestly, I ask you. But I mean, all these things, because they're so iconic for the actual films, they're worth a lot of money. And if somebody's looked after them and kept them in really, really good condition... I went to the Liberace Museum. When it was there, it was in a little shopping mall, and they had all the clothes there. But of course, because they were all feathers and bits and pieces, they took a great deal of looking after. And they had all his pianos and some of the cars, and I believe it's all in storage at the moment. What they're going to do with it, I've got no idea. It just sits there and rots. Because Liberace, the sort of people who go to New York now, are not the sort of people who would know who Liberace was. He was just, a very well-known queen who played the piano. And he played it, very well. Very well indeed. Most expensive bit, believe it or not, of film memorabilia ever sold. What do you reckon it is? What do you reckon? Come on, have a guess. What do you think? Believe it or not, it is, and if you remember Lost in Space, they had Robbie the Robot. Now, they've said Forbidden Planet, but I only remember him from Lost in Space. 1956... Oh, there you go. It did. And the Addams Family, the most expensive movie prop ever made, sold at auction. How much do you think? $5.375 million. Because these things survive. And also James Bond's Aston Martin from Goldfinger We all had it as a kid, didn't we? Did you not have it? It had the ejector seat. You pushed a button and it fired rockets out the front, and the back, a bulletproof screen came up over the back window. But this one here, because the car featured in Goldfinger and Thunderball, just sold by the auction house RM Auctions, Automobiles of London, in 2010 for 4.6 million. I didn't even think they were attractive. Marilyn's dress, by the way, from the 7-Year Itch, you know, the white one, in which she sang, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday," I'm sure the right old tart, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday, Mr. President." 4.8 million. 4.8 million. The Maltese Falcon, from the Maltese Falcon, the John Huston film, brought in 4.085 million, plus a 585,000 buyer's premium. They've just sold the most expensive house in America. I think it was up for $400 million, and the bloke got it. It was a repossession, and he got it for, I think, about $160 million. Whatever it is, it's big. It's big, big, big. Overlooks Los Angeles. It's big. It's got everything. How much for the Lion's outfit from The Wizard of Oz? Oh, the Lion's outfit. That's got to be over 2 million. Over 2 million, I would have thought. 3.7 million. 3.07 million. Wow. It sat in an old MGM building for years. Because you'd have thought they would have given it to Bert Lahr, wouldn't you? Because it does look rubbish, but in those days, I mean, they didn't know what lions looked like anyway. So it just sat there. Just sat there. I mean, I don't know what memorabilia I would want. You know, if I was going for a piece of... You know, if you had a big enough house, then you would be sort of, you know, buying nice clothes. I wanted to go. We didn't make it, actually. And I can't remember the reason why I didn't make it. I think because there was nowhere to put the car. I was going to go with Barbara Windsor, and we were going to the auction of Danny LaRue's costumes after he died, and he'd left in his will details that the lady who made them all could have the results of the auction. So they sold all of his costumes. There were hundreds of most beautiful outfits that the lovely Annie had made, and so she actually got to keep the money. And some of them went really cheaply. You know, if you'd had a bit of money from a lottery win, you could have gone mad buying Danny LaRue's costumes. I'd have had them in glass cases all over the place. That would have been very nice, actually. Well, I think so. I'd have liked something like that. 20-5 is the time. The US journalist shot dead as he filmed refugees fleeing, a deliberately targeted attack. And if Monty Python returns, which it is going to return, what will today's woke brigade make of it? I wouldn't worry about what they think. Who cares? Little snowflakes, honestly. Oh, we don't like that. That's offensive to sort of, you know, fleas or something. They're so stupid, honestly, some of them. Very worrying. So Holly Willoughby, she's going to be off for a week now, I would have thought, testing positive for COVID, though you can. And Katie Price, did you hear the story? I only heard it on LBC. And Boris Johnson went out to a Russian oligarch's mansion, and it was hosted by a dinner party hosted by a Russian billionaire. And for some reason, Katie Price was there. It must have been a very low-rent party. And she flashed her boobs at this Russian billionaire's Italian villa. Was there something the matter with her or something? I mean, I wouldn't mind, but they weren't even there. It was a boozy gathering, and you know she's not good with booze. I think we're all well aware of that. 6 times drink driving. Stunned fellow guests said the whole table fell silent before she was escorted away. Was not seen again for the rest of the week. Lock her up. Get her out. Get her out. She's cheap. She's trash. They probably didn't know. She apparently says she took advantage of the free-flowing champagne on the flight to Italy, downing a couple of bottles of Bolly and then tucked into pure Russian vodka. What an embarrassment. See? Can't even behave properly. Embarrassing. I love the way get her out. Get her out now. This is I don't know why she was booked in the first place. But actress Joan Collins says at a dinner party, once I sat opposite Boris Johnson, who was seated next to a buxom reality star. She was so proud of her massive new chest, she asked the gentleman on the other side of her, would you like to see my new boobs? He looked frightfully embarrassed, but was too taken aback by the question to reply, whereupon the lady forced the point by whipping her off the shoulder top down to the waist. He merely glanced, frowned uninterestedly, and returned to the conversation. That's how trash she is. I mean, seriously, you go to a dinner party at a Russian billionaire's. Dear, honestly, it's embarrassing, isn't it, really? What do you do? Steve, the clock, says Jacob, changed this weekend in America. Do you prefer daylight savings or standard? I wish they'd just leave the blooming things alone. I'm sick to death of it. Changing them back. I think we've actually got 2 weeks to go till ours go forwards. Or is it backwards? No, you fall forward and spring back, don't you? So I think we're falling forward, aren't we? Are we in fall? Oh, I don't know. I mean, why do they do it? Why don't we just... I tend to find if you leave all the clocks as normal, eventually you're going to get spring back, fall forward. Yeah. So what are we doing? Are we falling forward? You don't know, do you? You've got no idea. You're just bluffing it. Unfortunately, I'm a radio presenter and I can't afford to bluff it, says Steve Allen, 67. But only for a few more days. Steve, enjoying the show. And I'm sure your background is keep calm and carry on, says James in Putney. Listen, I've long since learnt we can do nothing at the moment. I have to read the papers exactly the same as you do every single day. And every single day I look at people. I don't think, I might as well lay my cards on the table, I don't think the Russians are going to take Kyiv. They're holding out. They've dug trenches. They put everything in. They're blowing up tanks left, right and centre. So I think Putin will go elsewhere. I think he'll sort of give up with Kyiv. And also, as we've said before, if he decides, in his infinite, tiny pea-brained little mind, what to do, and he pushes the button, the button, so I'm sure there's a button somewhere, and instructs them to launch these missiles, then the entire world will turn on him and all his oligarch friends and everything, and it will all be destroyed. There'll be nothing. We'll all go. We'll all disappear in a huge puff of smoke. It's as simple as that. It's not going to go any other way. Billy on the Isle of Wight says, I saw that house in Los Angeles on the YouTube documentary. The problem I find with these huge, expensive houses is they're far too cold and open plan. With no personality. Give me small and cosy. Well, they don't need it. It's in Los Angeles. They don't really have ice-cold winters and stuff like that. I'm sure they must do at some point. But it's glass, isn't it? I mean, it's beautiful. It's got everything. It's got cinema, running track, bowling alley. It's about 150,000 square feet. Marble everywhere. No carpet. I mean, I'm not sure I want to live like that. I mean, seriously, it's a little bit ostentatious, isn't it?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday morning. Sarah says it's fall back and spring forward. We're heading into spring, so the clocks go forward, which is what I said. I said they go forward. And Ron says exactly the same. And Steve, clocks go forward, and in fall they go back. So Charlotte, thank you. And Nick says, happy Monday to you. Happy Monday, honestly. Always look on the bright side. God, I wish we could. It's clocks forward. Ask Darren Adam. He will know. He gets 1 hour overtime. Yeah, but then he loses it the other side, doesn't he, whenever they do it? So it'll be Clive Bull. What will be? On air. Oh, right. Oh, there you go. Lovely. And so Darren gets an hour overtime. No, you don't get anything extra for doing the extra hour, because when it goes backwards you get less time, so you don't lose any money. It evens out, so nobody bothers with it. Otherwise you'd be fiddling about left, right and centre. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Happy birthday to Pam Ayres. We like Pam Ayres. She's a poet. She appeared on Opportunity Knocks, one of the only poets who did. They used to, I don't know if she did The Rabbit. A rabbit has a shiny nose, on that you can depend, because his little powder puff is at the other end. She did all sorts of stories. Oh, I wish I'd looked after me teeth was one of her popular ones. She brought out books and books, and you wouldn't have thought that people were interested in poetry. But believe you me, they were interested in poetry. And I am a bunny rabbit sitting in me hutch. I like to sit up this end. I don't care for that end much. I'm glad tomorrow's Thursday, 'cause with a bit of luck, as far as I remember, that's the day they pass the buck. It was good. It was simple little poems. That was called the Bunny Poem, as you can imagine, seeing as we didn't mention Dinkum Diggers or anything else like that. But I mean, she had loads of these little poems. The teeth one's very good. Oh, I wished I'd looked after me teeth. Which I'll read you in a second, because again they're all fairly straightforward. You think if she can do it, anybody can do it. But I think she's in her 70s now. But you can still do, as long as you can sort of still write and still read. She had literally an evening show. Like Alan Titchmarsh has a very good show as well. She's how old? 75. 75 she is now, but 75 is nothing. I mean, I'm sort of touching nearly. Well, if I manage to get round to it. I'll just do a bit of the teeth one. I'll just do it. I don't want to do all of it because it goes on for ages and ages. And it's, oh, I wished I'd looked after me teeth and spotted the dangers beneath. All the toffees I chewed and the sweet sticky food, oh, I wish I'd looked after me teeth. I wish I'd been that much more willing when I had more tooth than their filling, to give up gobstoppers from respect to me choppers and to buy something else with me shilling. And so they went on. And so the last one was, oh, how I laughed at my mother's false teeth as they foamed in the waters beneath. But now comes the reckoning. It's me they are beckoning. Oh, I wish I'd looked after me teeth. These were all from the 1970s. 1970s, she appeared on the television on a sort of a talent program, doing her poetry, and she did very well. She did very well indeed. I like it. Andy in Bristol says clocks go forward 1 hour last Sunday in March and back 1 hour last Sunday of October. Thank you. Andy's in Bristol, and somebody's got to be. Why not? Goodness sake, honestly, I'm sure it's a lovely place. So Putin, bloated, unhappy, miserable, achieving not very much. The body bags increase, going back to Russia. Police were called to the home of Commons bully John Bercow following an alleged late-night domestic bust-up. A complaint was made to officers through the former Speaker's wife, Sally, it's thought. Another one, they're most peculiar. They're well-suited, I think. Neither of them very pleasant people. Palisades will urge the Queen to pace herself, because at the moment she can't get up and walk the dogs. It's that bad. So, it's not an illness. It's the fact she's 95 and she can't get up and walk the dogs, which she would want to do. I think she's only got about three dogs left at the moment. There were worries about her comfort on the 30-mile Windsor to London drive and in the hour-long ceremony. So Prince Charles will stand in. Harry, he's not a prince. He's a non-member of the royal family. Sparked anger by pulling out of Philip's ceremony. However, he will fly from his US home to the Netherlands next month for his Invictus Games. Hope you've got your security sorted out, mate. It'd be dreadful, isn't it, if, he's learning Dutch. Well, just one little phrase. A Harry Styles superfan has forked out more than 14 grand to see him performing live. Kelly Davison first noticed him in the boy band One Direction when they toured Australia a decade later, and with 18 Harry Styles and One Direction concerts behind her, the airline worker from Sydney was heartbroken when COVID forced her to cancel a trip to see her idol. She says the singer Styles eased her depression when she was ill, so she's booked a 5-week trip to see him live in 9 cities. The tickets alone cost £1,970, but because she works for an airline, she'll get discount on all the flights. She'll be qualifying for the cheapest chips, I should imagine. But that's what fans do. They are prepared to go. I don't know what the discount is actually for airline. If you fly with the airlines, it could be something like 50% off. Oh yeah, I'm pretty certain. And also, whenever you've seen a lot of airline workers who are flying, they always have a few empty seats on a plane and for their mates, and if they get on and there's some seats in first class, they move their mates up into first class so that they can get the free food and everything else. It never goes to the normal passengers who pay their wages. Never. Shane says, I don't like daylight savings. It doesn't get dark to about 8:30, so we put the clocks back next month. It's autumn. And Emma says, I do love you. I used to struggle with insomnia. That's how I discovered your dulcet tones. Now I stay awake to hear your stream of consciousness. Thank you. Well, so I've just not helped at all, basically, because now you stay awake purposely. David says, can you remember a 70s painting show called Paint Along with Nancy? Yes, it was Nancy Kaminsky. And she was a rather statuesque woman, and she had black hair. And it was a painting show every day on the television. Well, I think it was most days. And she would stand there with an easel and she would paint. And you could copy her. Yeah, Painting with Nancy Kaminsky. It was very famous. Very, very famous. It was one of those interesting programmes that we used to get. There we go. And she would do a drawing, first of all. And here she is, very Wagnerian. And this was obviously in the early time. But look at how much paint she slapped on, and then she'd mix it in. It was like watching other people where she paints with a knife. With a knife. We wouldn't be allowed that now. Wouldn't be allowed that now. But literally with a knife. So she does all these bits and pieces, and then she fills in. But it was very entertaining. Seriously, I know it sounds really naff, but it was very entertaining. She would put all this on. Mind you, I do seem to remember one particular painter on the television. He painted with knives and all sorts of things. And it wasn't until the camera pulled back. Oh, yeah, she paints over everything and then she fills it in because she can see it through it. But, I mean, it doesn't take any time at all. If you're painting with a knife, it's so quick. I think it's fairly quick. And I just thought it was a simple program, and because it gave you texture with a knife. And you look at it and you think, why does hers look so much better than mine does? Mine never looked like anything. A bowl of plums. Not the most exciting thing ever in the world. Yeah, I could do that. Although I think there might have been apricots or apples. But if you look at it, and when you pull back, and you go, oh, wow, I can now see what it looks like. But she was very good. We used to have... Kay Fassett used to teach you how to knit. 20 minutes, yeah. Yeah, very good. But Kay Fassett would teach you how to knit. And he'd sit there knitting. We had Jocasta Innes, who'd teach you about stenciling on the walls. My hallway is stenciled completely with balustrading and clouds and everything else. I did it myself. Yeah, I went out and bought the stencils and did the... I'd stenciled everything. I went mental. Absolutely mental, stenciling the whole thing. When I got to the ceiling, I put clouds in it, and I became quite excited. Quite excited. People just come around and go, what's that? I go, it's clouds. They go, no, it's not. I said, it is. You do it with a sponge. And you sponge over, and then you sponge over a bit of white. Yeah, it's very nice. Big-hearted Charlotte York is Britain's smallest firefighter. She's 22 and she's 5 foot tall. She's just qualified to drive fire engines. What's wrong with that? I don't see that as being a big deal. You know, loads of people could drive fire engines. I mean, presumably the seats are just like everybody else's seats. All the buses, my friend Dan was very right, actually. All the buses around my way, the 281s, they're all electric now. All electric buses. Really nice. Extra seats, comfy, you know, not been vandalised by the usual yobbos. But, and quiet. Yeah, very quiet. Very, very nice. So the tomato champion, Douglas Smith, 1,269 tomatoes on a single stem. That is amazing. He's aiming to go for a bigger record, which is currently standing at 1,355 by another bloke. And in fact, when I was watching Richard Jackson the other day, he was saying you can use his sort of plant food, and he was showing you how many more tomatoes you get out of it, which is a shame, actually, because I do like tomatoes. I don't eat that bloody many of them, thank you very much indeed. But I nearly bought it, but I survive on Tomorite and only Tomorite. You know, no, it's a tomato food, but I use it for plants, for my hanging baskets and for all my troughs, and it doubles in size because it's got potassium in it. But that was given to me as a tip by no, not Alan. Well, Alan Titchmarsh liked it as well, but I can't remember his name now. That's a bit embarrassing. Pete Murray. Pete Murray said, try Tomorite, Steve. And for years, I've recommended Tomorite. It's the best one. They do it at discount in places, but I've tried all the other ones. I haven't tried Richard Jackson's, but which could be on my thing. You just take a spoonful and you pour it into a gallon watering can, and you get fantastic results from that as well. A bit more expensive, about £25 plus about £4 postage and packing. I think on QVC. Anna, original spiker in Bakewell, says it's my birthday and wedding anniversary today. Woken up by an alarm that won't stop. It's got a button on the top, dear. You push the button down, because I do that. I've got two, one in the bedroom and one in the sitting room. And if I miss the one in the sitting room, by the time I've got to the sitting room, beep, 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 beep. Oh, I'll tell you what I found the other day. I put a battery in my pocket. Little AA battery. I use it for, let's just call it an item. And this thing heated up in my pocket. I mean, heated up in my pocket. In fact, so frightened was I thought it was going to explode. I was quite worried by that. I wasn't sure how it had... Yeah, little AA battery. It was boiling hot. Boiling hot. So I took it out and I threw it away. But it's not the first time it's happened. I've had it on a few occasions. Yeah, it's obviously charging me up. Trying to get me in in control, as they say.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Monday, the 14th of March. It's very nice to have your company. And every night, says Emma, I wonder what time you go to bed. Well, you mind your own business, OK? Doesn't make any difference what time I go to bed, what time I wake up, or anything like that. All you need to worry about is that I'm here at 4 a.m., which I am every single day. Vladimir Putin has deployed a red lipstick army to justify the invasion. They're all saying the same thing. They think he's on steroids. I don't know where this comes from, because he's not been seen outside of the Kremlin, because he's a bit of a scaredy cat. Others believe he's got a brain disorder caused by dementia or Parkinson's. In other words, basically everything barring influenza and mumps. So here he is, and they say it's a common side effect of... I mean, he's not that bloated. I mean, he might have just put on weight naturally. We don't know. Whatever it is, they think that he may destroy the world. Well, listen, if we're going to go, we might as well go. You know, it's got to be another better place that we go to. It's not something you can worry about. How can you worry about things like that? You know, you can't worry about anything. You know, it's like people. I mean, the thing that everybody's worrying about at the moment is sort of the price of petrol, the price of food, the price of electricity. They think he's also. This is according to the Mail. They think he's having steroid treatment for cancer, citing sources close to the Kremlin. Senior figures in the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance, comprising Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the United States and the United Kingdom, they believe there's a physiological explanation for his globally reviled decision to invade Ukraine. They say his erratic behaviour, combined with a bloated appearance and the absurd distance he insists on keeping visitors in the Kremlin. But I thought that was down to COVID. I thought he's so paranoid over catching COVID that that's why he stays well away from people. But it does seem that the tables are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, a security source said it's only human sources that can offer you the sort of rich picture that we have of Putin's psyche. There's been a change in his decision-making over the past 5 years or so. Those around him see a marked change in the cognancy and clarity of what he says and how he perceives the world around him. The source said this failure to think clearly was compounded by the lack of a negative feedback loop, with the Russian leader simply not being briefed on elements of failures with the invasion, because there are failures. And bearing in mind, I mean, what they're only telling him what he wants to hear, because otherwise he has you killed. It's as simple as that. You know, that's what we said before, that he's not interested in anybody's opinions. He thinks that, you know, because he runs totally the whole thing by himself through fear and intimidation. If you don't agree with him, you just disappear. And that's why nobody's standing up to him. But I still maintain the oligarchs are going to get to that situation and go, you've gone too far. You've gone too far. Because we're going to end up with absolutely nothing at all. Richard says any battery will short on any metal in your pocket, especially coins. Lithium batteries are great for power, but have a reputation for combustion, even in electric cars and planes. This is an AA battery. It was just one. Well, there was keys in my pocket, so that would be it, would it? Well, there you go. Well, I never knew that. I mean, honestly, I live and learn on a daily basis. Thank you. I shall remember not to put the battery in my pocket. So it'll short on any metal. But it got boiling hot. It seriously got boiling hot. So I've definitely got to... I've got to be very careful with things like that. Ewan McGregor revealed how the Force was against him when he made his Star Wars debut. The Phantom Menace actor found it difficult to deal with the fan backlash of his portrayal of young Obi-Wan Kenobi. The star, who is 50 now, said, I found it quite hard for it to come out and get knocked so hard was personally quite difficult to deal with. It's strange, actually, that Ewan McGregor was known for taking his clothes off in films. In fact, even when it didn't call for it, he took his clothes off. In fact, I think in most films that he made, he would have to stand there stark naked. And in fact, in one of the films that he made, which was about a rock star, he literally took all his clothes off and launched himself into the crowd. And the director was asked, you know, was that in the film? He went, no, he just decides to, I'm like that at my live shows. I mean, constantly, you can't make me keep my clothes on. He did a very strange thing called Pillow Book. I think it was Pillow Book. And again, he just stands there stark naked. I don't know why people do these things. Steve, portable lockable battery holders on eBay, says Richard, in a place called Swaddling Coat. Swaddling Coat? What on earth is that place? Never heard of that. A former mining town in South Derbyshire. Wow. Good Lord, Swaddling Cat. I've never even heard of it. What a lovely name. What a lovely name. Yeah. And it does look quite nice, but even the producer likes it. Mind you, he likes anywhere away from where he is at the moment. But it's all there, isn't it? I mean, it looks, and also empty. I'm liking empty. It's a bit flat cap and whippets, isn't it? I've noticed. They also have a ski centre at Swaddling Coat. It's got all the stuff in it. Oh, we like that. Oh, I tell you, that looks very nice. And their town has sort of not really changed much over the years, has it really? Very nice. We're very, very jealous, actually. Steve, the weight gain from steroids can disproportionately affect your face. The puffiness, says Tim, on his face seems slightly disproportionate to the rest of his body. Doesn't look like a normal weight gain. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably never discover because he hasn't been outside of the Kremlin for ages. He's locked up in a bunker because he knows he's a target. You know, I mean, I suppose it could explain the long table. But, you know, presumably he's got people cooking for him and doing everything else. But he's not been... I would have thought by now he would have actually gone over to Ukraine. You know, if he thinks he's the big I am, go over there, matey. See how long you last. But he won't. He won't. Horse racing fans set to descend on Cheltenham this week for a record-breaking bonanza of boozing, betting and beef. It'll be the first time crowds have been allowed to attend jump racing's prestigious event. 275,000 people will be there. 300,000 pints of Guinness will be consumed over 4 days, 20,000 bottles of champagne. They will wolf down 45 tonnes of smoked salmon, 45,000 bread rolls and more than a tonne of beef. Bookies predict £500 million will be wagered as some of the world's finest jump horses battle for the £4.2 million prize money. Good Lord. Seems like a bit of a few days away, isn't it? Not for me, of course. Not my sort of thing at all. But there you go. What else we got? Drake, Tony Braxton, Katy Perry. Billy Joel has given the big thumbs down to the planned feature film biopic Piano Man. Oh. Why, I wonder? Why? And Corrie's been hit with a big Ovengate mystery. They've got Tina O'Brien here. Wasn't she having a spat with some actor who used to be in it because she damaged his car, I think? Yes, and all sorts. I mean, I'm not a big fan of that. I don't mind watching these programmes when the people themselves in it start sort of taking it outside of the television screen. You know, Molly May Hague, the Love Island runner-up. She wasn't even the winner of it. A bit of a vacant look, and I mean, she's not a model. That's the trouble. These are just ordinary people, and they sort of, by sort of dressing them in very little, they try and pretend that they're now models. But that they're not. Putting Quizmasters to the ultimate test. Bruce Forsyth was famous for his catchphrases, but in which show did he say, "You don't get anything for a pair, not in this game"? Play your cards right. Well done. Who was the original host of Catchphrase? Come on. Roy Walker, you're right. In Les Dawson and Terry Wogan's time, what was the consolation prize on Blankety Blank? Checkbook and pen is correct. Well done. Bob Holness presented Blockbusters, but what shape were the spaces on the game board? Hexagonal, yes, well done. Ooh, very good. You won't know this one. You won't know this one. Bradley Walsh hosts The Chase, but what was the name of his character in Doctor Who? No, there is no Mickey. No Mickey. I don't know what it is because I can't read the blooming thing upside down. I'll have to sort of... wait a minute. Oh, no, I've now ruined it. So I was trying to... The answers... Why do they always print the answers upside down? It's so annoying. So annoying. But anyway, Billy Joel reportedly refused to share the rights to his music for this biopic. His representative has confirmed that he's not involved with the project. No rights to either his music, his name or likeness, or his life story will be granted. Oh, honestly, how boring and dull. Instead, reports Variety, the life rights to Joel's music representative from 70 to 72, Erwin Mazur, have been acquired. The film will follow Joel's early career ahead of the musician's mainstream fame through the eyes of Mazur. You'd think he'd want to do that, wouldn't you? I mean, it's obviously a bit precious, isn't it? You know, somebody's very kind to say, listen, I'm going to do a biopic about your life. First thing you're going to say is, yeah, thank you very much indeed. You know, yeah, who's actually being me? Would it be Elton John or something like that? Wouldn't be Elton John. Who would play me? Matt Goss, I should imagine. You know, he'd love to do that, actually. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Playing Steve Allen, yeah. Steve Allen, The Hidden Side. Who'd have guessed? What was the other one here? British technology could help develop a power station in space. As opposed to talking about it, well, they'll just get on with it. I thought by now we were going to be whizzing around in space cars and doing stuff like that, and we're not. We're just not doing it. More than a third of mums have named a gin and tonic as their top tipple to celebrate Mother's Day. When's Mother's Day? Don't tell me that's coming up, is it? Week Sunday. Wow, Mother's Day. What do we celebrate on that one? With mothers, yes, I know. But why? Why do we celebrate mothers on that particular day? Do you know? Is there a history to why we have to sort of spend money on buying flowers and stuff like that? I mean, what's the point of it? What is the point of it? After the travel we're going to find out, because it must be American. It can't be British. It can't be British. We're not that stupid to celebrate, because you should celebrate your mother every single day. Every single day you celebrate your mum, and the American Mother's Day is a different day. Oh, do they buy cards as well? Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Thinking of you, Mom. Ma. Mothering Sunday. See, I prefer Mothering Sunday. To me, it sounds a little bit more religious, Mothering Sunday, because I think Sunday, because we see as a religious day, and it's basically the day you go out and buy naff flowers. Bunch of daffodils or something like that you've picked up from the roadside, and you take them, you go, there you go, it's your Mother's Day present. But you should do it all the time. We'll find out the full history of it very, very shortly.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. And Steve, Matt Fry had his first night in his own bed last night. Great reporting from him and the team. I love it how he always calls you Stephen. Well, actually, I discovered one of our security guards calls me Stephen as well the other day. I thought, nobody calls me Stephen, but we do love Matt Fry, we really do. So Mother's Day celebrations date back as far as the ancient Greeks. They would celebrate Rhea, the mother of the gods and goddesses, every spring with festivals of worship, so it's got a religious connotation. The Romans also celebrated a mother goddess, Cybele, every March as far back as 250 BC. Mothering Sunday has been celebrated on the 4th Sunday in Lent in the UK and Ireland since the 16th century. The date varies in other parts of the world. Many countries follow America and celebrate Mother's Day on the 2nd Sunday in May, while other countries enjoy the day on March the 8th, which is International Women's Day. So now you know. But when they say celebrate, I mean, I don't think it involves buying a card and flowers and chocolates and stuff like that. But they didn't do flowers and chocolates and stuff like that in the early 250 BC. They so didn't. No, they didn't, party poppers, honestly. We'll have some vol events, and things like that. Vol events. And cheese and pineapple on sticks. I mean, they didn't do it because they were worshipping, weren't they? So that was different, because they actually believed that it all came from the gods. Mind you, in this country, we did exactly the same. You would sort of do your things. Harvest Festival, I remember as a child, where you'd take a tin of, old asparagus in to school. They go, we're doing things for Harvest Festival. Baked beans. So anyway, yesterday I thought, I'll tell you what I'll do. It's Sunday. I'll go and pay my Joe Allen's bill. I mean, fairly straightforward. I could drive into town and park at Joe Allen's very quickly, rush in, pay the bill, leave, go home, carry on doing my shopping. So I hit traffic coming in through Knightsbridge. Then what I normally do is I go on the Knightsbridge tunnel and I pop up the other side, go straight down. I'd probably nip into St James, go down Pall Mall. I'm very good at this. And, the car's automatic, but I have to be there. And then I go round Trafalgar Square and then sort of go down the Strand and then park at Joe Allen's. No, the tunnel was closed. Very inconvenient. So I thought, that's okay, I can go round the top. No. They were filming. So they'd closed off going down to Piccadilly. There's people there with cameras. I thought, it's for me. Obviously, it's for me. Hello, fans. Yes, I'm here. And they were filming and they had flags out. And I don't know what they were filming. And so I thought, I'll go down. Now, I know for a fact that on Sunday, you can't go down the Mall. You can't go down Constitution Hill because they close it off. Why? I have no idea. That was all closed off, so now I'm heading down to Victoria, thinking I'll have to cut in and then cross the other side of, go over Lambeth Bridge, do a left, and then sort of continue along the embankment. Well, that didn't work either because they'd closed off all the roads. I was so fed up. I was so angry. I used rude words. Bother, I said. Bother. Don't worry, Stephen. Be calm. Do it on a credit card. So I then had to come all the way back. So I'd done 22 miles and achieved nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Mainly because they were filming. Why do these people who are doing filming, and believe you me, I'm a huge fan of film, it's blooming inconvenient. Why can't they do it in the early hours of the morning? Or when the tunnel's open, so that we can all just carry on with our business? It's so inconvenient. And the other thing I noticed, coming down opposite the V&A Museum, right in the middle of the road, was a cab driver's shelter. It had been there since the year dot. A green shelter in the middle of the road where black cabs, or anybody else I think, can pull up, and you can go in there and get a cup of tea and a bacon sandwich or whatever it happened to be. It's gone. It's gone completely. Cab shelters appear to be no more. Now, whether or not they weren't making any money, or whether or not it just fell out of favour. They were wooden structures. They weren't that big. It would probably seat about 6 people, I should imagine, with a little tiny kitchen at one end of it. But they were famous in London. The cab shelters were, a part of London life. I've grown up with them. Never been in one, but I've seen all the films about them and stuff like that. So when I was driving past and just came to the V&A on the left-hand side, and I went to look for the cab shelter, gone. Completely gone. So I was a bit disappointed. And it is the Dorchester, actually, which is all being done up at the moment. The Cab Shelter Fund was established in 1875 to run shelters for the drivers of hansom cabs, which were the ones with the horses, and later the hackney carriages, the taxi cabs. But they've gone. Well, this one's gone. Whether the other ones are still there. So, wait a minute. So 13 exist. 13. There you go. They've got Thurlow Place in the middle road, east of the entrance. No, it's gone. It's gone. This isn't even up to date. They've got 12. 12. Where's the other ones? Yeah, I mean, it's very disappointing. Very disappointing. I thought I don't like things vanishing from London because it makes a mockery if I'm taking people round saying, and here is the own... Oh, it's gone. It doesn't help, does it? This is where the Roman wall... Oh, it's gone. But we do have a big wheel for you to go on. Steve, somebody told me today we're expecting a heat wave in April, says Zara. Yes, we are, apparently. We are. Temperatures reaching 28 degrees. I told her I'll only believe it if I hear it from Steve Allen. Well, I don't know whether or not I'm believing it. Because do you remember they were telling us a while ago, and I'm reporting it like a complete dodo bird, there's going to be snow, we're going to be knee-deep in snow, and we didn't get snow. We didn't get anything. Now they're saying it's going to be a heat wave, tropical heat wave. We're having a heat wave, tropical heat wave. Temperatures rising, it's hardly surprising. Can. Where's Joe Allen's? London. And in Thailand, Mother's Day is on the Queen's birthday, says Ron. Yeah, but you see, it was celebrated through gods. Well, I don't think our God is celebrating Mother's Day. I don't think so. It says, so kids do a little... Well, kids take, little bunches of flowers home, don't they? Yet there's no mention of presents. Apparently there's a green cab shelter at Russell Square. Yes, I know that one. Is that still there? I've just horrible. I wonder why perhaps they're going to refurb it or something. But no, they can't do. But it was such a nice place to be. I've never been, but I mean, I can imagine nipping in for a sausage sandwich or something. But you're not allowed in. I'm not allowed in. Why not? Well, I'm telling them I'm a cabbie. What? How you doing? Bacon sandwich for me, love. What do you want, mate? Oh, a cup of tea? Have a cup of tea. I could be like Joe Swash. I'm hardly going to walk in and go, hello. Is it possible to have a sausage and bacon sandwich? Would that be possible? And a cup of char? They did it in what was the film? It was Carry On Cabby, where Sid and all the things were, they were in there. During annual open house, London Heritage Days, the public get the chance to see inside some of the shelters, normally the exclusive reserve of cab drop. You'd be really disappointed. It's just like 2 benches and a table, and then a little woman cooking at the end, or a bloke. That's all it is. Put it this way. It looks like, have you seen these shepherd's huts that you can buy now? They're very fashionable. They're not cheap. They're about £20,000 for shepherd's huts. Look at them. They look like toilets, don't they? But look how tiny they are. Little table, and you sit in there and you have I wouldn't mind, but they're making a fortune. Look at them. They're not all cab drivers. They're not cab drivers. I'd get in there. I'd get in there. I promise you, I would. Look, baguette, £3.80. It seems quite a lot, doesn't it? £3.80 for a baguette, not for a cabbie. I just like that sort of place. It's a shame, isn't it, really, that they're sort of dying out, these sort of places. But I like the other. What's he got here? He's got cheese baguette, £3. Bacon and cheese baguette, £3.80. The secret green shelters there. Well, these ones appear to be open to everybody. I reckon if you went up there, they're not going to turn your money away. They're going to be nice to you. Look at that. Chicken salad baguette, £3.80. Coronation. Oh, I like Coronation chicken. Doesn't like me because it's the sauce. Tuna mayo baguette. I don't like tuna. But it looks quite nice. Look at them looking wistfully out of the window. Little flowers there and everything else. It's like the people who have all the gift things in London. You see them. We've got them going down to Trafalgar Square. Joe must have seen them. One on the right-hand side and one just on the left. And they sell badges or London T-shirts or London scarves and things like that. They've been there for ages and ages. Teddy bear beef eaters and things like that. Yeah, they sell all those sort of stuff. I've never bought anything. You can get 3 fridge magnets, a £5. I've been to London. Yeah, Charles and Diana, very popular, I think. Very popular. Steve, there used to be a cab shelter opposite my office in Hanover Square. It was fantastic. Huge bacon baguettes and tea for £4, says Chris, who's now in Portsmouth. It's driven him so far away. Dave in Plymouth says, Steve, Mother's Day is what supermarkets use to fill their tat aisle between Valentine's Day and Easter. Emotional blackmail meets landfill. Colin says, open to anyone, Steve. See, I told you. Trying to exclude me. I don't believe Wikipedia is rubbish. Wikipedia says I'm 67. That cab shelter had almost collapsed beyond repair. But they could have repaired it. It's part of history. I don't think you should be able to pull these things down. Ooh, sad. Very sad. No, I wasn't crying, no. I put this stuff on the other day. My cream arrived. I had a thing on my phone. It said Hermes, which always makes me worry what I've ordered. And they brought this, I'd ordered some cream from Vietnam, which apparently is very good. And you put it on under your eyes, and it dries, and it takes away your wrinkles. Well, I put it on the other day. I didn't even recognise myself. No idea. I looked in the mirror and thought, who is that gorgeous person? It's me. I had no idea. No idea. Yeah, you get two tubes of it. I haven't got it on at the moment, but I brought it with me to put on so you can see the effect. And it just sort of literally takes away sort of the bags under your eyes. Yeah, all right. Well, I don't want you to be jealous seeing me sort of, knock years off my proper age. Brilliant idea. And then somebody wrote a review of it saying, oh, it's a pile of rubbish. It's all, and I checked all their other reviews. They've only ever done that one, and they're obviously a bit simple and a troll, so we didn't bother. What are we going to do? We're going to take the news in a moment. The Daily Mail today say, how would you like to turn the clock back by 6 years in just 10 days? It's another one of these drinking, the right juices. And I've told you about drinking juices before. It's not to be recommended. You cannot go on a juice diet. You really mustn't. Check with any doctors. They will tell you exactly the same thing. But why do we want to turn back the clock? And the answer is because nobody wants to be the age that they are. For some reason, although I speak to loads of people, as you can well imagine, and they don't have any problem with being the age they are. It's a shame, really. Thomas Markle has launched his own YouTube channel. He's got the air of a rumpled old bear with a thorn in its foot. And he says, I'll be happy to face Meghan and her ginger husband in court because they just don't get on. It must be awful, really, when you've actually sort of got, a family who aren't talking to each other and they're all out there. They just seem to be all deeply unpleasant. But she's not a duchess. They're so keen to distance themselves from the royal family. You're just Meghan Markle, aren't you, love? Or is it Meghan Windsor? But you're certainly not a duchess. You have no class whatsoever, or you don't know anything about how to be a duchess. In the same way that he's not a duke. He's the ex-drunk in the royal family who was the laugh and everybody had fun with, and Harry was great and he had a personality and he looked great. And then we realised he was just miserable and it was just all a big act, which was a shame. The US journalist shot dead as he filmed refugees fleeing Kyiv. White House has warned of consequences. This is the White House warning Vladimir Putin of consequences. He's not bothered. He really isn't bothered. I don't know what you can do, but they've got a load of people here, kind-hearted readers, ready to give sanctuary to Ukrainians fleeing the war. I mean, some of them have got some lovely houses. Even Gove said he'd take a refugee into his home. Obviously needs the 350 quid, I should imagine. And is Roman Abramovich dating an actress from Ukraine? Oh dear, Mr. Abramovich. He turned up to a game the other day. I remember thinking, what in God's name are you doing there, matey? Not even on the board of directors anymore.
Steve Allen on LBC.
I see now the Pope has demanded an end to the massacre of Ukrainians. About time, actually, and condemned the barbarity behind the innocent civilians' deaths. In the name of God, I ask, stop this massacre, Pope Francis said to Applause in his weekly address. He did not refer to Russia by name, but said there could be no valid strategic reason for the indiscriminate attacks. In the name of God, listen to the cry of those who suffer and put an end to the bombings. Putin doesn't care. He's not remotely interested. Listen, the Pope could stand there and say, listen, could you please stop? And he would go, no. He also pointed out the besieged city of Mariupol, where thousands have been killed, was named after the Virgin Mary and said it had been martyred in the harrowing war. He added, faced with the barbarism of the killing of children and of innocent and defenceless citizens, there are no strategic reasons that hold up. The only thing to be done is to cease the unacceptable armed aggression before the city is reduced to a cemetery. It's not far off it at the moment. So the Pope has finally come out. It's only been going on for about, 2 weeks? I forget, 2 weeks now. 2 weeks. Rishi Sunak has called on UK companies to stop investing in Russia. There'll be nothing left of Russia very shortly. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. And Dominic Lawson, in his column in the Mail today, says fracking would boost our own energy security and help wean the rest of Europe off Putin's gas. Well, we can survive without Putin's gas. I think we only take, we said the other day, was it 3%? 3%. And so we, in theory, could actually get it from somewhere else. There must be loads of people who've got it, and including ourselves. So we have to sort of cut back. They were asking people the other day, have you had to cut back on the journeys that you're sort of taking? Yes, people are. I mean, I wouldn't be using my car. I mean, I've got to use it a couple of times this week, and that's it. I don't need to use it the rest of the time. Mary says, can I wish Stephen Mulhern a speedy recovery? As I read yesterday, he had a minor procedure. Yeah, I'd love to know I don't know what it is. Could be anything. But he is resting. Rob the Courier says there is still one on Pont Street. Best bacon rolls in London. Shut up. Do not say that. They're not the best. The best bacon rolls are Pret-a-Manger when they've got the blooming things in. So, but they're never around, are they? It's so annoying. Perhaps they'd just have one a day or something just to wind me up. Paul says Father's Day is in June and Grandparents' Day is in September. There is a cab shelter opposite Lord's Cricket Ground, if it's still there. I don't know. Things seem to be vanishing. So Father's Day. See, why do we have Father's Day and Grandparents' Day? You might as well have Third Cousin Twice Removed Day. It's just ridiculous. 84850. What is this creme called, Steve? Says James. Not for you. Far too expensive. This is for the eye cream. It's far too expensive. It's not for the likes of you at all. It's only for sort of super duper people. And because it comes from Vietnam or something, it takes forever to get here. And apparently, Sonara Smart Dodd of Spokane or Washington is usually credited for originating Father's Day. She's said to have had the idea in 1909 whilst listening to a sermon on Mother's Day, which was emerging as a holiday. God, I wish you'd never been born. I can't trust you to ruin everybody's life. We don't want to have Father's Day. It just gets ridiculous. Father's Day. Did you say, I mean, remember I told you years and years ago, I went into a card shop the day we had card shops. I used to love Card Factory. 10 cards for £1. And they just had happy birthday on the front or something like that. And I remember thinking, that's all you need on a birthday card. You shove your fiver inside there on a piece of elastic so it comes back to you, and a pound coin taped inside. But £1 for a card, for 10 cards, was brilliant. So I bought loads. Because if you send a card to somebody, all they go is, oh, somebody's wishing me a happy birthday. Who is it? Oh, it's Steve. They don't go, oh, there's pretty words inside. Nobody reads them. It's like, you only read the motto in the Christmas cracker because it's the only decent thing that falls out of it. But the rest of the time, not. But they had Welcome to Your Divorce card, which I always thought was quite good. And now they have same-sex cards. for your partner. It doesn't specify what the person is. And but loads of card shops have vanished. Clinton's card, I can't find a Clinton's card for love nor money. They must be around somewhere. But Card Factory, I thought was brilliant. Staines. I'm not going to Staines, not with my car. You must be joking. It'd be up on bricks before I'd even put the key in the lock. Actually, I don't put the key in the lock because it doesn't have locks, I don't think. Or perhaps it does, actually. I can't remember whether it's got locks or not. I need to check that. There's another story here. Wowing the Crufts. This was a gun dog, followed up by winning Best in Show as well. And the owner comes from Oslo. What? Isn't just Crufts available for us? What's it doing? What are we only out to Oslo for? What's going? Is it worldwide? Well, I think that's outrageous. Absolutely. The win left the owner, Patrick Aware from Oslo, in tears. Mr. Aware told Birmingham's National Exhibition Centre, "It's amazing. I'm really, really proud of him." It's a dog. It's a dog. It's a gun dog. Okay, it's trained to go and you shoot birds out of the sky, matey, and the dog will swim through a river and bring it back to you. Crufts is an international dog show held annually in the United Kingdom, organised and hosted by the Kennel Club. It's the largest show. I just don't like it. I'm allowed not to like it. I just think we should have dogs, I bet you could buy everything there. What year was the first Crufts? I don't know, 1830 or something stupid. I don't really care. No, 1891. Well, I wasn't far off, was I? 60 years. Quite close by my standards. Boris Johnson under growing pressure to cancel a planned trip to Saudi Arabia after the kingdom executed 81 men on Saturday. The Prime Minister wants the Arab state to produce more oil to help curb the pain of global price rises. But his visit was branded by some as oil for blood. I mean, these kangaroo courts that they have, those executed included Mohammed al-Shakouri, who was tortured and kept in solitary confinement. Relatives had no contact with him for 6 months. He was sentenced to death last February for charges such as seeking to destabilise the social fabric. Others killed included Akil Hassan al-Faraj, who was beaten and held in solitary confinement before being charged with helping form a terrorist cell and trading arms. Good Lord above. Some were alleged members of Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, and supporting of Yemen's Houthi rebels. 7 Yemenis and 1 Syrian. Lord above, honestly. But 81 people in one day seems like an awful lot of people, actually. Steve, third cousin twice removed days in October, says Nick in Burgess Hill. I bet there isn't even a hill in Burgess Hill. I bet it's just called Burgess. And they tried to make it more interesting. Have you noticed what they've done with Staines? Staines on Thames. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Before it was just Staines. And now. So you have to watch the Jeremy Kyle programme. I'm not sure what you'll make of it. In fact, I really don't know what you'll make of it. Because as far as I could see, watching it, I understand people were complaining about who used to work on it, and they've done it anonymously, which is very odd. If they worked on the programme, come out and tell us, so it gives some sort of credibility to it. I didn't realise I was watching actors because I didn't see the beginning of the programme. Actors reading words that somebody else had put into their mouth. But they're making a television programme. And I didn't see it as anything else. They didn't know. This man, who tragically took his own life, apparently had told a fib about the medication. There was a medication that if you said you were on it, you had to prove with a letter from the doctor that you weren't on it anymore. And he'd said that he wasn't on it. And he was, because he suffered with depression. But his girlfriend or wife, I can't remember who it was, she'd kept all his recordings, basically saying, I didn't cheat on you. I've never cheated on you. But the lie detector test, because that's why you couldn't be on this medication, because it affected the lie detector test. And that's why. And, the whole thing was, at the end of the day, well, I didn't come away with any answers, because lie detectors aren't 100% accurate. I don't think they're easy to fiddle, but I think if you've been on drugs, and certain drugs, then I think that they could be altered in a way. That's what I think. Because they used to do them all on the television. Somebody would come to the front of the station and go, you said that you didn't sleep with your next door neighbour, blah, blah, blah. The lie detector says you were lying, and then they go through it and it would be audio boo. It's like baying for blood. It was like being in the Colosseum. Yeah, everybody knew what the programme did, and that's why people watched it. In fact, people were then commenting in yesterday's papers. They said, yeah, we did watch it. Now we feel guilty that we watched it, for all the wrong reasons. And I thought, but you watched it. And there is a hill in Burgess. Yeah, well, so they say. So they say. I watched Four in a Bed the other. It's on the South Downs. Well, it'll stay there. And probably just a molehill or something like that. Little molehill. They had a thing there the other day. They were doing Four in a Bed, and the couple who won were very nice. But it's such a bitchy programme. It is terrible. And then they live in this little village, which is very nice, because they took the people round the cemetery and said, there's all these people. You still find people with these names who are living in the village. And they said, now we're going to go and look at our castle. And so, of course, the other people go, oh, lovely, we've got a castle in the village. No, it was just a hillock. And that's where the castle stood, on this hillock. But they were very good. But they didn't do a cooked breakfast. They didn't do a cooked breakfast. They did a buffet. Not a buffet breakfast, what they called continental. What activity would you take people to do in Twickenham? Wander around Poundland. It's fairly popular, as an occupation. Take them around the stadium. Take them down to the gardens by the Thames, which have got the big fountain in, which was brought back from Rome by a man who used to live in the council offices. He was very rich, and he went to Rome and he saw this fountain and had it all dismantled, and it's water nymphs and all sorts of things, and they're huge. They're giant sizes, and it's all white marble. And some of the women have got big jugs, and they're sort of spouting water out of them, and it's very it's an unusual thing because you wouldn't see it, you wouldn't notice it. And they also used to do films there. A couple of, I think there was one was a Carry On type film. I think it was called Once Around the Daffodils. And they used it as a hospital. And it's got a big sunken garden. You go over this little bridge. And it's very nice. We've got Eel Pie Island, where the Rolling Stones used to play and stuff like that. So Twickenham's got loads of things. It's very historical, very nice.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Jay and Cabby says the cab shelter opposite the V&A was destroyed by a car crash. It's being rebuilt as they're all in London listed buildings. Blooming well think so. How long does it take them to build a cabin? I mean, it can't take that long. Ashley says, I'm on medication for ADHD and my heart rate has changed drastically since being on it, and also blood pressure, which would affect lie detector results, also heart monitors. Yes, I mean, they should have said the truth, but he didn't tell them the truth. He was so desperate to be on the programme. I mean, he was absolutely, his girlfriend stroke wife, stroke partner, said he was so excited about being on the programme. They always had loads and loads of people, but sometimes people dropped out at short notice. He thought it was going to change their life forever. Until they did the lie detector test, and it said that he basically cheated. He's saying, no, I didn't. And he adored this partner of his. She's kept all his recordings from their telephone answer machine, all of them. Hours and hours and hours and hours of him saying, I absolutely love you. And then when it was proven on the television, in inverted commas, that he cheated, that sent him completely off kilter. But it's a case of, the people who work on these programmes, and I've worked on programmes with researchers, the pressure is on to get people on the programme. And we told you the other day that some of the runners and some of the producers and some of the APs and everything else, they were expected to produce a programme, and they had to find guests. If you had to sit there till 2 a.m, you had to find a guest. You couldn't then go, oh, we can't find anybody. You have to find somebody. It's as simple as so. You have to filter through, and they would ask you. I mean, you've no idea if you've never been in a television studio or in the offices. When we did Fives Company, and that was the only evidence that I had of it, we had 3 different setup producers. So as one's doing one programme, the other set of people are doing the next day and the next day. So they've got everything set up. It's quite high pressure. You ask anybody, ask Matty on Loose Women, he'll tell you. It's high pressure to produce a programme that A, has got to please everybody. And B, you've got to make sure they're booked. If they cancel at the last minute, if they get COVID or they just pull out for some reason, it's a problem. You've got to have almost somebody on standby. We've done it here. I've watched it here on certain programmes. They'll actually phone somebody up and say, listen, we're running a little bit late. We might have to do your interview a little bit later. You imagine doing this if you've got a television programme. You can't just, because people have got to come in for it. By car, I know a lot of people have got their cameras at home and stuff like that. But mainly speaking now, they expect the people to turn up. I mean, we all remember when Loose Women had an audience. It doesn't even have an audience now. It's just the people sitting in the studio. But no, there's so much more pressure. There really is. I mean, luckily, there's no pressure here at all for doing anything like that. But when we've had guests before, when we did it when the war first started in Ukraine, I mean, we had loads of guests. You know, we were literally, you know, sort of banging them out as fast as we could. You know, all the experts who were available. And again, that provides its own pressure. But you've no idea. I mean, staff claim they frequently lied to guests in order to get them on the show. And then again, when they arrived at the studio, they'd rile them up. The lie came, says one, when you were in the studio. You'd go with them into the corridor, and that's when the lie would come. You'd tell the addicts and their families. There's the 3 other families going on the stage. It's a fight for that one bed. Jeremy's going to pick who he wants, so you need to go out there and you need to say what you need to say. I mean, it was to get more emotion on the stage. They thought the other families were in the corridor. And that's what they were looking for. They were looking for, basically, it's no good having a meek family sitting there and they go, did you sleep with your next door neighbour? And they go, yes. End of programme. End of programme. There's no programme there. What they're looking for is people standing up. Hence, they had security who had to try and separate families. It wasn't just here. It was in America. It goes on for loads of programmes. Loads and loads of programmes. They have to sort of separate people because people say things because they want to be famous. Look how desperate they are on Love Island. You know, they will do absolutely anything. They will humiliate themselves to get on Love Island. That's the only thing they've got going for them. It's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. So, you know, after Ashley told us about the medication, that would affect lie detector results. And they do the lie detector results. And then they go and, you know, our Graham's going to be sort of discussing this with you and all that. And, oh, dear. Well, no, they had Graham on Kyle as well. Graham on Kyle. Artie says, I was driving down the A40 as I approached Northolt's man-made hills. I saw lots of cars back-to-back parking. Must have been over 50 cars. 10 a.m. on a Sunday, and I saw a load of people either walking their dogs or jogging. Probably a car boot sale, I should imagine. Tanker driver Phil says, Steve, I was at the Keighley and Worth Valley Railway yesterday for their spring steam gala. The Royal Scot was there and Bahamas and many other famous locomotives. How lovely. How lovely. The Keighley and Worth Valley Radio. I'm looking at the pictures. It's nice. Yeah, I could live there. I could live there. All the old signs on the station. You know, I'll tell you, in London, you know what we've got everywhere at the moment? Graffiti. Graffiti everywhere. On bridges coming into London. These pathetic little no-marks who go out there and write their little moniker on the side of a wall. They don't just do it once. They do it about 50 times. I think they should capture them. I think they should be caught, especially down at Richmond Railway Station. It's as fast as they paint over it on one side, up it appears the next day. They need to get some guard dogs down there. That's what they need and sort these people out. They're basically vandalising other people's property. Why? Because they're peasants, that's why. Steve, fuel prices going up is not a problem for me as I still only put 20 quid in, says Jess. I think they're going to go down. I think they're going to go down. So that was a joke. Yeah, so fuel prices going up, price still only put 20 quid in. Yeah, you just don't you can't go as far, can you? You need really 40 to get off the forecourt. Can't sort of manage it all while that. Thank you, Jess, very much indeed. So fuel prices go. I mean, I forget what the average price of fuel is at the moment. But as I say, you'll get it cheaper in the supermarket garages, much cheaper. If you want to save money, supermarket garages, they'll be much, much cheaper than the independents. Literally, I saw 194 on a thing the other day. Record fuel prices may ease soon. Unleaded passes 160 and diesel hits 170. Go to the supermarkets. Don't bother patronising any of the other ones. It's ridiculous. 190 something, you must be having a laugh. I wouldn't put it in there. Why are the supermarket? Because they're discounting it. The other ones are just greedy, prepared to same fuel. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm never too sure whether it's the same fuel. I wouldn't know because I've never analysed it. Happy birthday to Pam Ayres and Rita Tushingham. She starred in Dr. Zhivago, Taste of Honey, and Ridley Road. Best known for her arresting eye. She was once said to be as much a part of the 1960s landscape as miniskirts and Mini Coopers. Her face was used on the cover of Sandy Shaw, the Smiths single, Hand in Glove. Rita Tushingham is 80 today. 80. Doesn't seem possible, does it? Supermarkets do use the same fuel from supermarkets held to the same minimum safety and quality standards as premium sellers, so there's no need to be concerned about getting an unsafe product, even when you pay a lower price at supermarket forecourts. Boycott all the other garages. You don't need to go there. Why would you want to put it away? What would you rather pay? 151, 156 a litre, or 190? It's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. A total no-brainer. Absolutely ridiculous. What else we got here? Tony Benn died on this day in 2014. Former Labour Energy of State for Energy. He used to be Tony Benn, Anthony Wedgwood Ben, Tone. It was all sorts of things, really. But every time you interviewed him, he came in, and what is the first thing he did? He had a little cassette recorder with him, and he put it down, and he switched it on. He wanted to make sure that he was not going to be misquoted on anything at all. I interviewed him on numerous occasions, and he was very particular about listening back to his interviews to make sure he knew exactly what he'd said. But he kept changing his name like there was no tomorrow. Coming up to the news at 6 o'clock. What else do we have today? The British soldier will leave the army a well-dressed man. A complete outfit will be issued to him. This is in 1944. The items are complete, and production of 1 million will begin soon. So you get a felt hat, a suit, 1 shirt, 2 collars to match, 1 tie, 2 pairs of socks, 1 pair of shoes, 1 raincoat, no austerity style, and no pants. No pants. Oh, my goodness sake, that's the most important thing. The most important thing. Everybody worrying about all the rest of it, but that's what you got, so everybody looked the same. It was your D-Mob suit, and you got your hat, and you got all of it, but no pants. Presumably you had to sort of make your own or something, I don't know what they did with things like that. I'll be all right, actually. I didn't need to worry about those sort of things. Daily Mirror today, Putin caged by roid rage, the experts fear. Well, he's just not well, isn't he? Mind you, the Pope's now appealed to him. Stop the killing. Stop the killing. But because he's not a religious person, he doesn't give a flying 4x about what happens. You know, he couldn't care less if the Pope got bombed. That's how bad it is. If he's not cared about, women and children. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. When will you launch your annual charity appeal? Oh, God, not for ages. October. Internet shoppers are in the papers today. They may need to confirm their identities more often when making payments from today. I had that the other day when I was transferring some money to my brother, because it was that we hadn't done it before into his account. I've got my little card reader. You put your card in, it generates a number, and have you got one? Yeah, they're very annoying, but you have to do it because otherwise it won't approve anything. So you put it. How it works, I've got no idea. Never understood it at all. More heartache in Emmerdale. Apparently, much-loved character Marlon Dingle suffers a life-threatening stroke. Actor Mark Charnock, he's 53. Seriously, I thought he's about 25. He's 53. And so they do it. They go, we want to show people what having a stroke is like, because they have to justify themselves. But he must be the only person working in the pub and cooking the food who's never cooked anything in his entire life. Who's cooking it for him? God alone knows.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Monday, the 14th of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7, Monday through Friday. And don't forget, there's an extra podcast you can download, which is from Saturday morning. You can download that podcast, which is up on the system. Sean Ryder says he appears on television all the time to entice youngsters into discovering his music. Because I've seen him on Gogglebox. He just seems to be, with Bears, he just seems to be stuffing his face all the time. But apparently, later this year, he'll be on E4's Celebrity Cooking School alongside Kim Woodburn and Kerry Katona, a very bad role model for just about anybody nowadays. I mean, honestly, can't they find anybody else, or are they literally given up completely? He says it's still all about the music because he's due to film another run of Celebrity Gogglebox. It's like The Father, the one who's just lost his dog, these huge dogs which sit and slobber all over you. The father there, who looks as though he just can't be bothered to have a shave or anything. The Manchester Family. And they've got, one of their boys has gone on to a reality show. I think he's doing the dancing thing because he's a dancer. They all believe they're celebrities. But as somebody said to me the other day, they had a celebrity version of whatever it was. And somebody said, I didn't know who any of them were. I said, well, we get that all the time. You go there and they go, oh, it's Celebrity Mastermind. You go, who are these people? Who are they? Total Z-listers? They're not even Z-listers. They're just people who, you can't really class them as celebrities because they're not. There was one last week. I mean, the whole lineup was sort of Love Island. And I mean, they're not celebrities. They're just people who put their swing trunks on. And Geordie Shore. I mean, God blimey. Talk about naff role models. Don't ever go for things like that. It's dreadful, but they can't think of anything else, can they? Obviously, the researchers go, oh, let's get Molly May on. But you can't, because it shows them up for what they are, which is dim most of the time. But to have a celebrity-based version... In fact, somebody wrote in, I think, on Twitter to say, how can they do this and call it a celebrity version when we don't know who these people are? And the answer is, Kerry Katona, for God's sake, she's currently getting her boobs out for anybody if you'll pay her money. That's how desperate her life is. But apparently she's made $1 million. But as we pointed out to you before, one of the TV critics, well, actually not even a TV critic, one of the critics in one of the papers, said she's learnt nothing. She's packed the kids off to private school, but her money is not going to last forever. And she bought herself a Lamborghini. And I said, sorry, somebody with a drugs history getting a Lamborghini. I can't wait to see your insurance bill. Can't wait to see if indeed you can get insurance. It'll go through the blooming roof. Also, would you want to be in a car with Kerry Katona? No, thank you. No, thank you. Marvel have launched their first ever merchandise collection in collaboration with the Prince's Trust. This is Prince Charles's, isn't it, the Prince's Trust? So Marvel, aspiring designers, created clothing, accessories, stationery and a backpack, all themed on the Avengers movies. They were all part of the Get Started in Product Design with Marvel course run by the Trust in partnership with Disney. Lord above. Apparently, Sir Ben Kingsley, who plays Trevor Slattery in the Marvel movies and is a Prince's Trust ambassador, met the young designers at a launch event. He's 78. So helping young people find their vocation. I don't know anything about Marvel and I don't know anything about those sort of things. Yeah. I mean, do they sing The Hills Were Alive or something like that? Can I get a, doe a deer, a female deer? Bankruptcy hasn't killed off Katie Price's enterprising nature. The model, she hasn't modelled for years, has offered to sell her old breast implants as long as somebody is willing to stump up £1 million. I think not, actually. She just had her 24th boob job. No, it wasn't 24th, it was 14th. 14th. And she said, my biggest implants are in a safe for sale at £1 million. She invited buyers to message her with inquiries. Are you in the real world or something? Well, in God's name would want to do that. But anyway, she was declared bankrupt in 2019, and apparently her friends are horrified by her most recent breast enlargement procedure. I think we just leave her to one side. We just sort of get on with, whatever you've got in life. But the Hollywood bosses have got a shoe-in for next year's BAFTAs on their hands, as long as somebody casts Idris Elba as long-time travelling Hitler assassin Matt Goss. The Bros star selected Idris as the albeit unlikely actor he wants to portray him in a biopic, whilst musing that the superpower he would most like the ability to go back in time and bump into Hitler to bump him off. I don't know what world Matt's in at the moment. It's a bit difficult. He also told The Guardian he's missing one pec muscle on his right side, known as Poland's syndrome. He said you can tell a lot about somebody if they mention it or they care about it, he noted of the disorder. Given the success of the 2018 Bros documentary, this blockbuster deserves a bidding war, says the Diary with Ashley Rainbird. Poor old Matt, honestly. It's the hair that's the funny thing. I've got no idea what it is. No idea what it is. It's all most bizarre. The dames are no longer in distress. Dame Helen Mirren and Dame Maureen Lipman have settled their differences. Actress Maureen, who plays Evelyn Plummer in the soap, criticised Helen for being cast to play a Jewish former Israeli Prime Minister, Golda Meir. Everything just spills out of me like an unblocked pipe, she says. So, I don't think that's really the best thing. Also, Downton Abbey actress Elizabeth McGovern tells OK magazine how the bigger budget on the film version of the ITV series did not extend to the catering. They always moan about the catering, don't they? Oh, it's really not very good at all. Today, Steve, says Barry, I shall be making my first presentation to master's students at Greenwich University. I'm using PowerPoints to aid me. It'll be all online. I'm very nervous about public speaking. I wish I was as confident as you. Oh, it'll be a nightmare. Oh, it'll be the worst thing you've ever done in your life. You'll sweat. You'll forget your word. Oh, it'll be awful. Easiest thing ever. You're just doing it on a PowerPoint. You don't even need to travel. It'll be good. They've just done a Magic Circle show, actually. And have I ever been nervous public? Oh, absolutely, yes. All the time. You always do that. I always like to I console myself by sort of thinking, I'm sure I'll get through it. And then you start something and it just runs. Don't ask me how. It just done. I've got no idea. Even. I mean, it's not a case of I've stopped being nervous. I like to get excitable about something, and then once I start talking, it just happens. It's not that we sort of plan it. Oh, on the radio, never on the radio. Good Lord, no. I mean, I'm in my comfort zone. Even at the start, yeah. Or at the start, I don't know actually. What, the start when I started broadcasting? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think I was nervous. I don't think I've ever been nervous about something. You just want to make sure that it's right. You just want to make sure that things go well. That's the only thing. But it's like when you do a show, you've got no idea what you're going to be talking about. You've got not a clue. But luckily, I can keep talking. I can talk for the country if I put my mind to it, which I have to because that's what I do for a living. But I've never got to that step. People always say to me, what do you do if you dry up? I say, I've never dried up. Why would you ever dry up? And even if I did dry up, I can then talk on 15 minutes on drying up and how I thought I was going to dry up, but in fact I don't need to because I've managed to find something to talk about, which is drying up. So you can always get round it. Last year's series of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here might seem a distant memory, but the fun never stopped for Frankie Bridge. The former Saturdays person, she's not a star, she's just a former singer. She just now turns up on Loose Women, had to undergo an operation to remove eggshell from her ear. I don't know why. Candidly, she described how the shell had embedded itself in her ear canal. She was spun in a cage while being pelted with eggs and rotten fruit and veg. A brilliant idea. I can recommend a few more people for that one, including one to name the contents of a Cornish pasty. So she was asked questions and they spun around in this cage. So it's an old explanation to give a medical professional. And so that's the extent of her interest, that she had to have an operation to remove eggshell. I'd have just got the vacuum cleaner out and start, taking it on from there, make it much easier. Matchstick. And my former producer, Mark, says, I once asked Pete Murray how he coped with interviewing really famous people and if he got nervous. And he told me his tactic was to close his eyes and imagine them on the toilet. I've never gone through that particular one, Mark. Actually, Pete Murray's interviewing technique was quite unique. He would get the guest in the studio and he would give them a bit of paper and a pen and say, write down 6 things you want me to ask you. Seriously, yeah. Seriously, Pete used to do the crosswords all the time during the interviews. He relied on the guests and their power of speech to take it away. Yeah, he did that all the time. Ask any producers of Pete Murray, he'd ask them to say, just write down 6 things you want me to ask you. So he didn't need to actually sort of do any research. But I did know somebody used to phone her father up and go, oh, I've got so-and-so coming in today. What should I ask them? She knew nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now claims to be some sort of doctor or something. Nicholas says, I find Bros so irritating. I did way back and I still do now. Oh, I didn't find them irritating. I just thought poor old Matt Goss was so delusional. Absolutely delusional. It was just, he came back over, and if you watch that Bros when it's, what's it called when the screaming stops or something, and his brother, quite charming, relaxed, casual, and Matt having basically tantrum after tantrum after tantrum. It's like looking at a petulant child. It was really embarrassing, actually. And in fact, even when they were sitting waiting for an interview on This Morning or something, there he is, standing up and shouting at him and shouting in his... Oh, dear me, honestly. Never mind. Steve, would you ever trade your Bentley for a fast supercar? I've got a very fast supercar. I don't need to trade... One time it was the fastest car on the road. They do say, actually, that my car could outsmart police chase. That's what they say. They say it's one of the only cars that could actually outrun the Interceptors. So never trade it for a fast supercar. Where would you go in a fast supercar? I live near the motorways and all the rest of it. There's cameras on every bridge. You can't do it. And also all the roads around our way, 20 miles an hour. 20 miles an hour. It's ridiculous. I've seen people in invalid carriages getting faster than us. And so, why do cars go so fast? Because people put their foot on the accelerator. And that's it. And, my one, you could do 90 without even realising it. Seriously, it's, you just tend not to think about it. So you have to be very, very careful. But I've never traded for a supercar. It's like all these people have their cars wrapped. Have you heard of this? This is where somebody stretches plastic vinyl over it. And I looked at it thinking, you must have a real inferiority complex. There must be something the matter with you. Yeah, very tacky. Very, very tacky. There are all sorts of firms that do it. And you look at it and you think, oh, looks so ghastly. You know, if you're going to have a respray, have a respray.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 20 minutes past 6. So Pope Francis speaking for the world when he demanded, although he didn't actually name him, Vladimir Putin stop the Ukrainian massacre in the name of God. He used his weekly address to beg for peace in the war-ravaged country and warned that unless hostilities end, whole cities risk being reduced to cemeteries. And do you think Putin's come back with anything? Nope, nothing at all. Not to the Sturm. Completely. Also, Russian soldiers found guilty of war crimes in Ukraine will be jailed, the Attorney General has warned. Sola Braverman insisted that gathering evidence of wrongdoings must begin straight away. And as I say, all we're waiting for is I'm convinced that something's going to happen to Putin. I'm totally convinced by it. I don't know why. I've never sort of generally sort of worried about things like that, but I'm just convinced in this particular case because he's gone too far. Far too far. I think the oligarchs, in particular the oligarchs, will be doing something. I mean, I know that they've got a renewed round of peace talks. I think between Moscow and Kyiv will take place via a video conference later today. This has been confirmed, actually, by Russia's Dmitry Peskov and Ukraine's Mikhailo Podolyak late last night. The Reuters news agency said it'll begin at 10:30 local time, 8:30 GMT. So 8:30. Previous rounds of talks have taken place near the Belarusian border and have ended with very little progress towards an end to the warfare. However, Mr. Podolyak says it appears Russia has changed its tack. It said Russia now much more adequately perceives the world around it. It is much more sensitive to the position of Ukraine, which has been proven in battlefields and in Ukraine's actions in terms of protecting its interests. I mean, to be honest with you, it sounds quite positive, doesn't it? Sounds positive to me. I have been wrong before, but I mean, I would like to think that they're going to go, listen, what are we going to end up with? A completely devastated country with nothing. What are you going to do? Build it up or just leave it, completely devastated? What's the point of that? Why would you want that? Why would you want to risk people's lives to end up with nothing? I mean, surely even with half a brain, he would have realised that. Steve, I'm so looking forward to spring flowers, getting to the gardens, the baskets. And he says, not forgetting day trips to Brighton, Weymouth, eating 99 ice creams and long walks with the family. I don't know. He says, well, you're hoping there's going to be summer, are you? I wouldn't hold your breath on it at the moment. Yeah, I'm looking forward to winter, actually. Funny thing is, given the sort of the choice of summer or winter wins with me. I don't mind the summer for the plants and the baskets and the garden centres and things looking quite nice. I quite like that idea. And at the moment, I'm just awash with daffodils, but I've started ordering all my plants online. They keep sending me a thing going, how would you like 24 plants for £2.99 from these garden centres? And so I've started pre-ordering all these things. And this year, I'm just going to go berserk and just fill up troughs and baskets. I've got to go out. I've got to do all these different things. I've got to change the car for a start. So that'll be good. I keep looking, on the website. And I shall contact Nigel and go, I'm coming down to look at cars. Excitement will reign, I promise you. I've just got to transfer some money out of one account into another account, and then we can sort of go. And it's going to take me about a week to empty the car in itself. I part exchange. Always part exchange. Although, it'd be nice to be rich to keep one car and then just go and buy another car, because the insurance company keep writing to me going, you can have 2 cars on one policy. And I thought, yeah. I was tempted to pretend I was Kerry Katona and write in saying, I've just bought a Lamborghini. What would my insurance be? Because I should imagine for a radio presenter, it would go through the roof. For a person who's been doing drugs for a long time, I mean, that would affect it immensely. That's like Katie Price. She's not being able to drive for 2 years. I shouldn't imagine she can get insurance at all. 6 times convicted, drink driving. What insurance company is going to touch her? Be very surprised. Very, very surprised. Fill up at the supermarkets. All the papers are saying the same thing. This is the advice if you want to avoid the worst fuel price hikes. So, what have we got? Drivers can steer clear. The Consumer Champion, which says fuel at store pumps is typically a few pence cheaper per litre, while town and city locations tend to charge less than rural garages. Data firm Experian Catalyst said a litre of petrol hit a record average of 161.1 last Thursday, up 5.5 pence in 5 days, and adding £3 to the cost of filling a family's car tank. Average diesel costs soared to 170.1. And Natalie Hitchens, Which head of home products and services, said the best prices are often found at supermarket forecourts. So tips to keep fuel consumption low include driving smoothly, changing gears early to avoid revving, and reducing... What do you do if you've got an automatic? Reducing speed to avoid revving, and reducing speed, which is fine. I can do that, actually. But no, driving smoothly. I shall drive smoothly. And Ocado aims to slash food waste. This is... I mean, I myself throw away loads of stuff. Seriously, it just you tend to forget now. It's like when when you're buying a pint of milk. What do? Do you do the same as me? Go right to the back, don't you? Because you know that'll be the longest sell-by date, because they're very short. And Ocado aimed to slash food waste by ditching best before labels on some fruit and veg. The change to the online store's own range food potentially saves thousands of tonnes from being binned. Apparently, a report by the charity WRAP says UK stores could save 14 million baskets of food going to waste by removing best before dates. Because years ago we never bothered about it. You know, I mean, you would always sniff milk, wouldn't you? Just to check whether it was still okay. And if it was cheese that had gone a bit sort of green or mouldy, you just cut that off and then carried on eating it. I know we didn't think anything. You wouldn't do it now. I really wouldn't do it now. I mean, we produce the highest amount of food waste in Europe. Over a third of all food produced globally goes to waste. We throw away 9.5 million tonnes of food waste in a single year. Wow. 9.5 million tonnes of food in a single year. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Somebody said you get paid extra for the Saturday show. What do you think? Stupid question. Yeah, no, I'm a charitable institution. The stars return to the red carpet in style because it's an opportunity, if you're going to the BAFTAs, you're going to any award ceremony, to wear an outfit that people go, wow, that looks good. And so we've got all sorts of them. I have to be honest, I thought Lady Gaga's dress looked the best. Daisy Ridley. Okay, I'm not sure whether some of these people, when you're looking at the pictures of people in their dresses, and I'm not a fashionista, I'd like to be, but I'm not. But you look at somebody and you think, did you look in the mirror before you put this on? It really doesn't suit you. It's wrong. So there's Sienna Miller has got a very nice dress on, and the gloves, totally wrong. They don't even match the dress. They're sort of lace kind of thing, so that's a bit out. Oh, Naomi Campbell went. Can't imagine why. I'm sorry. Are you in the business, dear? To explain. I think Rebel Wilson's red dress was very nice indeed. Emma Watson lost the plot, I think, completely with her outfit. It's sort of like a little top and then sort of what looks like sort of a swan costume underneath that. It just doesn't quite look right. And Salma Hayek, so-so dress. But no, it's Lady Gaga that looks good. Léa Seydoux, see, patterned and, gloves seem to be the in thing. Or sort of, things that look like sleeves. I don't know why. But, unfortunately for men, it's all a bit dreary, isn't it? It's a dinner jacket, and that's about as far as it goes. And one particular columnist, very classy. It is a classy dress. How you walk in it, I've got no idea. Presumably, you have to sort of swivel around. And people say how offended they are by TV shows, but they still tune in, which is assuming why Gino D'Acampo suggested a threesome to a lady who called in and asked for his advice on spicing up her marriage. Now, of course, we got giggling from Holly Willaboob and Pip Schofield because they know exactly what they're going to get from him because he comes up with filth. And it's just, when we've had him naked on the television, asking Gino to be an agony uncle really would increase the ratings of what has become a bit of a woke show. And this particular columnist, he said, I have little feeling you may have been set up, because they're expecting him to say something like that. That's what he says. He comes up with his interpretation of words, which we know is an act. Everybody knows what it's like now. But sometimes it works. But, it's a bit naff when the two presenters sort of collapse at him sort of suggesting threesomes and stuff like that. Of course, we noticed that Philip Schofield had a good old look when Gino was naked. He didn't miss out on that one at all.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Do you remember some time ago, in fact, back in January, I took my watch in to be repaired? Can you believe I'm still waiting for it? Still, they said 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, they must either be incredibly slow or they've lost it. Because I got out the thing the other day and it was on the 25th of January. So I don't know how many weeks that is. So we've had all of February. About 6. Yeah, I'm going to have to go in there, I think, at some point. But I got the doctors today, so I can't do it. But yeah, they've still got my watch. I wouldn't mind, but this is costing an arm and a leg. Just to sort of clean it and then reseal it. 'Cause it's got to be resealed or something. I don't quite understand what it is. But why it takes so long, God alone knows. It's probably been exchanged. I'll probably get back a little children's watch or something. A British estate agent has just been assassinated in Mexico in front of his 14-year-old daughter. In Mexico, they have a lot of problem with drugs. They have big problems with drugs. Chris Cleave was driving through the resort of Playa del Carmen in his convertible red Audi when he was ambushed. 2 men opened fire through the driver's side window, hitting him in the head and killing him instantly. His daughter Chloe, who's 14, was taken to hospital. He's believed to have been threatened earlier this month along with 2 other men in a so-called narcomanta, which is a message left on a cloth banner by a local drug cartel in Playa Car, an upmarket beach area of Playa del Carmen, which is near Cancun. The message, which referred to a restaurant, was written in Spanish and removed by the police soon after it appeared. It said, "This is for you," names withheld, from Playa Car, with Range Rover and Porsche cars and the secret partners of Bistro Playa Car. "We are coming for you and the sale of your... Also for you, Chris, with the red Audi." So it had a threat. For some reason... unconfirmed local reports at the time said the mystery men behind the message wanted to sell their drugs there. And what they do in Mexico, there's executions on a daily basis, drug cartels being killed off. Yesterday, a spokesman says we can confirm the arrest of 2 men who probably participated in the incident in which a foreigner living in the area lost his life. The weapon that was used has been recovered. Authorities said one of the alleged killers had tried to flee on foot after getting off the motorbike. Chris became he's a Mexican resident in 2013, worked as an estate agent, believed to have been followed as he left his home before being assassinated as he stopped in traffic. I mean, how absolutely... For his daughter, even worse. And he's a Mexican resident. And because they think that people are involved in drugs and the drug cartels have their certain areas, they have murders. I mean, it shows how ruthless the world of drugs is. People go, "Oh, it's only drugs." And you tend to forget, that basically anybody who buys drugs is fueling this. That's what you're fueling. Apart from ruining your life. We told you about the story of the actor who was in Mrs. Doubtfire, and Robin Williams has said, he called him to one side and said, "Do not do drugs." He said, "Listen, this is the state of me at the moment and it's not good." He said, "I'm living with it for the rest of his life," and he didn't have much longer after that. Holly Willoughby frozen out of Dancing on Ice, testing positive for COVID. Bet she wasn't wearing a mask. I'd still wear a mask. I know I'm not always the only one. Sometimes there's a few other people on the bus wearing it. You don't have to, but put it this way, she's gone down with COVID. I mean, to be honest with you, really should have learnt. Especially she does a television programme, where they've done more stories probably on COVID than I've ever done. But she was looking fragrant in a Marks and Spencer's dress, and then blow me down next day. She goes down with it. So it was a double elimination. Not that I'm following it. They managed to get rid of the BMX rider. Got rid of him. I don't know, whoever he is. And also Connor Ball, who I wasn't sure who he was either, but he was in the Vamps. And so they've got the Pussycat doll star, Wyatt. That's Kimberly Wyatt. And former dancing professional Brendan Cole, and also singer and dancer. He's a singer and dancer now. Regan Gascoigne. Claim to fame? Nothing at all. But who's going to win it? Not a clue. Not a clue. I'm not even particularly bothered, actually, by it. I didn't watch it first time round. Holding Airs on ITV, 9 p.m. tonight. Graham Norton, the multi-talented chat show star, on the thrill of seeing his characters on screen in a police drama directed by Kathy Burke. Kathy Burke, see? How interesting. And Nigel Mansell's famous Senna taxis in pole position to fetch how much money at auction? 4.2 million. He apparently owns all his cars. So he's selling a load of them. Part of a £7 million sale, some of his most famous cars. Good Lord above. Well, there you go. I've never been to horse racing. I've never been to motor racing. I went to drag racing once. The cars look ridiculous, ginger wigs and off the show. Oh, it was awful. But yes, I'm here all week, unfortunately. But I've never been to motor racing. It's just people putting their foot down on the accelerator, isn't it? That's all it is. It's just blurred adverts. Yeah, whizzing play. Yeah, and that's it. What's the point of it? I mean, I can understand. I mean, I've asked people before, why do you climb mountains? They go, because they're there. But in the world of motor racing, which apparently makes certain people immensely rich, and then you think to yourself, but what's the purpose of it? So your car can go faster than somebody else, and they can get the wheels off. Have you seen this? They get the wheels off and changed in under a minute. Well, I know a gang in Liverpool, they can do it in 25 seconds. They can get the wheels off the car and have it rebadged, probably resprayed, I should imagine. Hundreds of disadvantaged young people adrift in society will benefit after sailors raised £8,500 for the Tall Ships Youth Trust. They're looking for £1.5 million. So, I mean, they're getting there. It's just a bit slow at the moment. And Portsmouth-based charity, the country's oldest and largest youth development sail training, has helped more than 120,000 people when they began in 1956, and they give life-changing experiences. I'd be sick. I'm not very good on I've seen some of these boats where they go out there and you lean over the side and all. Oh, no, definitely not for me. And a third of people, this is an interesting one, avoid talking about grief for fear of upsetting others, according to research for the National Day of Reflection. This is the charity Marie Curie is urging the public to come together for the second anniversary of the first lockdown to show support for all those who've lost loved ones during the pandemic. We don't talk about grief. In this country, we don't talk about grief. Somebody was telling me, one of our presenters from one of our other stations hadn't been here for a while. I said, I've not seen you for a while. He said, yes, unfortunately, my mother died. It wasn't unexpected, but I mean, it's still a shock. Used to be stiff upper lip. Other people talk about it. But people, even for me, when I came back after my mother died, people, they don't avoid you, but they always go, oh, sorry to hear. And nobody knows what to say. Did it go well? No, was the funeral good? I said, well, I always tell people, my mother said to me, you will look smart. And I said, well, you won't know, will you? I mean, I don't know what you can say to somebody who's lost somebody. I really don't. I don't, because it doesn't make you feel any better. It's just that, you want people to acknowledge the fact that you've had a bereavement. And it's probably the biggest thing that you'll ever have that will cause you stress in your life. Next, apparently, to moving house. Moving house is very stressful, but bereavement is, especially if you read stories of sort of, mums who've had to do a bucket list for themselves, and they have to explain to their children that mummy won't be around very long or daddy's not around very long. And we just don't talk about it. We're just really rubbish at it. And I think it's a bit sad, really. But I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what you would want somebody to ask you. I told you there was a guy who used to work at LBC, and his father had died, so we compared funerals. I mean, so what happened to your one? Well, it went really well. It was quite nice, actually. But it's like a conveyor belt at the crematorium. You go in there, and and then it's all nice, and you see all the people queuing outside, and it turns out they're not for your funeral, they're for somebody else's funeral. And you have to see the funny side of it, because it is like, so you go out and you go in this door, and then after the coffin has sort of gone down or, gone wheeled away or whatever, you then go out the side door to look at the flowers. And as you're going out the side door, the next lot are coming in. Next. It is so busy. I remember when a friend of mine's partner died, and we went to the church service, then we went to the crematorium. They were so busy, they couldn't cremate the person that day, so they said, you'll have to come back. It's like, yeah, well, I'll just book you in. How about, Thursday 1:30 or something? That'd be quite nice. Steve, I've been up listening to you since 4 a.m. Keep my mind sane. I'm going to be 70 tomorrow. I can't believe it. Happy birthday to you on the 17th. We people born in March are very nice people. 70. I'm catching up fast. And Global Player says, Andy, came to my rescue over the weekend as I removed the garden sheds this weekend. Listened to your shows from last week and the live show from a few weeks back. The end result, I'm well informed on world events. I've got a pile of wood the size of a house and backache, arm ache, leg ache. Love the show. Keep on rocking. He's in a place called Malden Rushet. We're not going to go picture-wise on that one. I've decided it sounds too much for me.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. And somebody said, would it not be cheaper and quicker to buy a new watch? No. No, it wouldn't. No, absolutely not. You haven't seen this one. This is a Raymond Weil watch, and I've had it for... I bought it donkey's years ago. So not only is it sentimental value, it needs... When you open the back of them, it has to be an approved person. Most jewellers will not open the back of them because then it invalidates the warranty. But well, anyway, it makes no difference. It's a case of they have to take the back off and then it's got to be resealed again. So, I did try a few places and it just didn't work at all. So it's anyway, it's about 200, I think it's a set price actually, 236 quid. But the watch was 800. But I've had it 15, 20 years. I don't think they've actually gone up in price either. So not cheaper. And Laura, Trolley Dolly in Narnia, said, my new watch strap costs north of £200 without a service. Wow. See, I think that's a lot. I used to use leather straps, but then I suddenly realised that if you have a leather strap on your watch, my wrists sweat in the summer, and it affected the leather, and so I've got a metal strap, only solid gold straps. Is that what you've got? No, but leather straps, they were really quite expensive, and they would fit it on there, and then after about a couple of months, I started noticing that it didn't look as good. It's only because we sweat on our wrists. That's why when people have perfume, they spray it onto their wrists because it's a hot spot, apparently. So you don't know that. Yeah, your elbows, it's another hot spot. Yeah, behind your ears, but on your wrists. So a lot of ladies put perfume on their wrists, or men put aftershave on their wrists as well. Obviously going down a one-way street here, and I'm losing badly, I can tell. Laura says, you obviously have a very posh watch if it's taking so long. Cartier? No, I say Raymond Weil. And but perhaps there's a queue. I don't know, but I'll give them another week. And then I shall go in there and go, where's my watch? Perdita, is it? Perdita? No, it's not. It's Gary. I do beg your pardon. I've just had mine back from TAG. Took 8 weeks for a service and a resale. Apparently there's a shortage of watch repairers. See, yeah, they said, I think they said 4 to 8 weeks or something, 6 to 8 weeks or something like that. And I remember thinking, why does it take so long? And apparently it's quite a complex thing to do. But there you go. Sam in Letchworth says, I think you'd be a great agony uncle. Maybe you should have a segment on the show with you giving some advice. I do it. I said this morning, go to supermarket garages to get your petrol. You'll save a bit. And in these days when we're all trying to save a bit of money, that would be the place. I can't, because I've got to check whether they do my particular brand of petrol. It's got to have the number 5 on it because it's super duper. You really are a magician, Mr. Steve Allen. You even find a light-hearted way to discuss death. Wish we had a little bit of your magic, says Doit and Hannah. Yeah, to be honest with you, I've always tried to understand. I'm as bad as the next people. Believe you me, I cry at the drop of a hat. I'm terrible, and we have been to a lot of funerals in our family, and you get affected different ways. affected different ways. But if you can discuss it, then I think it's a lot easier. I think it helped years and years ago. I worked in a department store, but they had a funeral department, and so which seems a bit bizarre. And sometimes they would, get us boys to help them take somebody out of the back of the hearse and put them into the chapel of rest and things like that. We weren't allowed to interfere with the bodies in any way, shape or form. Yeah, in a department store, yeah. The Co-op used to have a very famous... Yes, it was in there. They had a chapel of rest and everything else. And the Co-op used to do funerals. So, it's very... But we just don't talk about it very much. And they're constantly running adverts on the television. I don't know if you've seen them, where they go, I put this through the door and I notice, I'm saving up for my funeral. And you can now prepay your funeral. And you can and somebody will come and collect you, take you away, and then deliver you back later in a small vase. I mean, I'm not sure about that one, but there you go. Steve, you need a horologist. There's one in Sunbury. Well, it's too late now. The blooming thing's gone away. I've got the same with leather watch straps. I get a rash, says Margaret. You see? It's not just me. Not just me. Men from where spend longer looking in the mirror than any other UK males? Nottingham. Apparently the poll of 2,000 British men found that those from the East Midlands city took just over an hour primping and preening themselves before going out. The UK average was 49 minutes. What in God's name do you do for 49 minutes? How long does it take? Nottingham bar manager Gavin said looking good was a compliment to the person you were meeting. He said, my ex-girlfriend, you notice ex-girlfriend, used to get really annoyed at me as I took a good 30 minutes longer than her to get ready. I've never been so stupid in my life. What's the matter with you? You just get out, and you sort of keep your hair cut short, and then you sort of tousle it up with a bit of product. That's about it. Folk age 60 and over took the least time, an average of 39 minutes. What, to get ready? How long does it take to pull your pants on and put a shirt on? Those from Edinburgh took the least time, getting glammed up in 37 minutes. I'm not sure whether that includes a shower, a shave, or all the rest of it, but whatever it is, it's absolutely ridiculous. Millennials between 25 and 34 took the longest at 61 minutes. 60. You could build a house in the time it takes some of these people to get ready. So, over an hour for men in Nottingham to get themselves ready. Well, I mean, for goodness sake. I mean, the worst thing is that Nottingham is student city. It's like Leeds. It's just full of students and they don't get ready at all. They don't even have showers. They just sort of, get out there, put on their sort of tie-dye shirts and say, yeah, man, let's go and have a drink, You know what students are like? They're like that all over the blooming place. It's terrible. I've never anything like it. I never understand it. 61 minutes to get ready. They must be incredibly slow. Incredibly slow. I mean, to be honest with you, all you've got to do is, you've got to put a pair of socks on, put a pair of pants on, put a pair of jeans on, and a coat and a shirt. I mean, it's not difficult, is it? I don't know why people sort of worry about all these times getting ready. I used to have a friend of mine, and his other half used to be in the bathroom for at least an hour and a half in the mornings. I mean, you feel like putting a camera in the bathroom and say, what are you doing for that amount of time in the bathroom? Do people sort of sit there going, I don't know, do I look good? I don't really. I've got past that stage. As anybody who works with me will tell you. I mean, I can't be bothered. I put on a clean shirt every morning and... you have to. I try and make the best of myself. Make myself look attractive. Not that it's working, but I mean, at least I'm making the effort. At least I'm making the effort. Nice to see that the stars were showing support for Ukraine at BAFTA the other day. Benedict Cumberbatch hopes to home a refugee. Loads of people have said that they're doing that as well. So that's good news. He looked very smart. Trouble is, for men, we don't get the opportunity to sort of dress up and look completely different. Unless you're, is it Perry Grayson, who sort of at least gets the opportunity, Grayson Perry, at least gets the opportunity to put on nice sort of coloured frocks. But for men, it's just a dinner jacket. It's about as boring as it gets, I'm afraid. Although I did think that the last time I saw Bond out, he was wearing a very nice velvet jacket. And I thought at least it made a bit of a difference. But we all liked Benedict Cumberbatch. He looked fine. And his wife, Sophie Hunter. Again, simple. Just a plain dress, but looking very nice. Timeless, totally timeless. Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Tuesday, the 15th of March. 44,000 people have signed up to give a refugee a home. And these are people who I firmly believe are not remotely interested in the 350 quid. I don't think they're bothered about that at all. They're just people who want to do something nice to help other people. Meanwhile, Boris toddles off to the Saudis, who just executed 81 people the other day, to see if we can get some cut-price oil. The price of petrol will be going down, because apparently we've got loads of it, so we don't need to worry too much about it. But do we really need to go to the Saudis, who've executed 81 people? Already can't, in one day. In one day. I mean, they must have some sort of conveyor belt system going on. The bravest woman on Russian TV, she works at the station that she decided to basically tell the Russian people the truth, which is, you're being lied to. You're being lied to. It's propaganda. It's a case of, you'll believe any old twaddle, won't you? And so she was basically saying that, you know, they're lying. And so she went on there. Name's Marina. And they immediately sort of cut away and went to something else, because you're not allowed to have an opinion in Russia unless it's the opinion of Putin. Putin is the only man who has an opinion. She held up a sign saying, do not believe the propaganda. It was signed in English, Russians against the war. There are thousands. They've all been arrested. About 6,500 people have so far been arrested in a country where some of them, there was a man on the radio the other day, and he phoned his father, and his father didn't believe a word of the war in Ukraine. I mean, that's how thick his father is, and that's what they're actually listening to. The news anchor continued to read from the teleprompter, speaking louder in an attempt to drown out Marina, but her protest could be seen and heard for several seconds before they quickly switched to a recorded segment, and I should imagine she was dragged away by the police. Because that's what happens in Moscow. It's like working for BBC Local Radio. You're not allowed an opinion, and if you do have an opinion, they'll take you off air immediately. It's as simple as that. I mean, to be honest with you, nobody wants this war. The oligarchs don't want the war. The only person who wants it is deluded old Putes. He's the only person who wants it. Nobody else wants it over there. Oh, apart from a rather feeble, pathetic-looking gymnast who wanted to support it as well, who's got no idea. Obviously, another one who supports the killing of, you know, babies and children, little girls, and they arrest them over there. They arrest little 5-year-olds and 7-year-olds. It's all beggars belief, doesn't it, really? Other stories which we've got today, apart from what's going on over there. Brooklyn Beckham's attempted another recipe. Yes, believe it or not, it's so marvellous. This time, little Brooklyn, the talented one in the family, was actually managing to do salmon and rice. And I remember thinking, gosh, that's really difficult, isn't it? Well, it is for him. And so he put the rice into a rice cooker, which cooks the rice for you. He didn't even have to boil it or do anything at all. And critics claim he is to cooking what Posh Spice is to singing. But the trouble is he's so dim. He literally got the salmon, cut it up, mixed it up with something, and then put it... I mean, are they taking the mick or something? Is this some dreadful joke? He sliced up an avocado, placed the cut-up fruit on the rice and salmon. I'm sorry, avocado and salmon, dear? Which country does that originate from? And then sprinkled it with sesame seeds and a squeeze of lemon. Unbelievable. You really are. I'd bring out a cookbook, love. You're too good for that family. Meanwhile, two of them, Dave with all the tattoos and the baseball hat on backwards, because he's 12, and they went off on their super luxury yacht, 5 million. But as I've pointed out a million times before, the oligarchs have yachts which start at 250 million and go up to about 500, 600. Theirs basically is a Kazi towed behind one of the Russian oligarchs' yachts. And Dave was sitting on, and they had a bowl of tulips. It's obviously what Posh calls fashion, I suppose. You know, it's the kind of thing we have to have. Because she had to cancel the flowers, didn't she, at her little shop? She's got a rag shop, and she sells all her stuff at. And they had flowers, but it was costing too much. Because the shop's not doing as well as it could be. But it's when Brooklyn goes, oh, yes, I'm going to do this rice, and he puts it in a rice cooker. I mean, I've never used a rice cooker in my entire life. I just boil it up as per usual. It's very easy to do, but obviously not for Brooklyn. How much is the most expensive yacht in the world? Well, it's not going to be the Beckhams at 5 million. I wouldn't mind, but apparently we were told the other day that Dave has got about £500 million in the bank. Believe that when I see it. It's almost as exciting as Katie Price, at one time worth 46 million. She was never worth 46 million. But this particular yacht, the most expensive in the world, owned by a Malaysian businessman. How much do you think it is? Come on. Guess, a yacht. Okay, bearing in mind the oligarchs, the average is between 200 and 300 million pounds. This yacht is worth 4.8 billion pounds. 4.8 billion. You've never seen anything like it. It took 3 years to build. It's 100 foot. It's got 10,000 kilograms of solid gold and platinum, both of which adorn the dining area, the deck, the rails, the staircases. There is a meteorite rock wall in the master suite, a statue made of Tyrannosaurus Rex bones, a 24-carat gold Aquavista panoramic wall aquarium, and a liquor bottle adorned with a rare 18.5-carat diamond. Sounds quite nice. It is the most expensive super yacht in the whole wide world. As I say, and then people go, oh, here are the Beckhams on their tugboat. I mean, I'm not surprised hardly anybody wants to go on the thing. You've only got to get 3 people on deck and it's overcrowded. But old Dave's sitting there with the cap on backwards. I mean, seriously, what does he do for a living? Answer? Nothing. Nothing. And then you look at this one here. This is called the Streets of Monaco. This is 1.1 billion. It's called a floating city. It's got a 3-floor bedroom with a private elevator, an office, sun decks, balconies, a cafe bar, a mini waterfall, a barbecue pit, an underwater viewing deck, helicopters, submarines, guest suites, dressing rooms, reception rooms, and so much more. So $1 billion gets you a lot of yacht, and then the Beckhams come in at 5 million. Hardly worth bothering, dears. Really, it makes you look a bit embarrassing. In fact, I should imagine where it's moored up, there are yachts which probably, in fact, all of them probably cost a lot more than the poor old Beckhams, because they've got no idea. They don't know. They don't know that 5 million is... They probably think that's really flash, but it's not. But when poor old Beckham Jr. has to use a rice cooker for cooking rice for a meal for himself, obviously can't afford to go and eat out, and then sprinkle something, he's got not a clue. And you just find it embarrassing, really. It's terrible. And David in Sunderland says, I wish somebody would take Putin out. Well, I should imagine they're all thinking about that. Do you not think in your wildest dreams that somebody in Russia, probably quite a lot of people, are thinking he's too mad to be let loose? He does not set foot outside the Kremlin. There are hundreds and hundreds of secret tunnels which could get him out. He's too frightened to go out. He mistrusts everybody that surrounds him. He doesn't trust the cooks. He doesn't trust the security. He doesn't trust his Politburo. He trusts nobody. He's got about 4 or 5 friends, and that's about it. And one of those is going to do the dirty on him. One of those is going to sell him down the river, because they're going to go, wait a minute, we're in danger of losing Russia. You know, if he's stupid enough to push the button and bring in nuclear weapons, NATO will retaliate. America will retaliate. China will shut their eyes to everything and just go away now, you're a madman. Because it's too dangerous. And we're going to end up with nothing, because once he pushes the button, they're all going to push buttons. And, you might as well... I mean, I was thinking about rushing to the bank and taking all my money out so I could take it with me. And then I thought, well, to be quite honest with you, if it ever gets to that disgusting state that we're in a nuclear situation, no point. It'll just evaporate in my hands. Might not bother buying another car, actually. Might have to think about these sort of things. I'll wait for a bit. Jilly in Basingstoke says, you're the only man in the world who I'd get up for 4 in the morning for just saying, I'm going to settle down now and enjoy the show. Yes. And because, to be honest with you, we try and bring a bit of lightness in these grim times. You know, the woman who was on the stretcher because they bombed the hospital, she was pregnant, she died, and the baby died as well. And I keep saying things like that to try and drum it home to maybe Putin, if word gets back to him, that he's killing indiscriminately. And yet his own girlfriend, woo, lucky old him, is safely ensconced in Switzerland. Of course, it'd be interesting if somebody managed to find her and held her to ransom, going, either you stop the war, pal, because it's got so bad. And Paul says, are you going to apply the same rules as the House of Lords? If anybody's been asleep during the show, they're not allowed to comment. Might be. Nobody sleeps when I'm on duty. Nobody sleeps when I'm on duty. I don't like the idea of somebody falling asleep. But no, when I nipped back into the newsroom, and Adam, who reads the news on one of our sister stations, we call them sister. I don't know why we call them sister stations. You know, it is a bit sexist, but we don't call them brother stations. They've always been sister stations. And he came in, he's just got a T-shirt on. And I said, sorry, has summer arrived? And he said, well, it's going to be 15 degrees today. And I said, well, I shall rush home and put my Speedos on. And there was almost a chorus of disapproval on that. So I've decided maybe not to. The dog napping, which we have in this country, is apparently up by 25%. Because now a dog is not just something you go and collect from the pound or you go to a rescue shelter or something like that. These are about £1,500 to £2,000. These are worth serious money. Sister, in that context, comes from the Navy, where ships from the same fleet would be referred to as a sister ship, due to the simple fact that ships are referred to as female objects. Well, I think that's sexist. That's sexist. Mind you, in the Navy, you can sail the seven seas in the... I mean, I suppose sisters would actually cover that quite nicely. Well done, village people. You know, having sort of managed to drag people out of the YMCA, good place to go and meet people, into in the Navy. I liked all of the songs the village people did. I thought it was a very clever concept. Well, they did lots of other songs, didn't they? I can't remember all of them. Yes, there's too many to go through. It's a whole catalogue. There's also an estate agent. She thought she was being clever. Unfortunately, she's another one of these compulsive liars. She claims that her boss stabbed her with a biro, and the incision it made turned septic. Anyway, it turned out she's a compulsive liar. I'll tell you who she is a bit later on. Anyway, she's been told, because no point sending her to prison because she's a bit dim, but she thought she could go to court. She tried to do twice. First time it was thrown out, and they said no. Second time, she tried to get money out of them. I mean, she's one of these people who's a bit... how she made it to an estate agent, but you don't need to be bright to be an estate agent. You just need to go round, take a photograph and go, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, it'd be worth about £350,000. Yeah, very cosy. Bijou, or, you know, ideal as a renovation project. We'll put that down. Period features, in other words, stuck in a time warp. You know, suit family, yes, who want to live in poverty. And so she's been told to pay the legal costs. 85,000 quid. That'll teach her. I'll tell you who she is a bit later on. TV is turning its back on the disabled and the over 50s. But I don't get things like that. When you read those stories, I mean, I'm an over 50. Well over 50. And I think television caters for me. I don't feel as though I'm not being catered for. And also, I would class myself as being not disabled, but certainly, you know, somebody who's advanced in years, and I have to go to the doctor and hospital like normal people. But why has it turned its back on us? I mean, are we waiting for sort of programmes about, oh, isn't it shocking? Eggs are up in price. You know, and that kind of stuff. I feel I'm well catered for. I don't ever think that I'm not catered for on the television. If I don't like something, there's so many channels now, I don't need to worry anymore. Years ago, you only had BBC One, BBC Two, ITV, and, I mean, admittedly, they do get rid of older presenters for younger ones, but then we've always got loose women, you know, and that is the geriatrics graveyard. You know, if you're looking for ancient presenters, that would be the place to go to. You know, I don't see any problem with it. I don't feel that you have to have old presenters to talk to older viewers or listeners. It makes no difference. I mean, if I didn't tell you how old I was and you'd never heard me before, you wouldn't have the faintest idea how old I was. People are constantly saying to me, you sound so young, Steve, in your early 20s. And I go, yeah. Mentally, of course, I'm in my hundreds, but it doesn't make any difference. 4:30. No, it's not. It's 4:15.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
So I should have a quick slurp of the tea this morning because it's Tuesday. It's the 15th of March. I'm Steve Allen. This is my early breakfast show, Monday through Friday. Biggest audience, bar none. Biggest audience, bar none. A 17% share. How happy are we? Very happy. Well, we think it's more. 21.5 million downloads. Cannot be wrong. Yeah, I mean, we're streets ahead of it. And the reason is we're telling you the truth. We don't need to flim-flam you. I don't need to tell lies to you. It's a case of, we just come on, we tell you the way it is. Some people don't like it. It was like the other day, some poor old creature wrote to me, some poor old man who didn't know his facts. And I love it when you can twist people up in knots. And I was talking about the Bollywood film industry, biggest in the world. It's the most prolific. They turn out more films than anybody else. And he went, no, it's Hollywood. I thought, God, you're so behind the times. You must be a real oldie, because it hasn't been Hollywood for ages. China is leading the way as well. But no, Bollywood is still the top film market. Most of the film studios in America are owned by foreigners, outsiders, who've bought into them. But you can't explain to some people because they're a bit thick. Doesn't matter, actually. Steve, how do you juice a banana? Says Robert. Very easy. You just literally put it into you don't really juice it, you press it. You press it. I don't know why you'd want to, actually. We'll have to ask Brooklyn, because he's the expert, isn't he? He could probably just about manage a banana, I should imagine. And what else have we got here? Taffy says, I wait all day for Steve Allen to come on. I could listen to you all day. Love you. Thank you. The same. I mean, he could be Taffy, he could be Simon. Difficult to tell, really. Some people sort of hide behind things. And that's what I like about you. You're very straightforward, says Shane. You say it as it is. I'm only saying what I think everybody else is saying. And it seems, after 43 years, people are still agreeing with me. Still agreeing with me. All the money in the super yachts in the world won't protect these folks if Putin presses the button, says Kim. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And the oligarchs know that. And they like their lifestyles. They, if it gets to that stage where Putin has to make a decision by himself, because they were all talking, weren't they, about the steroids. Is he on steroids? Has he got a brain tumour? Has he got cancer? I mean, you're going to read all of these stories. To be honest with you, none of us know. We have no idea. It's pure guesswork. I mean, I wouldn't want to call it fake news, because we don't know if there's something the matter with him, if he's ill. It's all speculative. Because he looks a bit bloated. I mean, he might have been eating all the wrong. He perhaps had a few takeaways or something like that. Perhaps he's gone for the party barrel from KFC, and they've gone. What did you have, Putes, today? But it's 20 pieces of chicken. Even though he speaks perfect English, I never understand why he doesn't speak more English. I mean, perhaps he's taking all the bacon rolls from Pret. You don't know. We have no idea. So that's why it's guesswork, but it's all done to chip away at him. But as Matt Fry said, and he's said it every time I've spoken to Matt Fry, he doesn't care. He doesn't care what you think about him. He doesn't care what anybody thinks about him. He does what he wants to do, because quite clearly the man is on a mission to make himself the most loathed person in the world. He will die horribly. There is no doubt in my mind that somebody will take him out. Somebody will take him out. If they think they're going to lose everything that they've got. Listen, I'm quite sure that there must be loads of people in Russia whose money has come through ill-gotten gains. It's as simple as that. And it's a case of they fought for it. They ain't going to give it up at all. They're going to hang on to it. And if it means taking him out, then that's what they'll end up doing. And I think he knows that. That's why he doesn't trust anybody. He must be panicking that every time he gets a little bit of a sniffle, a bit of a cough, or chest infection, has somebody poisoned him? It's a case of I bet you anything he's got somebody in who tastes his food, just to make sure you actually taste the food. This is not uncommon behaviour in people like that. Lots of old communist leaders had food tasters. They would try the food. They do it on aeroplanes. You'll never find the pilot and the co-pilot on an aeroplane have the same meal. They'll have two separate meals, just in case one is not good and it makes somebody ill. So it's all carefully thought out. And I should imagine Putin, far from thinking he's the cleverest person in the world, that's why he watches Saddam Hussein's execution time and time again, because he's probably thinking, these are war crimes. I am personally responsible, for the deaths of hundreds and hundreds of people, for the arrests of thousands and thousands of people, and for the basic destroying of the own country that he claims he's so proud of. And so he will stand trial for war crimes. It's, that we hanged all the Nazis years and years ago, and all the people who took advantage, and people did the most heinous crimes. You can't even discuss some of the things that went on in the concentration camps. You know, because you've read, maybe the book Baba Yar or something like that, and you suddenly realise what these people were doing. They were doing medical experiments on people who were ill, people who were sick, children, the disabled, the deformed. They were doing all of these sort of things. These people had to die. They had no compassion for anybody at all, and that's unfortunately what Putin's got. He's got no compassion. He doesn't care. He'd probably be more upset if sort of one of his dogs. Didn't he do something with a dog? Didn't he discover that Angela Merkel, terrified of dogs, and what did he do? He brought in a huge dog when they were having a press conference. That's how stupid he is. Ha, 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 ha. Well, yeah, and a bit twisted. But the oligarchs, I bet you, even as we speak, are plotting, but being careful who they talk to. Because you don't want somebody to go back to Putin and go, listen, I was talking to Dmitry the other day. He don't like you. But you look at this sort of dog here and you look at the picture on Putin's face and you think to yourself, I reckon if somebody dangled a noose in front of you, you'd probably be feeling roughly the same as Angela Merkel did when this huge dog came into view. I mean, it's just not normal behaviour. But at the end of the day, he would be unbelievably stupid to push any button. And I think he knows that. But he is like the petulant child. He is like the child who, I do what I want. Nobody tells me what to do. Yes, we do. And we're going to give you COVID. We're going to make sure you go down with COVID really, really quickly. The invasion of Ukraine has got me so down, says Dale. I watched a short YouTube clip last night of a guy on the Ukrainian-Polish border giving a little toddler a lollipop while the family were queuing. Her reaction of joy was breathtakingly sad. I've got tears in my eyes. The trouble is, I've seen images of war over the years. We've all seen it. You can go to YouTube and download everything. I mean, it is horrendous. But you're dealing with somebody who's not in the real world. You're dealing with somebody who is so single-mindedly stubborn and so acutely distressed in his own life, because his own life must be so miserable. Even his girlfriend doesn't want to have sex with him. She's moved to Switzerland. That's got to be bad, hasn't it? That's the kind of thing. So, getting it from where, Putes? Where are you getting it from, love? Answer, nowhere. I mean, he seems bitter about everything and paranoid. I mean, the insecurity is patent. You can see it. You can see it in his speeches and everything else. And, he will be one of those. We've taken them out before. The Idi Amins, the Saddam Husseins, the despots. They've been taken out before. They all get their comeuppance. In the same way that if Kim Jong-un, decided to push things a little bit further, he'd be taken out. He'd be taken out. They all do it. Nobody ever survives. They really don't. But we just have to watch and wait and hope that somebody will have some sense over there. But I thought that woman who worked for the TV station was incredibly brave. I mean, the worst that can happen is that she'll disappear. And when I say disappear, that's what happens over there. People just disappear. I mean, apparently she's been arrested for having an opinion, ladies and gentlemen, for actually having an opinion. It's as I say, it's like working for the BBC. You can't have an opinion and not allowed an opinion at all. It is. I mean, she was arrested for basically just saying we're anti the war. Well, I think people should be arrested on the BBC. I think most of them should be far too overstaffed, honestly. What a waste of money and time. But it is sad. But then we have to accept that they're living in a country like that and they know it's fake news. But, of course, I'd love to know whose decision it was to have her arrested. Would it be the owner of the TV station, because it's state-run? Would it be that, or would it be Putin saying, get her arrested, get her off the streets? Because that's how bad it is. It's terrible. Man United ace. Is it Diogo Dalot? Is that how you pronounce it? Well, we're not sure about him. Anyway, he's a Man United ace. He's been slammed by a road safety group after his Mercedes 4x4 was caught speeding through a red light. He drives a G-Wagon. Most of these footballers are thick as bricks. He drives a G-Wagon. He accelerated through the junction near the club's training ground. I mean, most people who jump get fined £1,000 and 6 penalty points. The AA spokesman said the driver risked seriously injuring occupants in another car. Dalot, who's 22, but obviously mental playing age, about 7, I should imagine, signed from Porto for 19 million, was loaned to AC Milan. His customised G63 has a top speed of 150. Oh. because it is basically a truck with a few extra wheels. And his agent was asked for comment, and United on the incident. Greater Manchester Police haven't received a complaint yet. Well, don't you have cameras, loves? Don't you have cameras? I mean, I don't want to sort of suggest anything, but I'm looking at the pictures here. He drove over red lights, which, as far as I remember, is illegal. But there again, Manchester Police. I mean, should you not be investigating that? Mind you, have you noticed, Man United, the football club, whenever anything like this happens to one of their players, they sort of close ranks and they go, oh, we'll obviously have to be looking at that, you know. And you go, excuse me, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're above the law? Well, I hope to God he gets done with the 3 points. I shall be campaigning for that one straight away. I might even go on television and hold up a placard, just to really emphasise it. 4:30 is the time.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company this morning. Sue Ann in Brixton says, Steve, it's my birthday. And many happy returns. I bumped into a lady friend of mine the other day in Twickenham. Actually, just as I was coming out the doctor's, and she went, it's my birthday. So I said, many happy returns of the day. And if you're celebrating your birthday, many happy returns. I've got, hello, treasure. Look at you, honestly. Yes. What is it, Connor? What have you got a jacket? It just came to, have you got a jacket? Oh, right, okay. Because apparently, according to Adam outside, he said it's going to be 15 degrees today. It's going to be sort of like a heat wave. I mean, but it is a bit toasty, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, all he was wearing was a little T-shirt and his jacket over the top. I felt a bit sorry for him. I thought we might have to have a whip round and buy him a big, thick coat and a muffler or something. Yeah. Who's away, then, if you're in doing Nick Ferrari? Who's in Bulgaria? Guys in Bulgaria? Funny. People go to the oddest places. Skiing? Oh, he's skiing. Is he? They got snow. Well, I suppose they must have. It'd be a bit stupid doing it on the road, wouldn't it? What a stupid question. I'm so sorry. I apologise for my ignorance. Skiing. I've never done skiing. I've done tobogganing, but which is quite nice. It crisscrosses the ski run. Have you been skiing? It is very expensive. We went when I was working in Austria. Went out into the Tyrol. And to a hotel there called the Panhans. It was the only place I've ever been to after we spent the day tobogganing, which the toboggan runs crisscross the skis. It's a bit sort of take your life in that. And then we went to the hotel. Me and a friend of mine who worked on the radio station. We decided to go for a sauna, which I thought was quite good. But the Austrians have this thing about you sit in the sauna, then you go and jump in an ice pool. Well, I'm sorry, but everything vanishes. Everything vanishes. But the one thing that I always remember is we sat there in the sauna, and who walks in? A family. A whole family. Mum, dad, 15-year-old son, 16-year-old daughter. All start naked. So I spent the rest of the time staring at the ceiling. I mean, seriously, they don't think anything about it. Of course I wasn't clothed. I'm in a sauna. I'm sitting there with it all on display. Swimwear. No swimwear. It's enough for Connor. He's had enough of this. Far too depressing. But yeah, a whole family go in there, and they all went exactly the same. Hello. Hello. Look at the ceiling. Don't bother going anywhere else. Much too easy to sort of do things like that. But it was lovely. It was the air was so crisp outside of the sauna. I mean, it really was. It was beautiful. It's like going to. We went to Lowestoft some years ago to see Father Christmas, which you know about, and it snows there, and then it doesn't snow again. So they have the snow because it's so cold, like -15, -20, wind chill factor down to about -30. And it was lovely. It was so fresh, but the snow is so cold you can't make snowballs. It just goes to powder, which is a shame, but still absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So here's the travel agent, Parivash Kiani, tried to sue a company called Aviareps PLC for £3,000, saying it was liable for Fawad Shader stabbing her twice in the hand in 2015. 2 photos allegedly showed puncture wounds, but the mum of 2, who had already lost an unfair dismissal case, later confessed the pictures were fakes and was found fundamentally dishonest at the Central London Court. Last week, Kiani from Finchley admitted contempt at the High Court and received a suspended jail term. She was ordered to pay costs for both cases, totalling £85,000. You stupid person. Why would you deliberately go out there? You know, her boss attacked her with a pen. No, he didn't. You're a liar. You know, I was always taught, you know, I know people lie when they see things disappearing. So she tried to get money for £3,000 and it's cost her £85,000. Good. I hope that you can't pay it and they eventually throw you in prison. But, you know, that's just me being sort of careful. Steve, Bulgaria is fabulous. It's awesome and it's cheap, says, well, it'd have to be if Guy's gone. He's not going to be going to anywhere expensive. He's on a budget. But it's lovely. We love Bulgaria. It's so beautiful. It's got all these beautiful buildings and everything. It's like Budapest. They do a lot of filming in Budapest because it hasn't really changed in donkey's years. And Bulgaria is the same. I mean, some of it's so pretty. It is lovely, isn't it? That's why when I mean, I don't think it would suit us. I don't think it's for us, really. I was showing the producer the car that I'm thinking of buying, and he likes it. But the trouble is, I've got to send off some bits and pieces to transfer some money before I can go and buy the thing. Because I said I'm going to need at least a week to empty the car. Seriously, the boot is about as full as it's ever been. Steve, you got me choking on my Yorkshire Gold, says Kim. And somebody says, are you aware you can ski in Victoria, Australia, says Joe? Are you? Can you? Sorry. Oh, do you get snow in Australia? I know they do get snow in Australia, but I'm not sure when your winter is. Probably about now, I would have thought. About now it could be, couldn't it? In the summer, right. So you can ski in Victoria. There it is. We're looking at the best ski resort. It looks lovely, doesn't it? It's so pretty. So pretty. But it's a very expensive thing to do if you're going to go skiing. But I know families who've been skiing for donkey's years. I like the ski lift. I'm quite happy to just go round and round and round. And a hot sausage. Oh, I tell you, if you actually go skiing, or you don't have to go ski. You can just go for the sights and stay in a ski lodge and sit outside and you can have glühwein. You ever had glühwein? That's lovely. That's hot red wine with spices in, which is particularly delicious. Like mulled wine, yeah, like mulled wine. And you can buy bags. In Austria, they do I used to bring them back with me. And you buy a packet of glühwein bags, and it's got all the herbs and spices. You just literally pour a bottle of cheap red wine into a saucepan, add the things, and just leave it simmering away. Delicious. And if you have that with a hot sausage, heaven, really. Kevin says, hope you and the team are well. Well, I mean, you know, difficult to tell when you look at them. I don't know. I mean, they seem okay. But says, do you prefer sauna or steam room? Is it dry heat or wet heat? Well, I'm not particularly bothered about either, actually. Not particularly bothered about either. I mean, I've had both. I mean, dry heat's okay, but you cannot be wearing a necklace. If you wear a necklace, a metal one, you have to take it off because there's a chance it's going to absolutely burn your neck. Tara says, such a treat to have you with us on Saturday. I bet many more people realise what they've been missing during the week, and your next listener's stats will be stratospheric. Well, I hope so. As I say, we are brand leader at the moment, hoping to stay that way. Lindsay from Caterham says, I brought you to Portugal for the week. Sun and laughter in such difficult times out there. Escape from it all. And I've got here to find my dearest friend after 5 months of treatment is cancer-free. So happy week indeed. Very happy week. Very happy week. That's good news. Jane, the Hackney carer, says, I think it would be great if you did a cookbook this year for Christmas. Steve Allen makes toast. I don't think so. I'd be in the same category as Brooklyn Beckham. No talent whatsoever. I mean, honestly, fancy doing rice and putting it in a rice cooker. I mean, I ask you. I mean, seriously. MasterChef begins its 18th series, and you've got John Turode and then Greg Wallace. And I can't stand Greg Wallace, that fake smile. What's the most complicated thing you've ever... Well, I haven't ever cooked anything, really. I mean, what I've done is I used to do mincemeat, and I would put that in a saucepan or a frying pan, fry it off with some onions. With a Chinese twist, I would just add a tin of sweet corn. And if I was doing normal issue stuff, it would be the Chinese twist, yeah, with sweet corn, which was very good, actually. And then sometimes I'd add some rice on top of it. But the other thing I did, if I did it with baked beans, that was the British version, and the Italian version was doing it with a tin of chopped tomatoes. So I did 3 different variations. 3 different variations. I mean, each one was particularly exquisite. And the Chinese one, sometimes I would add a bit of soy sauce, heavy soy sauce, around the world with Steve Allen in a wok. You know, it was as simple as that. I loved it. I don't like cooking. It's not my sort of thing. I mean, other people are very good at it. I do a radio programme. I'm just, you know, that's it. There's no point. People, you know, like Jamie Oliver and Phil Vickery, they all do that. And they spend ages cooking these meals. It's all gone in about 5 seconds. My mother used to say, slow down, you're eating too quickly. You know, and you go shovel it in your mouth as fast as possible. You know, you masticate longer, she used to say to me. So I took that to heart, you know, and so you're supposed to chew things for so many, I forget how many times you're supposed to chew. Oh, so I couldn't be bothered. If it was really tasty, I would eat it really, really quickly and enjoy it. I mean, over the years, I've enjoyed my food. But the simplest food was always the best for me, egg and chips. Egg and chips and some bread and butter. And that was it. Then sometimes, when my mother wasn't looking, I'd put chips in the bread and butter and make a bread and butter sandwich. Apparently, chewing thoroughly, as you all know, not only makes it easier to swallow the food, but also brings various benefits, such as making food more tasty and helping with digestion and absorption. If you chew it thoroughly and eat slowly, it prevents overeating, which leads to the prevention of obesity. So there you go. Now you know. Now you know. And I've sort of... I don't know, actually. Somebody said to me the other day, they said, have you lost weight? Anyway, when they woke up in hospital, I said to them, I hate people taking the mickey. There's nothing worse, is there? They all say the same to them. If they've not seen me for a while, they go, you've lost weight, haven't you? And I go, are you blind? Yeah, you look really well. You go, don't ever say that to anybody. Next thing is they go, do you know, he looks so well? And then he just dropped dead. Here we go. Actress Maisie Smith will soon be popping... Oh, who is she? Ex-EastEnders. She's soon going to be popping up on TV again. She's going to appear in a reboot of the BBC game show Friends Like These. Oh, God. And that's your claim to fame, is it, dear? Give up now. Friends Like These. What's that? As I say, it was bad enough discovering that there's going to be a new cookery-type programme with Kerry Katona in it. I thought we'd seen the back of her on television, thank you very much indeed. Friends Like These, it came out as a pilot, then as a full series, presented by Anton Deck and later by Ian Wright. Oh, it's got Mitch Johnson as one of the voices. He's fairly well known, isn't he? But 2 5-member team things, and so it's been... Yeah, it sounds dull already, doesn't it? And they've decided to bring it back. Oh, well, you've done well with that one, Maisie. Really well. 14 minutes to 5.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats. So you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, everybody. Tuesday, 15th of March. Lovely picture in the paper today of bears having a family day out at the seaside. A photographer spotted them, the mum and 3 cubs at Alaska's Kodiak Island. Well, they won't survive. They very rarely survive, actually, because little baby bears, I mean, you know, if she's got 3, she's got to feed 3 bears, and it's not... Polar bears have exactly the same problem. And also, you get the male bears who will chase after and they will kill them in the same way that lions... taking over a pride will kill all the cubs because they will only have their own cubs to look after. They won't go for somebody else's. And they've done a whole feature in The Sun today on which hot cross bun is current yum. The answer is none of them. They'll make you very fat. OK? So I really wouldn't bother, actually, because they've got how many currants are in it. They've actually dissected them and counted how many. I'm not bothered, actually. I'm not bothered. We used to have them years ago as toasted. They've got how many currants in each bun? 19 appears to be the average, except Sainsbury's, 12 per bun. Marks and Spencer's, 24 per bun, which seems to be about the most, actually. Although Aldi Luxury, 4 for 99 pence, 20 per bun. So, you know, but to be honest with you, they're so fattening, hot cross buns. They really are. Public-spirited councillors, have they rated the best bun? No. Well, they've sort of done, obviously, out of 5, you know, I think. So they've got Tesco's Finest, only gets a 3. Marks and Spencer's gets a 4. Co-op gets a 2. Amazon get 3. So does Iceland. 5 for Aldi Luxury. Lidl get 3. And Sainsbury's, 6 for £1, get 2. So the best ones, top for taste, Aldi. The current champion, 24 per bun, is Marks and Spencer's, 4 for £1.50. Which is not bad. But I mean, for God's sake, dissects a hot cross bun. I was counting how many currants there are in it. I mean, obviously some wild whack in the office went, how about we get some hot cross buns and we take them apart and count the currants in there? Yeah, Jackanory. Public-spirited councillors who wipe grime off street signs have been ordered to stop using ladders over health and safety fears. This is in Southend, the city of Southend, obviously even more stupid than they were before. The group have proudly been getting out buckets of water and cloths to give their city a spring clean. But in an email, a senior council official has told them to stop using their steps to avoid accidents. David McClone, a Tory councillor, says, if they're put up correctly, ladders are very safe. I've been doing it for years and I don't see what the fuss is about. Mark Flewitt, who's a councillor, says, I thought I'd read the email wrong at first. They're trying to control adults. It won't work. We're going to keep doing it. Andy Wilkins, chair of Southend West Young Conservative, said, it's absolutely absurd that a simple gesture like cleaning street signs is now being frowned upon by the council bosses because of health and safety fears. One resident says it's absolute nonsense. And another joked, I'm surprised they let councillors leave their homes anymore in case they can't cross the road without taking the risk. The council's deputy leader, Ron Woodley, confirmed the email had been circulated. He said using ladders to clean signs close to the road puts the council and road users at risk. Any cleaning undertaken without appropriate safety measures in place runs the risk of an accident. Go away. Go away now. Run away very quickly. Stupid man, honestly. What is the matter with these people? Honestly, they all go, oh, mamby-pambies. Can you cross the road by yourself, councillor? Probably not. Wait. Is the car stopped properly? They were doing a thing the other day. They were doing it by Richmond Bridge. So all the traffic had to faff around because they were changing some of the road thing. The amount of people who were working on this, well, I say working, they were standing around with fags on, all fags in their mouth, and they're supposed to be sort of fit. You've never seen such an unfit bunch of people in your entire life. And they had to cone off one lane so that nobody ran over the people, replacing the stones on the pavement. Really ridiculous. Steve, says Nikki, wish me luck because I'm going to hospital today for a hip replacement. Oh, God. Getting picked up to go down to the Rittington Hospital. Lovely. I'm taking my DAB so I won't miss you. Oh, I think you'll be out for that one, won't you, if you're going in for an operation? Isn't that sort of, they sort of do a general anaesthetic? I don't know. I love hospitals. I'm quite comfy with hospitals. I never used to be. But now, let's face it, the sort of operations I've been having recently, I tell you, I just even bear looking. I mean, I've got my own parking space there. Some of the hospitals have sort of special Steve Allen days, where we celebrate Steve Allen, where there's pictures of me on the wards and balloons and everything else. I could tell you some stories and make you die. Absolutely die. What have we got? Fans of Bridgerton. I've never seen Bridgerton. I do like Kate Humble, though. Seduced by a globe artichoke and then fell in love over a cracking bit of cheese on toast. Can't beat cheese on toast. And the presenter revealed husband Ludo found the way to her heart through her stomach. See, cheese on toast, I think it's rather nice, actually, if you sort of have it bubbling away under the... Oh, it's delicious. You've got to be very careful. You can take the... No, not Worcestershire sauce. I do Thousand Island dressing. Thousand Island dressing. And I put it on the toast. So I do the toast... And this is just make toast, butter it. Then I put on Thousand Island dressing. Then I put the grated cheese on the top, and then it goes under the grill. And it's delicious. It really is delicious. But always grated cheese. Yeah, it's a bit messy, but in my grill pan, I've put tin foil so that at the end of, say, a week or 3 weeks or whatever it is, you just literally fold it up, throw it away. Fold it up, throw it away. It's as simple as that. But you can eat cheese on toast. So I could go through a loaf. Seriously. At one time it used to be peanut butter, but then somebody said to me peanut butter is really fattening. So I thought, no, I'll cut back on the peanut butter, but cheese on toast is delicious. In fact, actually, just a cheese and Thousand Island dressing sandwich is quite enough for me. Yeah, anything to do with cheese. I don't have cheese very often. It's a bit of a treat for me to have cheese, because I don't think it's something that diabetics really want to eat. Well, we do want to eat it, but unfortunately, it's not particularly good for us. So they went to occupy a mansion the other day, owned by an oligarch in posh. It looks like, why is it that all the people who own these mansions are obviously not there, because all the windows are sort of blacked out from the inside? So they've obviously got like a roller blind they bring down. You think, if I owned a mansion like that, I'd be walking around naked inside. Yeah, go on, you want to look? Have a look. They've got loads of these mansions. It's worth about, I think they were saying 50 million or something like that. It seems like an awful lot of money. Somebody wrote, your house is burgled. You'd be lucky if a copper turns up. But if it's an oligarch, they're there straight away. Good old police, honestly. We love them. And so the squatters occupied the building. They managed to get in. It wasn't difficult. A squat in a Russian oligarch's empty mansion, it's like you shot the president. The Met says it was flexible and proportionate response. Yeah, of course it was, dears. Of course it was. Of course it was. Dolly Parton has pulled out of the race to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, saying, I don't feel I've earned that right. Oh, she absolutely has. Oh, she absolutely has. Good Lord above. She said she was bowing out because she didn't want to split the vote. She said on Instagram, I do hope that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will understand and be willing to consider me again if I'm ever worthy. What? You're Dolly Parton. You're Dolly Parton, you know. In my coat of many colours that my mother made for me, late one December night, my dark a barking. This is my audition for Dolly Parton. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please. She used to work in the bank, apparently. And she set her sights on my husband. Yeah, it's the bank's gone. Yeah, she bought it. She's got quite a few Dollywoods, I believe, which is her theme park in America. America goes crackers for theme parks. Absolutely crackers. Russell Kane wishes he'd changed his first name instead of his last one because he's mistaken for other ones. His surname is Greenough. Greenough. He said he's often mixed up with comics Russell Howard and Russell Brand. Russell Howard's very good looking. Very good-looking boy. He's had all his teeth done, so he looks even better looking. Russell Kane's quite a good-looking boy. I don't get the comedy. That's me. That's me. And Russell Brand, absolutely not. I'm sorry, absolutely not. I don't get Russell Brand at all. What does he do? Who knows? Who cares? Makes no difference. Bookmakers could be in for a battering at Cheltenham. Yeah, right. You never find a poor book. Have you ever known a poor bookmaker? Ugh, I don't think so. Not think so. And a 4-day week cuts staff absence and turnover. 4-day week? Who does 4-day weeks? I don't do anything like that. Another one here. Lots of the winners here. Tinseltown triumphing for the Stars to ease the BAFTA night misery. And Belfast lad Jude woos Hollywood. This is the 11-year-old that they sort of say, oh, he's going to be a superstar. No, he's not. No, he's not. Don't fill his empty head with stuff like that. He's 11 years old. Leave him alone. The Turin Shroud. Now, you probably don't know anything about the Turin Shroud. It is kept in a church in Turin, surprisingly. And it is said to be the cloth that the body of Christ was wrapped in. No, it isn't. OK? No, it isn't. Because if it had been... It's an early spoof thing. It was made up by monks to get people into church. This linen is said to have covered Jesus at his burial and is allegedly ingrained with his image. If this thing was genuine, the Pope would be wrapped in it every night. It would be the most holy of all relics. It would be like finding the cross used at the crucifixion or the crown of thorns. I mean, you know, so the Shroud of Turin, a fake, they said, made by cheeky monks. Yes, I would think so too. It certainly wasn't wrapped round the body of Christ.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, Monday through Friday. And you can download the programmes. We've got thousands and thousands of programmes for you to download. It's the 15th of March. You're very welcome if you're celebrating your birthday today. Another Piscean. I'll tell you, the Piscean birthday is very popular. It's Joe's birthday on Saturday. So we haven't got round to the age yet. Best not to. They always say sort of cut him in half and count the rings. But I thought, no, I don't think we'd bother doing that one at all. And my birthday, day after tomorrow. So I'm a Thursday child. I can't remember what Thursday children were. Were they fair of face or something? Or, they used to say... No, it doesn't mean to say I was born on Thursday, but I said because it's happening on a Thursday, I don't make sense. Somebody said to me the other day, said, how will you be celebrating? I said, I'm coming to work. I don't know what day I was born. I have no idea. It repeats itself every so often, doesn't it? So you can look at 1 year and then it will sort of tell you, but I've got no idea. Don't think it makes any difference. It was a Wednesday, wasn't it, when I was born? How lovely. Because I don't know the time. And some people say, do you remember what time you were born? I said, listen, I was a fetus. I was a little baby. I can't remember any of these sort of things. Ringo Starr took baked beans to India as his stomach was too delicate for curry. George Harrison's ex-wife, Pattie Boyd, said the band went to grieve with the Indian guru, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, for 2 months after manager Brian Epstein died in 1967. Speaking on the Tea with Twiggy podcast, the former model said the Maharishi said he thought it would be a good idea if we all went to India to his ashram in the Himalayas. He was very sweet, very sensitive, and that's why we ended up still in India a couple of months later. We stayed for about 2 months. And Ringo had a very delicate stomach, so he couldn't eat Indian food, so he brought lots of cans of beans with him. Seem to be the best thing to have, don't they? Yeah, it's not unsimilar to me. Movie star Ben Stiller has paid £700 for a set of 6 forks. The actor hired designers to hunt down the perfect cutlery for him. The forks he chose had a silver coating and were hand-finished in Japan. A set of 6 would have cost £690 for 6. Oh, lovely. I got a set of little spoons, like apostle spoons, which are very nice. I like those. Producer always thinks that's hilarious. Apostle spoons. And Mike says, I've got a job interview at the local mirror factory later today. I hope I get it, as I could really see myself working there. I told you to ban him. Don't let him back on ever again, actually. Next Sunday, Steve, my brother Mike will be in Rome, completing a self-imposed challenge to run a marathon in every EU country, says Hannah. He's already raised £35,295 for Invest in ME, a much misunderstood and debilitating illness. I couldn't be more proud of him for achieving this extraordinary feat. Amazing. Very good. So running a marathon, you must be a bit fit. I feel ill thinking about it. Steve Allen running a marathon in every country. I know, it's not bad, is it? He's raised more than, £35,000. It's a bit like Eddie Izzard, isn't it? Or Tom Daly, who was rowing and then cycling and doing all these other things, Amazing. So just going back to the Shroud of Turin, basically, statues were apparently wrapped in cloth and linen to protect them when placed in storage in the vaults and cellars. When the monks came to unwrap, they noticed the alabaster had reacted with chemicals and left an image on the old linen. And so that's when a businessman acquired it, and he went, "Oh, it's the Shroud of Turin, and Turin, and it's wrapped in the body of Christ." And they went, "Oh, good," and the monks went along with it because all of a sudden everybody wanted to go to Turin to see it. I mean, which of course it's fake. Well, it's not so much fake. It is old. It's just that it's not what it purports to be. Which is a shame because most people probably, couldn't believe it. They were actually seeing something that was that famous. Excuse me. I've never even seen it. I've seen pictures of it, but I knew years ago they did carbon dating to find out, when it dated from, and they knew that it was what they call a religious fake. We were very big into religious fakes years and years ago, and because people were so easily led, people would sort of go to the church to see it and they thought that was it. It's like, people who claim that they'd seen Christ who came back and revealed himself to 2 children in a field in France and things like that. People come up with all sorts of stuff, and some people jump on the bandwagon and sort of try and convince people that's what is going on. Of course it isn't. The Young Ones has been slapped with racism and homophobia warnings. Apparently telly bosses fear the anarchic 80s comedy, which is streaming on BritBox, could upset modern viewers. One alert says contains adult humour, violence, sex references and racist language that may offend. Wow, that's good. Got it all on that one. Another warned it features homophobic language that may offend. A BritBox spokesman said programming on the services and that contains potentially sensitive language or attitudes of the era have carried appropriate warnings. Oh, go away, honestly. Stop being so stupid. People are so much more grown up now. They don't get offended by this stuff. I mean, you know, it was co-written by Ben Elton, known for using homophobic and sexist language. I'm sorry, did any gay people complain about it? Who complained? It was of its time. It was of its time. Apparently, BritBox bosses recently put a similar warning on the Christmas edition of the comedy smash Some Mothers Do Have 'Em with Michael Crawford. Betty, I've had a bit of trouble. You know, as if that was going to be... It was almost uncanny then, wasn't it? Almost uncanny. You know, and people go, so who was offended by that? Nobody was offended by it. Apart from the people who go, I think people would be offended by it. Mind your own business. Keep your beaky nose out. That's probably offensive to people with beaky noses. Angry fans call for Jeremy Kyle to be sacked after this tell-all programme about his show. I mean, this is called Death on... I mean, really, I thought the title was a little bit over-dramatic. You know, Channel 4's Death on Daytime revealed interviews with whistleblowers who claimed lies, bullying and scheming went on the show. After the Channel 4 show, fans posted messages to something called Talk Radio, calling on them to dump Kyle in his early evening show. Well, is he doing the same thing that he did on the television? No, of course he's not. I've seen all the documentary now, yes. I'm sort of... It was a case of... I never liked Our Graham. But the one thing I do remember, and it brought it back to me, is Kyle used to go right in their face and go, look at me, look at me. And I used to think, I wanted somebody to punch him. I really did, because I thought he was goading people. I understand it's a television programme and they all must have signed a disclaimer, because if you go on television as a guest, you sign a waiver. And the waiver means that, you know, you've agreed to go on television for a fee or whatever it happens to be. And in the case of the Jeremy Kyle show, it was because some of the stuff was so grotesque when he was in their faces, and he would go right up to them and go, look at me, look at... And I was thinking, what do I want to look at you for? But, of course, that was the nature of the programme. I mean, it was amazing. It was so recent. But I'm surprised that half these sort of so-called hard men on the programme didn't lay him out. Because it was antagonistic, you know, and then they'd have Our Graham kind of thing, who'd go along and sort of, you know, help them out with all their different bits and pieces. But people have been sort of saying to his bosses, if you've got any decency, sack him. What for? That was a television programme. He lost the television programme, and it's got nothing to do with the radio programme. It's not even owned by the same company. It was completely separate. You know. Somebody says now, I hope the Jeremy Kyle show is happy. They are responsible for what happens now, and I hope this makes good ratings for them. This is after the gentle giant, Mr. Diamond of Portsmouth, said that to his fiancée, Jane Callahan. But then he was suffering from depression. He was on medication. But yesterday, Kyle told his listener, I've said I will not comment on the tragic death of Steve Diamond until the legal process is finished. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously two sides to every story. But the only question I have is, who makes the decision on that programme? Who was the one who made the decision? Somebody makes a decision. There's always got to be somebody who is answerable to, you know, Ofcom or whatever it happens to be. You know, that's what you want to know. Who is the one? Would it be the producer of the programme? Because I reckon that Kyle, I mean, he's not a stupid man. He was making a television programme. It carried his name. It said, The Jeremy Kyle Show. You know, irrespective of how many people he was bear-baiting, or it made no difference. You know, people in charge can't have been oblivious to what was going on, because you saw it on almost a daily basis. That's what it was. It was bear-baiting. It was the audience were baying for blood. Seriously, if that had been in Rome, they'd have been in the Colosseum fighting out to the death. But I didn't understand nobody seemed to take responsibility for it. Was it the producer's job? Is he the one who put somebody on who hadn't been vetted properly or checked? Because if you had a medical illness, you were supposed not to be put on the programme, but he was put on the programme, and it was the lie detector test. They were saying that he'd had an affair, and he said to his girlfriend, stroke fiancée, I didn't. I've never, ever cheated on you at all. And they think it was because of the medication that he was on that the lie detector test gave the wrong result. But they treated it as if it was absolutely, on the money. And I didn't believe it. I never believe lie detector tests anyway. I'm just one of those sort of cynical people. But, for people to sort of call for him to be fired from his radio job, which has got nothing to do with it. He doesn't do the same thing at all. Probably just doing another boring... As I say, there's no audience. No audience at all. Steve, the end of May Monday bank holiday is in June this year on a Thursday. Why is that? I don't know. I've got no idea. I'm never at... it's because it's Jubilee. That's right, yes. See, with the new car on the way, will there be an LBC raffle going? The winner gets the old car, sweet wrappers included. Well, as I don't eat sweets, it's highly unlikely, Bill. Highly unlikely. I haven't eaten sweets. And if I did have sweets, they certainly wouldn't be in wrappers. I can't be bothered to actually... Yeah, it'd be something like... what would I have, actually, if I was going to have anything? I can't remember. Sort of like Frutellas or something like that. But it certainly wouldn't be wrapped sweeties. Definitely not.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 17 minutes nearly past 5 this Tuesday morning. 3 Brits, they say, have been killed in the missile hell. This is just on the Polish border. And Yavoriv, the military base which has been destroyed. I mean, to be honest with you, the more that Putin does this, the less there is to go and inherit. I mean, what's he going to do? Go in there with sort of lorries full of bricks and start building buildings again? Seems a bit pointless, actually. It's like sort of starting off with a gold mine and then blowing the whole thing up and ending up with nothing. The standoff at the liberated tycoon pad, apparently it was empty. A £50 million mansion was empty. There's loads of those places. Like, they just buy them because they're always going to be worth the money. Always worth the money. Plus, travel rules to go ready for Easter. Britain's final coronavirus travel rules were scrapped at 4 a.m. I should imagine travel agents everywhere are delighted. I'm not particularly. The Queen has renewed her vow, dedicating her life to service, despite being forced to pull out of yesterday's Commonwealth Day gathering in Westminster Abbey. And the Queen, in a message to the Commonwealth, says, I hope we can draw strength and inspiration from what we share. Whatever that is. What do we share? Greg Wallace and John Turode admit it's not only Gordon Ramsay's culinary skills that make them jealous. His earning power is pretty tasty too. Yes, well, I suppose if you're known as sort of somebody who bullies people all the time, I should imagine that must be it. It comes with the earning power, doesn't it? It's got to be, apparently John hailed 55-year-old Ramsay because they're culminating in a final. This is for the most popular cooking series at Ramsay's London restaurant. I don't know how many he's got, but they're going to do it there as well. And he's got massive billboards over LA, says John. And he's got a big house there. He's very, very fine. Yes, because he's got a programme. My favourite was a programme over there which he did. He went in and he would go in, I think it was called Kitchen Nightmares, and he would tell somebody whose restaurant was dying on its proverbial how to sort of get it back together. And he did it with this restaurant, and he put in a fish tank, they were doing lobster and all the rest of it, and it was all marvellous. But one of the people who owned it thought he knew better. Always the same, thought he knew everything. There was one actually with a woman, can't remember who she was, but she was vile. But anyway, this particular bloke, and so Gordon Ramsay says that now it's working, people come in, they pick up their fresh lobsters and all the rest of it. He went back there, and the bloke had gone back to how the restaurant was, and they'd had to sell it because it had gone bankrupt. And I thought, yes, kind of made me a little bit pleased, actually. But it's always one of these things. Apparently, Wayne Rooney and Rio Ferdinand are among top football stars to have lost 25 million quid after investing in a firm accused of fraud. And but the police said they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute the financial advisors. The company had attracted £417 million worth of investment from sports stars, nearly 600 sports stars. And the police probe centred on an alleged £25 million fraud relating to property deals. It's amazing, isn't it, how you can fool some people some of the time and footballers all of the time. So there's one here. I mean, a 61-year-old man was held in Blackburn on suspicion of conspiracy to defraud, and 2 men arrested in Nottinghamshire. But these people get away with it. Apparently, Rooney bought his plush apartment for around $320,000. Can't be very plush for $320,000. It's almost like the Beckham's little tugboat, isn't it? You know, but many of the properties were sold at huge losses. The average resale price was $75,000. So, you know, I've always said, and I know it's an old one, isn't it? But if it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. It's as simple as that. But some people, as I say, you can fool all the time, and footballers appear to be way up there. The hair of the dog called Waffle was all people could talk about at Crufts. And it's a poodle that they've blow-dried it within an inch of its life. I mean, it looks absolutely disgusting. It really does. Waffle, whose kennel name is CH Afterglow Agent Orange. I'm surprised they called it Waffle. I mean, what stupid names they give these things. Stole the show, drawing cheers from the Crufts crowd. He must be as mad as fruitcakes. Seriously, this is absolutely dreadful. His shampoo for Showtime is from Plush Puppy, 29 quid a bottle in its range. Michael said it's a lovely shampoo that suits his hair and has conditioner. It's a dog. It's a dog. They blow dry this thing. I mean, it's awful. Michael and Tom's good friend Trish is Waffle's rightful owner, and he'll return to her and the kids and grandchildren when his show days are over. Michael Gadsby and his partner Tom Isherwood groom toy poodle Waffle. It takes about an hour shampooing and blow-drying him. How many people go to Crufts each year? I don't know. I've got no idea. I mean, he was named reserve champion, beaten to the best in show by a flat-coated retriever called Baxter, which we mentioned yesterday. He comes from Preston in Lancashire, and he celebrated with an after-show party. And then he was looking forward to going down onto the beach. He goes on Blackpool Beach. Oh, God, it would have to be there. How many people go to Crufts each year? 160,000. 28,000 dogs. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. It's for some reason, it's just sort of, I can't work out, obviously, if it's going sort of great. It just doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. Definitely not. Steve, how about a set of coasters for the next Make Some Noise? Go well with our tea towels and trays. I don't know, actually. I was thinking about a teddy bear. I thought I'd quite like a Steve Allen teddy bear. Steve, I was watching an old Who Dares or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire last night. I had to giggle at one of the questions. Which actors starred in Dr. Zhivago? Tony Christie, Julie Christie, Linford Christie or Agatha Christie? The contestant asked the audience. 3% said Linford Christie. Julie Christie, yes. And filmed in Spain, wasn't filmed in Russia at all. Everything was sprayed to make it look like snow and all the rest of it. Yeah, it's my only claim to fame. It's the only thing I know. But, I saw advertised recently, Steve, a comedy night near me being run by White Bear Comedy Clubs, and I'm sure some of your friends from the ships were on the bill. It was a sellout, and there were lots of fantastic comedy acts, both male and female, who never got on TV. Oh, there's a huge market for comedy shows. Huge market. I've got lots of friends of mine who work the ships, and you wouldn't maybe necessarily know who they were, but they're brilliant. We used to use them on Fives Company. We used to have comedians on every day. TV just tends to use the same people, but they're the sort of people. Yeah, it's the same people that they use, and then they do comedy shows in stadiums. They're not club people at all. So you turn on and you've got the same people doing it, and then they get spin-off shows and everything else. But a lot of the hard-working comics are out there. They don't get a look in on it. It's almost like a closed shop. It's like being a train driver, except without the laughs. And you can earn decent money without television. Yeah, I mean, television helps to increase your earnings. But, some of them, Rob Beckett, little flashes of inspiration, but they tried him out as a game show host. It was just awful. It was absolutely dreadful. Not somebody, because it's an art. to doing it. And they now put just about anybody on a game show. They go, oh, it's another game show with so-and-so, so-and-so. You go, oh, no, please not. If I see Tom Allen on another game show or something like that, I think I shall throw the television out the window. Doff your cap to a guy called David Hatfield. He's a Peaky Blinders superfan. He spent 6,000 quid on tattoos devoted to the gangster series. Unfortunately, he's not the brightest penny. He's covered his back and arms. Well, how are you going to see that? Somebody has to take a picture of it to show it to him. He had his first Peaky Blinders tattoo in July 2016 to cover up an old inking. And he says, I did it because I thought it was an original idea. I must have been the only one at the time. So it's roughly £6,000 he spent on having it done. I don't get it. It looks as bad as poor old Davy Boy Beckham and all his sort of ridiculous tattoos, but, you know, if you like that kind of thing. Emmerdale actor Mark Charnock tells Christine Smith how he's been preparing for a dramatic new storyline. Presumably he's just done the same as everybody else and read a script. Can't be that blooming complicated, can it? Why do they make such a big drama about it? You know, oh, I'm preparing for this. What, lying on a stretcher with a face mask on, you know, breathing in fake oxygen? How do you prepare for that, love? They tell you you're being paid. That's it. Or you learn the lines. That's what people do when they're acting, isn't it? I love the way they go, I have to prepare myself. OK, yes. What was your motivation, dear? Well, you know, in it, I play Marlon and I cook. Do you really? We've never seen you cook anything in your life. In fact, hardly ever see any food come out of that kitchen. It must be the cleanest kitchen you've ever seen going. I've never seen them wash a saucepan. I mean, it beats EastEnders. Beats EastEnders. Well, mind you, everything beats EastEnders. Winnie the Pooh could beat EastEnders. Steve says, Ed, just back from a lifeboat shout. Just wanted to say, really enjoy your show. Thank you. You are in Devon, though. You are starved of decent radio down in Devon, which is quite nice. Actually, I spoke to another lady in Twickenham yesterday. They're moving down to a home. It's like a retirement home, but it sounds really posh. I mean, it sounds really, really posh. Very, very good. She said, you're welcome to come down. They've got a spare room and everything. Oh, it sounds quite nice, actually. I was sort of tempted. A bit of a drive for me. I'll have to wait till I see if I get the car. I don't know whether or not it's going to be a bit difficult. It depends how long it takes for this money to be transferred over before I can get the car. They might not want to wait that long. I'll have to wait and see, actually. So Vanessa Feltz in her column today talking about Rod Stewart. You know, he's been filling in roads round his way because the potholes and everything else. He's filmed himself filling in the roads. This is in his home in Harlow in Essex, because apparently the Ferrari gets, you know, shaken to bits, as one does, for goodness sake. And there's nothing more attractive than a can-do gent who does. And so he's been out there filling in the potholes in the road. We've had all of our roads done round Twickenham. They needed doing so for about a week. They were out there with their lorries and everything else. But well done to Rod. I mean, and he put on a high-vis jacket. He's 77. He was shoveling gravel. And, you know, I think that's quite nice. He said, I'm repairing the street near where I live because nobody can be bothered to do it. People are bashing their cars up. There was an ambulance with a burst tyre. And they say the first rut is the deepest. He said it could cause serious road damage to his... Well, I suppose in those ways... Well, actually, is he actually doing it or is somebody else doing it for him? You know, they've got 3 of them doing it. Must be really bad roads, aren't they? Really? 4 of them! There's 4 people there. And Rod's just doing his interview with sort of the cameras. So he's obviously called out some blokes going, can you fill in? And they're just filling in all the gaps. Mind you, if you will live down a country road, which looks like it's falling apart, you've only got yourself to blame, haven't you, really? What have we got here? Boris Johnson getting a pay increase given to all MPs in April, £2,212. It's a 2.7% rise. And volunteers spring cleaning have vowed to snub... Oh, this is the buckets and cloths down in Southend. Honestly, they are silly, aren't they, down there? But Deputy Leader... This is Ron Woodley. I bet he's a charming man, honestly. You're not allowed to go up a ladder. We don't want anybody to fall off it. He said, any cleaning undertaken without the appropriate safety measures in place runs the risk of a serious accident. Why don't you mind your own business? Listen, they've been doing it for God knows how long, and it's worked so far. You know, why all of a sudden are they going to fall off ladders? I mean, just because you're probably likely to fall off a ladder doesn't mean to say that they're going to fall off ladders. I mean, most of the council have gone mad as a broomstick. Mad as a broomstick. Purple is the in colour to wear. Yesterday, you found Camilla wearing purple. and chatting away. She gets on well with everybody, actually, Camilla, doesn't she? Which seems quite nice, and they were all down there. Kate was wearing a Catherine Walker coat. She's got beautiful hair. Really, really beautiful hair. It's very silky. I think she's obviously got some Carmen rollers or something like that, or a Dyson. They were advertising a Dyson the other day on the television, I think on QVC, and it was a pair of hair straighteners, or you can use it for doing it. It was like £400. So expensive. To be honest with you, I'd rather buy the vacuum cleaner and lie down and get your hair tangled up in the roller. It's better for my hair, I think. Much better. In a moment, using emojis at work can damage your career. How? You'll hear it first.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6. The shopping habits change. Well, they're only changing because of the cost. A typical basket of goods means vegan food is in, but one office classic is out. What do you think that is? Men's suits. Not round here. I see loads of people wearing suits. Also, what's out? A single donut. A single donut. I don't know who buys a single donut. You never buy a single donut, do you? You have to buy a box, which has got them all in. 6 donuts in a box. Are they all the same, or are they all different flavours? Yeah, they're all different flavours. They're all the same. All the same. You should get one of those. What are they called? They're not called Dunkin' Donuts, are they? What are they called? Krispy Kreme. They're very nice. I don't have them very often. I don't want you to think that I eat things. I don't want you to think I'm a bad diabetic. But single donuts out. Coal is out. Coal. I mean, who uses coal? I've got no idea. And laminate flooring. An odd thing. What's in? If you don't have these items, you're obviously really well out of order. Sports bras are in. Must get one. Very good. And a crop top. Pet collar for a dog or cat. Well, everybody has pet collars, don't they? I mean, don't they? I would think so. It's not new at all, no. Frozen and ready-cooked Yorkshire puddings. Oh, absolutely. Aunt Bessie's frozen Yorkshire puddings are the best. Definitely. Meat-free sausages. No point at all. Absolutely no point at all. Actually, I'm going to have a lazy... I've decided... I was going to have a busy day today, but I'm going to have a lazy day. I've decided I'm going to have sausages. Also, what's in? Dried herbs. I know, it's most peculiar. They filled up a whole page with this one. Men's formal jackets or blazers. I don't know anybody who wears jacket or blazer. Well, jackets, yes, maybe. Antibacterial surface wipes. Surface wipes, yeah. Craft and hobby kit for adults. I don't know what that would be. That's in. And also climbing sessions. There's a place down the road as you come off the Westway. There's a place in London, ladies and gentlemen, and very near Grenfell Tower. And there's a climbing wall, which you can see it as you go past it. And very popular. Frightened the life out of me. I couldn't climb anything like that. It's just got bits of sort of whatever it is. That must be concrete or something sticking out of this thing, and you put one hand here and one hand there. It's like the people who do what they call free climbing, you know, where they climb out the outside of buildings, like somebody could climb the outside of the Shard with no safety net. I mean, really frightens the life out. I feel ill even mentioning it, I'm afraid. And I see people climbing all these things, and I think to myself, where's your safety harness? Where is the rope? They are tied up. Yeah, but all these people who do, you know, the people who climb out the end of cranes in Dubai, they've got no safety nets at all. Really dreadful, really dreadful. But apparently, sales have fallen for suits that Marks and Spencer's have now replaced them with the broken suits, chinos and a shirt, as well as the more casual wear. M&S still have a large collection of suits online, but not as many in the shops. I found the size fitting is a bit difficult. They're all strange sizes, but it's the only sort of place you go to. For men it is, really. Last day of the Chicken Big Mac today, says Mark. Don't start me now. Corey had one the other day, did he? He was slightly disappointed. I can imagine, actually. I can well imagine. Why was he disappointed? Couldn't get the whole thing in his mouth at the same time. Steve, it's my 50th birthday on the 17th of March. I want to say happy birthday to you for Thursday. And in advance, as I'm off celebrating, Steve from Canterbury is a 4 a.m. spiker. Thank you very much indeed. There's quite a number of 4am spikers. We like people who sort of wake up specifically to hear the programme, which is very good. Emmanuel Macron has carefully cultivated a reputation as a sharp dresser, and you haven't seen him in anything, really, apart from a suit and tie. But now he's copying Zelensky, and he's got a hoodie on. Yeah, suits are out. Everybody's wearing cash, apart from Boris and Putin. You won't see Putin wearing anything. I mean, to be honest with you, I can see him in a pink tracksuit. I think that would suit Putin very well indeed. Very, very well. The Tears of Joy, the cancer children, have been rescued. This is the flight that's come in with all these children who we're going to treat, which is fantastic news. I still think it's fantastic that 44,000 of you have opted to look after a refugee. You know, we've always done things like that, not all the time. But, at least we're making a bit of an effort. It's taken long enough, hasn't it? I don't think the money's enough, but I think all the people who have offered to take in somebody, they're not bothered about the money. None of them looked as though they were. I think 43,000 people had signed up to offer their homes to Ukrainians. That included, if I remember, 1,500 people registering to offer support within the first hour of the website going live. I think that's brilliant. But the one thing we are good at is raising money. The one thing we are good at is coming to the aid of other people. You know, we want to help people because whichever way you look at it, we got to be doing better than them. We've got to be doing better than them. You know, what we've actually got. We have freedom of speech. We have everything. You know, we don't have people bombing our houses. We don't have any of that kind of thing, so we should be eternally grateful. And some of the people who've given up their house, not the biggest houses you've ever seen. So what they're saying is those in the UK have got a spare room or a separate self-contained accommodation that's unoccupied. So Airbnb people, it's only for 6 months, have been asked to offer to house Ukrainians for, as I say, at least 6 months as an immediate step. Those wishing to make the offer are being asked to register their interest on this Homes for Ukraine website. OK, now under the first phase of the scheme, the offer's got to be made to a specific person or people, but charities and other organisations might be able to help those offering accommodation to make contact with a named person. So it's Homes for Ukraine. You can find it, and it doesn't matter whether you might have outbuildings and things like that which are being converted into, like gîte kind of things, people holiday lets and something like that, and for 6 months you'd be willing to house somebody. They'll pay you £350. I'm assuming per person. So if there's a family of 3, you get sort of nearly the £1,000. That's how I think it is. I haven't sort of checked up and read anything, but I think it's a nice thing to do. And those who make an offer of accommodation will be entitled to an optional, it's a thank you, tax-free payment, of £350 per month. But is it per month per person? That's what I do. It's not. It's just 350. Oh, right. Okay. A few people lucky enough to have their own railway dining car, let alone one so lavishly parked in the garden. But there's one here. It's an opulent carriage belonging to a Ukrainian oligarch and personal friend of Vladimir Putin. The blue car, which even boasts a stained glass ceiling, is thought to have cost about $2 million. And it was a birthday gift to the politician who fled house arrest in Kyiv after being accused of treason. Rot in hell. And but there is a picture of it. I mean, it's quite beautiful. But these people have got limitless money. They don't. That's what I say. Putin carries on the way he's going. They won't have any of this. It'll all be lost. All be lost. A lot of people are talking about how bad juice bars are for you, because we seem to have got into this phase of we just go, oh, juice bars, that means healthy. No, it doesn't. In fact, there are lots of pieces in the papers about all these people sort of say, oh, I'm going to go vegan and it's going to be really healthy for me and all the rest of it. Not necessarily. You have to be very, very careful. Very careful. Birthdays today. Sly Stone. That was Sly and the Family Stone. Dance to the music. And it's his birthday today. 79. Eva Longoria, the American actress shot to fame in Desperate Housewives, took after acting after being spotted in a talent competition. She's, how old is she today? 47. And in 1984, Michael Jackson's album Thriller is the best-selling LP of all time. Sales of 30.9 million have outstripped the previous number one holder, which was Saturday Night Fever. No, Saturday Night Fever by the Bee Gees. It outstripped it by more than 5 million, which is amazing. 1956, the musical My Fair Lady opened on Broadway. And it starred Rex Harrison and Julie Andrews, who didn't get the film part. Her Eliza Doolittle role went to Audrey Hepburn. Love Julie Andrews. Love her. Absolutely love her. Met her. Lovely. Wonderful. Low-fat food. Sorry? Name drop, I know. Wait a minute. There's another one I've dropped. Well, I was talking to God the other day. Doesn't get any better, does it? So, low-fat food can leave you hungrier than going without. 7 in 10 meal deal snacks contain dangerously high amounts of fat, salt or sugar. They actually did a survey of 8 high street and supermarket chains, because you get the deal now. You get the sandwich, then you get a drink and a snack as well. So Action on Salt found 70% of the snacks would be classified as junk food. You often see people doing that, don't you? It's, walking out of the shops with these so-called meal deals. I mean, to be honest with you, the sandwiches are about as boring as it gets nowadays, aren't they? They're very dull. Very dull. What have we got here? We got nothing. Jeremy Irons. God, he's still going. He's battling red tape. He wants to house a Ukraine family, which is good. I think only 2 MPs have offered to house somebody from the Ukraine. Interesting, isn't it, really, so far? But the Go Health bit, this is where I've read it, actually. Like so many, there's a lady called Amanda who thought low-fat yogurts and vegan nuggets would benefit the children. Unfortunately, these are just some of the ultra-processed foods now being linked to obesity, diabetes and heart disease. So instead of crisps and juice, try popcorn and squash. Much better for you.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, every 11 minutes to 6 is the time. Apparently, Rishi Sunak could delay the national insurance hike for a year. We live in hope. We live in hope. And the disabled and the over 50s are the most underrepresented groups on television, whilst ethnic minorities and gay people are overrepresented. Well, there's certainly enough gay people. If you turn on everybody, there's gay people all over the place. And it becomes more sort of obvious. But I wouldn't have thought the disabled and it depends, actually, whether somebody's got a visible disability. That's what it comes down to. On the over 50s, which is very strange. They've done a survey to find out. It's by the industry body called Creative Diversity Network. They found very low levels of representation for people with disabilities. They made up just 8.3% of on-screen appearances. Because it always looks to me as though it's patronising. I told you they did Crufts the other day and they had one of the presenters in a wheelchair. And I saw another programme a few weeks ago, and it was somebody who was showing people round houses. It was like this sort of place in the country kind of thing. But he was in a wheelchair. How they got him in and out of the houses, I've got no idea. But I should imagine they had to sort of stop-start for shooting. I mean, most presenters you think of are probably under 50 now. I don't know. We've got Eamon Holmes, he's 60. Ruth is probably about the same age. As I say, Loose Women, apart from Loose Women, who seem to have cornered the market in pensioners. But most people now, but mind you, I tend to find that the children's presenters are a lot older than you think they are. It's just that, I was watching, was it Milkshake the other day? And it was I don't know, I just happened to flip through because I'm always fascinated by sort of children's television presenters who have to basically take themselves back to the pram and start going, hello, hello, how are you? You know, waiting for Noddy. And then they go, and here we go, and we're going off to Dingley Dell or do something like that. And I'm sure that they sort of come off stage and go, oh, God, get us a fag, for God's sake, you know, and a voddy. Because I'm just totally convinced that it must drive you mad being a children's presenter. Can you imagine if you worked in the night garden? You'd have to dress up, or failing that, the Teletubbies. They did a thing the other day on what's happened to the Teletubbies. And, there's all sorts of things befallen them. You know, some of them went through sort of rehab and all sorts of things. Yeah. I don't remember which one it was, but one of them, if you remember, there was one who had a handbag, and people weren't too sure about that. They thought that was a little bit gay. But if you look at little children playing of that age who would be attracted to the Teletubbies, they don't look on that as a female. They're just looking at it as a bag to put things in. They don't think about it. They really don't think about it. It's just sort of adults who sort of see things which children don't see. And that's why. But they were doing this sort of interesting feature on what happened to the Teletubbies. Because I'm not even sure they make them. It was Toy Wilcox who did Time for Teletubbies. It came back, did it? Different people doing it, though. But it must be quite difficult. If you're an artist, and I class them as artists, because to do something, you can't just stick anybody in that costume. Shh. Oh, I never said that. You know, you have to be... It's like puppeteers. You can't just go and join the Muppet Show. You have to learn how to... It's quite a skill, La and Dipsy are about 10 foot and pose about 6 foot. Tinky Winky's 11 foot tall. It's a bit frightening, isn't it? It's a bit frightening. I used to like them, though. I liked the music. Time for Teletubbies. I just thought it was quite... I thought it was really, really cute. I mean, I've stopped watching it now, obviously. But you're right. I've forgotten how big they were. Seriously, that's the size of them. 11. It's a bit intimidating, isn't it? Imagine little kids meeting them. Blimey, Mum. They look as though they could step on you. They are big, aren't they? I really didn't think they were going to be that big. One of them died, I think. I can't remember who it was. But they had these... I mean, it's quite a clever concept. You know, they looked like they had antennas on. That's right, Simon Shelton. He played Tinky Winky. He died when he was 52 back in 2018. Actually, talking of 2018, I was just looking at a picture of Her Majesty the Queen back in 2019. She's aged quite a lot in the last few years, quite a lot. And at the moment, she can't take her beloved dogs for walks, which is something that she absolutely loved doing. London Taxi Shane says, you keep my journey into London on the A13 sane road to hell most mornings. Oh, God, name me a road that isn't. I'd hate to be driving in rush hour. And this is rush hour. London, this is rush hour. I don't care what anybody says. You know, London, we don't seem to have days where there isn't... Even on the weekends, London's really busy as people come into town to, you know, cruise up and down in their cars, or they go and look. And the charge is still on the weekend. I don't know. I can't remember. Might be. Congestion charge, yes, I think it probably is. The mayor decided he hates cars. I wonder if he's got one. You know, he's into bicycles. And then was it Jeremy Vine the other day saying, you know, cars shouldn't overtake bicycles. Pfft. I did drive in the other morning on the Saturday. But I'm registered for it anyway. So if my car comes in, they just sort of put it onto my card. I've never, to be honest with you, I couldn't really care less. It doesn't make any difference to me. No difference. Sanctions bite for the Chelsea owner, Abramovich. He appeared to have fled Tel Aviv in his private jet yesterday, hours after Israel said it would not be a haven for sanctioned oligarchs. Because they did a programme about Roman Abramovich the other day. He has a Gulfstream aircraft, 46 million. But again, money is limitless. He has billions. And this came as a leaked document suggested the 55-year-old could be charged with fraud in Russia over the deal that secured his fortune. As if, I mean, it's hilarious. In Russia, where they're all beholden to Putin, if Putin wanted to chase these people throughout the world, he'll just send them to live in Salisbury. You know, and then they can sort of go down there. But his super yacht, worth £445 million, was also seen fleeing Montenegro waters for Turkey. And it's not going to affect them in the slightest, really. I don't know why we even think it's... people say, oh, it's going to really affect the oligarchs. No, it's not. No, it's not. It will if Putin starts bombing. That will affect them very, very badly. Very, very badly. What have we got? Well, we talk about the clocks going forward and going backwards and going whatever they're going at the moment, and does it get lighter or darker in the morning? And to be honest with you, I wish we'd just leave the blooming thing alone, wait till it comes round again. Ford has announced it will phase out all emissions from its vans in Europe by 2035. I love the way it's so far in the future. You know, there's going to be so many of us who won't be around for it. 13 years it's going to take them. And Lewis Hamilton's going to change his name. It's a move that could leave commentators stuttering into their microphones. So Lewis Hamilton, he's Sir Lewis Hamilton, is he? What, for driving fast cars? What's the point of that? How does that make you a sir? But anyway, he will include La Balestia alongside his father's Hamilton, as he doesn't understand why a woman loses her name when she marries. He said, "I'm very proud of my family's name." He said the other day, he's been around for ages and ages, he's only just discovered he's very proud of his family's name. He said, "My mum's name is La Balestia, and I'm just about to put that into my name. I don't really fully understand the whole idea that when people get married, the woman loses her name, because she becomes a chattel, dear. She becomes owned. Okay, that's why a lot of people don't bother with it. They don't bother with it. It's less common now. He remains close with his mother, and he invited her to watch him receive his knighthood from Prince Charles. But, you know, it's just he's got no sense of fashion at all. I mean, he wears the oddest clothes. Far be it from me to comment. I'm not exactly the most natty dresser that you've ever seen in your life. But, I mean, it's an awful lot better than some of the odd things that he wears. Dear God, I mean, honestly. And perhaps people sort of test him out. You know, they sort of go, let's see if we can get Lewis to wear this. Because some of the outfits I've seen him wearing, I've thought to myself, that really is not you at all, dear. You're a racing driver. It's supposed to be butch. Supposed to be butch. So, what else have we got? We've got men's suits replaced by sports bras. How that works, I've got no idea. And the widow of police officer Andrew Harper, who was killed in the line of duty, says she's ready to find happiness again. Oh, you can imagine she's going to be trolled. Can you just not? I mean, I know it sounds awful to say, but I bet you anything. She intends to move forward and effectively retire from public life when Harper's Law makes it onto the statute books. You remember her husband, they'd only been married a very short time, got caught in a strap attached to the back of a getaway car and was dragged down a country road as his teenage killers fled the scene of a quad bike theft. And, I mean, she's done amazing work. Amazing work. It was his last shift, or the couple were due to go on a honeymoon. When his fellow officers found him, they thought they were towing a deer behind the car. And Henry Long, 19, sentenced to 16 years. 18-year-old Jesse Cole and Albert Bowers handed 13 years in custody over the manslaughter of the Thames Valley police traffic officer. All three were cleared of murder by a jury. And she says, I want to be happy. This is her final media interview. Mrs. Harper said, I know for a fact that he would want me to be happy. And I can only tell you that if it was the other way round, I know that I would want him to meet somebody and have all the things that people are supposed to have. Absolutely. If anybody deserves it. There's a programme on television tonight at ITV at 9 p.m. called The Killing of P.C. Harper, A Widow's Fight for Justice. And by God, has it been a fight for her? Has it been a fight for her? So you can catch that. Jeremy Kyle insists there are two sides to every story. After he and his former show were heavily criticised in a Channel 4 documentary. He said, I won't comment until the legal process is finished. When he said the time was right, he would have his say. What's he going to say that's going to change anything? That's what I don't know. I don't know what he can say. I mean, is he going to sort of say, well, actually, it wasn't my decision. That's the person who made the decision. He has apologised, obviously, and the Jeremy Kyle show was axed in 2019, as you know, following the death of Mr. Diamond, who took a lie detector test that ended his engagement. An inquest will be heard later this month. In the documentary, a former member of Kyle's staff claimed Jeremy was nasty. I think he was like Lorraine, he was playing a part. He was playing the Inquisitor. You know, look at me. It was all carefully orchestrated. Well, that's what I thought. That was the impression that I got. I thought you couldn't really be that nasty, could you?
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Keith Richards has quit smoking at the age of 78. Bit late, but he says, actually, he gave up 2 years ago, but he now says quitting has put him on a roll. Because it's amazing, actually, when you... I mean, I smoked for years. In fact, they asked me at the doctor's the other day, they said, have you ever smoked? I said, oh, God, yeah. Did I smoke? When I stopped, I was smoking 60 a day, which seems like quite a lot of cigarettes, and nobody can sort of quite understand it. But, I mean, but you could smoke anywhere. You could smoke in the studios, you could smoke in the office, you could smoke anywhere. And I had to stop smoking because I got angina. So that made the difference, and I had heart surgery, so that was fine. But I never condemn people who smoke, for the simple reason that I think I smoked for years and years, and I really enjoyed it. I mean, I'm sure if I had a cigarette now, I could be back on them in a matter of seconds. It's very, very addictive. No, thank you. Because I sometimes think, I could just go a cigarette now. You know, if you have a drink, if you're out with people and you think, I could just have a cigarette now. And then you think, and then it vanishes as fast as it arrives. A lot of it is just automatic habit. I've found when I actually stopped all the little things, like when you went out for lunch, you would sort of, in between courses, you'd light up a cigarette. Never thought about it. Never even crossed my mind. And there would be certain things, you know, you'd have a glass of wine, light a cigarette. And you had to take, in restaurants. You could sit in restaurants and smoke. You could sit in studios, radio studios, and smoke and have cigarettes, fill up your ashtrays and all the rest of it. And still people smoke now. In fact, I was sitting at a cafe the other day with Lynn, and she smokes. And there was a woman who came and sat down next to me, and she lit up a cigarette. And, of course, it all drifted to me. And my friend Graham used to be really funny about people smoking it like that. But it's funny because I don't think about it now. But I'd be such a hypocrite if I actually started criticising people for smoking, because I was smoking from the age of 14 and loved every minute of it. Loved every minute. I couldn't get enough cigarettes. But as I say, I tended to find when I gave up for 2 years and I went back on them, thinking you could just have one cigarette a week. You can't. It's not physically possible because it's so addictive. The effects of cigarette smoke arrive in the brain quicker than heroin. Quicker than heroin. They can detect it. So when I gave up for 2 years, and then I remember I was out somewhere in a bar, I think at the Players Theatre, and somebody said, do you want a cigarette? And I went, I'll try one, yeah. That was it. That one cigarette had me literally crawling up the walls. I had to go and drive around to find a garage to say, giving up was very difficult to stop first time round. Second time round, it was a bit easier because I did it on patches. You could buy these nicotine patches, which I'm assuming you can still buy. And unfortunately, I then got addicted to the nicotine patches. So I wasn't sure which was cheaper, smoking or the nicotine patches. But I then in fact, I was out with John Warrington and we were going down to Heaven, I think. And all of a sudden I said, I've got to stop. I got chest pains. Went to the doctor. They put me on a little machine. They sort of connect you up to the bits and pieces and said, yep. And they said, you've got angina. Your arteries are blocked. All those years of smoking. But 60 a day. I mean, literally, I remember in the morning waking up and you get out of bed and blah, blah, blah. Then you make yourself a cup of coffee. And for some reason, coffee and cigarettes went a lot better than tea and cigarettes. I don't know why, but coffee seemed to work. I could have 10 cigarettes before I'd even got as far as the bathroom. And it was so addictive, but I did enjoy it. And I was smoking Dunhill International. Somebody told me how much a packet of Dunhill International cost the other day. I'm quite glad I don't smoke anymore. They're about £12 to £13 a packet. Really, really expensive. But it is one of those things. It's very addictive. I mean, I don't really wish that I'd never started smoking, but I'm glad that I don't smoke at the moment. Jane says, my niece kept her surname after she married, also her professional name, and gets annoyed if you use her husband's surname in relation to her. Oh, right. Paul from Crosby says, you're right about children not seeing things adults do on kids' TV. Oh, they're the worst ones. But unfortunately, adults run kids' television. And, you know, if you let children run children's television, it'd be completely different. Completely different. And Andy and Leon C. in Essex says, keep it up. Well, I shall certainly attempt to, and as we go through. So still they're arguing in court over Ed Sheeran and his songs. Poor old soul. Honestly, it's going on left, right and centre. And ozone in air pollution has been linked to an increase in depression amongst youngsters. The university, it's not in this country. This is the University of Denver You can always find places. Apparently youngsters may be sensitive as they spend more time outdoors. Not in this country. In fact, if anything, they want to spend more time indoors. They want to be on their computers, they want to be on their phones. It's so funny. Years ago, you used to get on a train or a bus and people looked out the window and said, oh, hello, waved at people, all the rest of it. On the train, looked out the window and the guard would say something and it was all very exciting. Now, every single person, I don't think there's a person on the train now who is not on their telephone or on their laptop or on their iPad or whatever it happens, but everybody is doing it. And, because you get on the train, you go, oh, let's have a look at houses for sale in our area. Or let's order something. We can order, all sorts of little bits and pieces. And so you do that. I mean, I'm constantly on my telephone, constantly. And so I discovered the other day, and I only discovered it because I wonder what the dickens it was. And on the bus, we've got these new 218 buses, the 281, sorry, which goes to Kingston and then it goes on to, I don't know, somewhere else, can't remember. And on the front of every seat, you plug in your phone to charge it up. You can plug in your phone. And I remember thinking, that's a bit cool. Yeah, it lights up in blue and you just plug in. Because there was somebody who sort of reached round and they they unplugged their phone. I remember thinking, oh, right, that's what it's there for. So they think of all these things now because everybody uses your telephone and everybody. I've always said, if ever you're going to hospital, take a charger with you because it'll drive you mad. On the tube, you can only get Wi-Fi in the stations. So every time the train pulls into a station, everybody gets the phone out. So when you're in the tunnels, you can't... Isn't that funny? So they don't have Wi-Fi on the trains. On the Northern Line. Oh, right. Isn't that funny in this day and age? Because it's like if I go through the Piccadilly Tunnel... Is it the Piccadilly Tunnel? Yes, it's the Piccadilly. It comes out of Knightsbridge. That one there. The underpass. As you go to the middle of it, all of a sudden the radio cuts out because there's no signal. And you think, how odd. Very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. So anyway, so Keith has done very well. Without smoke. I mean, he's been smoking for around 60 years. In fact, I don't think there were pictures ever taken of Keith without him with a cigarette on. He said, I didn't notice things till I started rehearsing with the Stones tour last year. When I started working again, I noticed I had more air in the lungs than in the voice. Well, good for him. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought he looked like he was on death's door. I mean, he seriously looked like a road map. Did I notice any benefits? Yes. Well, I mean... Yes, people kept saying to me, when you give up smoking, all the tar will fall off your lungs and it'll make you quite ill. I never got that. You can taste your food. Yes, it's still there holding me together. You can taste your food more because smoking tended to sort of obliterate that. So all food... I mean, I'm not saying it tasted any different, but you'd seem to appreciate it more. You can smell cigarettes. If I get into the lift, I know if somebody's got in the lift who's had a cigarette because I can smell it in the lift. It's like being a sniffer dog. It's as good as that. But apart from that, no. I mean, I don't think I all of a sudden developed, sort of, quick spring in my step. I don't think it ever sort of bothered me. But I know that I didn't like coming into work unless I had at least 40 cigarettes on me. I used to have a packet of cigarettes on me, and then in my bag there'd be another packet of cigarettes. Yeah, only a 3-hour show, but I had to make sure I had enough cigarettes. I could fill an ashtray quite quickly. And at home, I filled an ashtray, just before I'd even got in the shower. But I had a good thing because I didn't like putting cigarettes out. And somebody bought me something in Austria. And it was like a little glass, looked like a little glass tube thing, which you put in the middle of your ashtray. It was only about an inch, it's about an inch tall, isn't it? And you dropped your cigarette into it and it extinguished it. So you didn't have to push down and get ash all over your fingers or all the rest of it, which was quite good. Little tiny thing. It looked like a little mushroom, only made of glass, and you drop the cigarette in, and that was it. Saturday, your birthday. I've never seen them in this country. I've never seen them. There must be a name for them. I'm sure you can probably buy them. But it was one of the ladies out there in Austria, a lady called Telia. She had one in her ashtray. And I remember thinking, what a brilliant idea. And I bought one back, but I lost it years and years ago. But it was a little glass thing and like a little tiny tube, very, not very big at all. And you drop the cigarette in and it extinguished it. Like putting, if you've got one of those nice candles, when you put the lid on, it deprives the candle of the air and it extinguishes it, which is good. And I also discovered the other thing the other day. I was going to buy some of that Richard Jackson plant food, which he swears by. swears by. And I thought, I can't be bothered to go through the QVC thing. So I went on to Amazon. They sell it because he sells it direct through his own shop. So I thought I was going to get it. And you get a big bucket of it. And it's sort of, you mix it in with a gallon of water. It's an online shop. I think he does have... Well, I don't know if he's actually physically got a shop or not. I'm not too sure about that. I think it comes from Chiswick. I think so. Stella says, Steve, my late dad was a chain smoker. He could never give up. At his funeral, we threw a packet of cigarettes as they were low in the coffer, and the vicar said he needs a lighter, so we threw that in as well. It's lovely. Listen, we'll take a short break.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice heavy company. Steve, nearly 68, says Dan. Yeah, don't remind me. Don't remind me. I can confirm 4 luxury fruited hot cross buns from M&S have 21 currants in at least one. I've just picked up 4 on the way home from our BP garage. Aha. And then somebody says, Brad, train driver, he says, now it's phones, but it used to be papers on the train. Yeah, but it still is in London. We have the Metro, and to be quite honest, I think it's great. Because you get a free newspaper, which is quite nice. The reason they have a charging point on the train is if your ticket is on your phone, you don't run out of charge. As if your phone dies, that counts as having no ticket. Oh, I never thought about that. My ticket is it's not on my phone. I have an Oyster card, and it's sad. Imagine, Steve, the railway children all on mobile phones. Yes. Natalie says, sorry I'm late today, so I haven't heard if you got your Libra sensor. Well, I was trying to get it on the NHS the other day, but you can't, because I'm type 2 diabetic. Even though I'm insulin dependent and metformin, I can't get it. So I could buy it. Why is it? I've got no idea. No idea. I could buy it, but it's so expensive. I think it's about £100 for the reader and 100 and something pounds for a little disc. You get 2 discs, I think, for that. So I'm going to have to do all my my blood pricking with my little machine, which they're so cheap. I've had to buy a new machine because the little strips that you pop into the machine are outdated and you can't use them. So if not, you can buy them and use it off the smartphone. I can't actually. I can't. You see, but you're type 1, so you can actually get it. I can't get it as type 2. They told me that the other day. But I did try to do Libra on my phone. I don't think my phone is set up for it. And I did try, but it just didn't accept it at all, which was a bit of a pain, actually. But never mind. Listen, it doesn't make any difference. I can live without Libra, but it's a very good way of doing it. It becomes addictive. I mean, really, it becomes addictive. I was checking, every day. I'd sit here. In fact, I remember doing it on the programme. You just have this little thing. It's like Libra, yeah. But it just fits under your arm. It's like a round disc with a needle in the middle, a little plastic needle, which you shoot into your arm on a little plastic thing, and then the glue on it sticks to the arm. The only problem is you've got to go and get a plastic sleeve. And the reason you have to have a plastic sleeve is so when you have a shower, you don't get it wet. Because you don't take it on and off. It goes on and it stays on your arm for 2 weeks. And so I had to buy this plastic sleeve, which went over my arm. So when I had a shower, I didn't get the thing wet. I mean, honestly, the things you have to do. Very antisocial, says Gordon. Smoking, it's disgusting. But the trouble is, it's so addictive. It is so addictive. And I liked it. I really did. I mean, Dale was the worst one. He even went on a programme to try and give up smoking. He had no intention of giving up smoking. No intention. There's Wi-Fi in tunnels on the Jubilee line between Canada Water and Westminster stations. Wi-Fi to other tunnels on the Tube network is now being rolled out, says Harvey. From what a doctor told my father when he gave up smoking, it takes 7 years for the bad stuff to fully clear your body, says Eddie. Oh, I gave up years and years ago. I mean, 20 years ago, I would think. 20 years ago. Steve, they're called Zigarettenlöscher. Zigarettenlöscher. There it is. This is what you need. You need one of these, a cigarette extinguisher. And you can buy them. Oh, in this country, can you? It's a brilliant idea. And it means that your ashtray is not full up with ash. You literally, well, you can use it for normal things. And then you pop this thing in the middle, take your cigarette, drop it in there, and after about, whatever it is, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it takes, it's gone out, and then you take it out and put it... It's so much easier and cleaner. It's a brilliant idea, promise you. So thank you very much indeed, Richard in Stevenage. You are a godsend. So can you... Go on, tell me now. Can you buy them on Amazon? That's where we can have a look. We're just going to have a quick look, actually, on Amazon, because I reckon you can buy this thing on Amazon, in which case we've sorted your birthday present out. You must be able to get them. You can buy everything on Amazon. I can buy cans of soup. There you go. For Ash... Is this currently unavailable? Oh, it's outrageous. Find another one. Find another one. There we go. Oh, there you go. Look at that. You can get all sorts of them. The trouble is you don't really need 4. You can also get the little... My friend Lynn's got one of these little pouch things. Have you seen those before? Little pouches. But the other thing is much, much better. Much, much better. So I shall have to... I don't think it'll make it here. How much are they? How much are they? Can you go back down again the other way? Let's have a quick look. Down, down, down. There they are. So you get 4 aluminium series cigarette snuffers, $14.95. Oh, you got to wait. Delivery April? What's the point of that? That's coming from China. Coming from China. Look at this. Yeah, it is. They are quite niche. Oh, look, you get little cats to them and everything. I think they're the best thing I've ever seen, actually. But these ones, I don't think they're actually coming from this country. I always worry. I mean, fancy ordering it and go, it's coming in April. What's the point of that? Absolutely pointless. Oh, there they go. $17.95. Get it by March the 25th to the 30th. It's coming from abroad. I think we'll have to get you one of those wall-mounted bins. Make it a lot easier. But thank you for that. Steve, you only need an iPhone 8 or older and it will work. No problem. Contact me, says Tony, and I'll sort it out for you. That's nice. Well, I'm not going to buy it because it's so expensive. It's so expensive. I might as well just prick my finger. I can wait 6 seconds for it to do it. I just thought it was quite good on Libra. Libras were very good. Paul Mertens in all the papers say, why? He claims Nicholas Parsons has come back to haunt him by messing with his clocks. He says that since guest hosting just a minute after Parsons died, his digital clock has gone bonkers. I liked Nicholas Parsons. He wrote a very good biography. It made you realise there was a lot more to Nicholas Parsons than met the eye. He was a straight man to a guy called Arthur Haynes. And he was an actor. He popped up in all sorts of films. And very interesting man. I know he did the Rocky Horror Show, where he ended up in a pair of ladies' tights and stockings and suspenders and stuff like that when they do the time warp at the end. And it's just a jump to the left and a step to the right, with your hand on your hip. And so it goes on. Very interesting. You should get a copy of his biography if you can. It's very good. COVID surge is no big worry, says Javid. He says the rise was expected. Oh, good. Oh, well, that's fine then. It's OK. And Back to the Future star Michael J. Fox making a rare public appearance for a dinner outing. He's 60 and he went out to an Italian restaurant in Santa Monica. You know, he's had Parkinson's since 1991, founded his research foundation and has since raised more than £800 million for studies into the incurable, debilitating disease. I mean, he's looking a bit... he looks a bit ill at the moment, but Michael J. Fox, you know, which is very, very good indeed. What else we got? Leanne Pinnock exacting revenge by stealing her producers from the band. I love the way that Little Mix, even when they're in decline, still cling on to the hope that it might all happen again for them. I just don't think it will, actually. I don't know why. SAS Who Dares Wins Ant Middleton has said his biggest failure was going to prison. He assaulted two police officers. I don't think he was on that Who Dares Wins anymore. Didn't they replace him or something? I can't remember. I thought he was sort of a bit persona non grata. And young comedians today are too fit and muscular, according to Dara O'Brien. The 50-year-old host moans that the new generation of stand-ups are ripped and stuff. Are they really? I've not noticed this. Ripped. That means that they've been to gymnasiums and they've sort of worked out. But mind you, all the people I've discovered who've been to gymnasiums and worked out, then they let themselves go and they go back to all flabby again. Because I've seen quite a few of them on the television. Sex-hungry Brits say they have nibbled food whilst having a romp. What, like soup or something? Oh, what do you mean having a romp? hot cross bun, counting the counting the amount of currants in the hot cross bun. I've never heard of such a thing. So in between having, let's just call it rumpy pumpy, they have something to eat. What, like poached egg on toast or something? I don't believe that. I really don't believe it. Definitely not. Demi Rose always gets pictures in the paper, apparently. She's in a bikini in glorious St. Lucia. And that's it. That is the story. Poor soul, honestly. What a tragic ending for a career. And what have we got? Wherever did the Force take them? I never really got into Star Wars. I really didn't. I didn't understand most of the storylines. I mean, I quite like sci-fi things, but I just didn't sort of get too much for it. Laura Whitmore, there's a talent, and Emily Atack look ready for more mad fun on Frolics because they're bringing back Celebrity Juice. And Laura, one of the worst presenters I've ever seen on television. I mean, it was almost, she had to read questions like, what is your name? It was a little bit basic for me. A little bit basic. I was looking for something a little bit more. And MasterChef's getting a brand new twist to shake things up. I'll tell you what it is in a moment.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. The Libra is waterproof up to 30 minutes. Oh, I spend hours in the shower, Natalie. Hours. And I've never used a sleeve, and I swim. I didn't realise you were type 2. Yes, for years. About 20 years. 20 years now. I started off, actually, on metformin. I'm on maximum metformin. 850. That seems like an awful lot, doesn't it? And I do that 3 times a day. Plus, I do insulin. I mean, we've managed to cut back on the insulin. I used to do a slow-release insulin and then a fast insulin. We've cut out the fast one. I just do the slow one, which is good. Jennifer says, Steve, I gave up smoking. Then my husband left me out of the blue. I had a cigarette and that's it. 2 years now, but I'm 70 today, so I don't care anymore. Happy birthday to you on the 17th. I know. Do you know you get to that stage, don't you? Where you go, do you know, I don't really care. It's like, you know, occasionally my doctor said to me the other day, she said we would ask me various questions, so she put it down for the next doctor to go through for my notes. And she said, do you have sweet things? I said, well, I don't actually. I said, I don't eat a lot of fruit. I used to eat strawberries and mango and melon and stuff like that. I said, but I've cut all that out, and I don't really have puddings. Occasionally, I might have a little trifle or something like that, or I might have some blueberries. Blueberries are quite good, but I said I'm not particularly fussed. If I have a little trifle, it's a treat. You know, everything for me is a treat. She said, do you have any fruit yogurts? I said, no, I don't. Haven't had a fruit yogurt for ages. Steve, I met Parsons at the Edinburgh Festival. Parsons? Which... Nicholas Parsons. Christopher Biggins was his guest. Turns out Biggins was Parsons' best man. Oh, Biggins knows everybody. Biggins knows everybody. I can state that without fear of contraception, ladies and gentlemen. He knows everybody. He has the best little black book, probably next to Jules Holland. Jules Holland has got members of the royal family's numbers. You know, that's how well connected Jules Holland is. But Biggins knows everybody. You know, I mean, I told you, years and years ago, I went over to New York. We bumped into him on the streets. And I said, what on earth are you doing over here? And he said, I'm just going out for lunch with Liza Minnelli. I said, oh, you know Liza Minnelli? Stupid question with Biggins, because he knows everybody. He's been friends with Joan Collins. Yeah, we bumped into him in New York. I know. Well, because I think he'd come out of Joe Allen's and we were going into Joe Allen's. And I said, how do you know Liza Minnelli? He said, well, her first husband used to room with me in London. So when he was over there, so that's how they got to know each other. So it was as simple as that. But no, he has a connection with everybody. Whenever he went off to do his pantomimes, he would know somebody who had a house that they would give him for the duration of the pantomime. I mean, it was amazing. Steve, you were talking about sci-fi. Can you remember Blake 7? Yes, I remember. Again, I didn't get into those sort of things at all. I really didn't. Rick in Kent says you need an iPhone 7 and above for Libra Link app to work. Thank you. I think mine is... Where do you find out what it is? How do you know? Hold it up. You think that's an 11? Is it? I've not changed it for years. Years and years. Might not be, actually. Does it say actually on the telephone? Oh, it's a 10, is it? You can tell just by looking at it. How marvellous. What a talent, eh? What a talent. Wasted in here. Wasted. Steve, around the corner where I live, there are potholes in different sizes. They fill them in, and soon the potholes come back. So what's going on? Well, they're doing it cheaply. That's what they're doing. Steve, after months of talking, we finally made it, and Cheltenham starts today. What's your excitement rating? 0. 0, John, on that one. We've had LBC race meetings. Never did Cheltenham. We did Sandown Park, we did Kempton, and I might have done another one as well. And I didn't really get into it, actually. Horses named after presenter. No, there were all sorts of odd things. But I discovered a few people who worked for LBC were actually sort of experts on horse racing. They studied form, whereas I don't even understand what they were talking about. But I was just disappointed in the horses. They all looked so flimsy. They're tiny. They're not the huge things you think, like cart horses. They're like My Little Ponies. John is a new caller, driving. I know that because it says it on your thing. And, yeah. What else we got? Oh, some other things that were appearing in the papers. Lady Gaga became unhinged and terrifying when she embodied the role of a murderess. This is in the House of Gucci. I'd quite like to talk to her, actually. I think she'd be really interesting. Really, really interesting person, just to find out, just everything about her. And Best Actor winner Will Smith insists there's never been infidelity in his marriage. His wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, admitted having an entanglement with singer August Alsina. But Will insists there's never been infidelity. Jada and I talk about everything, and we've never surprised one another with anything ever. He has previously said Jada never believed in conventional marriage. Whatever the semantics, it's obviously worked, I should imagine. And Rebel Wilson has got competition in becoming the first female James Bond. Because they always say, but you can't have a female James Bond. I'm not in favour of this. It was like the other day. Did you hear what Matt Goss said? He said he'd like Idris Elba to portray him in a biopic. What? Idris Elba is black. Matt Goss, as far as I remember from last time round, unless I've missed it, is white. How on earth that works, I've got no idea. But Richard Spur, just sent me a picture of him with Biggins. I remember meeting, he knows everybody. He even knows Richard Spur. I mean, Biggins he got me my account at Joe Allen's. It's just, he knows everybody. We had some very, very funny nights. Very, very funny nights. He's also, he's had a career that's gone up and down, and one of his best friends, Cameron McIntosh. He said one time, years and years ago, Cameron had a habit of sort of taking away his friends on unusual holidays, and this particular one was floating around Antarctica. No phones, no nothing. It was just a holiday away from it. How old is Biggins? He must be 70-something now, I would think. 74? 73. Oh, that's not bad, is it? Not bad. Yeah, I remember going round to his house years and years ago, and he was in, yes, he was. I was going around specifically to interview him long time ago, before we actually sort of got to know each other. And Neil, his other half, they're just, and he always sends a Christmas card. I don't know how many people are on his Christmas card list. I should imagine it must be a few hundred every year. And he gets a company to do it. They mail out these cards, and it's always a picture of him on the front of it, either in pantomime costume or something like that, and it'll sort of say Happy Christmas from Biggins and Neil. And he's just one of those sort of people. I told you before, Jilly Cooper, exactly the same. If you interview Jilly Cooper, within 3 days of her being on your programme or talking to you, she sends a thank you note saying thank you very much indeed, and enclosing a little present. I mean, really, some people, they're sort of very old-fashioned, but it's very much appreciated, because you don't get it very often now. Nobody writes letters. People send a text. They either send a text or they send an email. Nobody writes, do they? Or you type something. I never understand it. So Lewis Hamilton changing his name, and the Duchess of Sussex's father, Thomas Markle, I told you this the other day, actually, but it's only made some of the papers today, said he hopes to see Meghan and her ginger husband in court as part of the defamation case brought by the Duchess's half-sister. She's not a duchess. We should stop calling them that. She's not. They both hate the royal family. Absolutely hate them. They've written stuff about them. They've talked about what goes on here. They're more than happy to take the titles, aren't they? Because you know why? The Americans are so impressed by people called Duchess. But Meghan hasn't got any class. She wouldn't know how to behave like a Duchess at all. You certainly don't go around holding hands with people. That's very naff. Very naff indeed. I didn't realise Cheltenham was so big. I mean, there are pages and pages of it in the newspapers. It's just one of those things that's kind of escaped me, which is probably just as well, actually. The Russia and the deadly raids plunging the Ukrainians, plunging them into a nightmare. And the Russian forces keeping up their relentless bombardment of the big cities. They've still not taken Kyiv. They've still not taken... This is the one that Putin thought that, everybody... It was going to be over and done with in a matter of days. What are we, 19 days? 19 days now? They've stepped up the attacks on Kyiv. For him to end up with what? Nothing. Nothing at all. Don't perhaps he should go there, put on a little sort of white suit or something and go and stand there and see what's going on? Or perhaps he's so frightened to actually come out from the Kremlin, he might as well just sit there and watch it on television, see what the rest of us are having to put up with.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Steve, says Ibrahim, go to settings, then general, then about, and it'll tell you what the iPhone is. And so I did that, Ibrahim, and it's a 10. Because normally I would change my phones, because I buy my phones outright. But it means laying out £1,000... Don't ask me why I do this. But it means laying out £1,000. Oh, does it work out cheaper? Oh, right. But I thought, no, this seems... So I haven't changed this one for ages. I do all the updates and everything else, and it works perfectly well. And it seems to be fine. The day it doesn't be fine, then I'll have to change it, I should imagine. US intelligence claims that China is preparing to send weapons to Russia, as Moscow admitted for the first time that the war was not going to plan. Well, they're incompetent. I've never known such sort of shoddy leadership, if it can be called shoddy leadership. You know, the losses that the Russians are encountering. That's why this woman goes on television and goes, you're being fed rubbish. You're being fed rubbish. But this is all coming out of the Kremlin. But an inevitable war, how everybody misread Putin's moves before the Ukraine invasion. He's just got a mission on. But the trouble is it's a dangerous mission because it plays with people's lives. And that's the big problem with him. And he's going to end up with a country which is not worth having anyway. There's nothing there. What does he think he's going to actually get? I mean, the Z symbols and the fear. Local government officials in this city where they are, at the moment in Kyiv, have been controlled by Russian troops for the past 2 weeks, have been kicked out of their offices. The local radio station plays Soviet ballads and Russian pop songs, interspersed with experts from Vladimir Putin's speeches and news items about Ukraine being liberated from Nazis. He's got a peculiar obsession. This is in Kyiv, apparently. And no, it can't be, actually. It can't be Kyiv, but this is somebody reporting from Kyiv and says the soldiers patrol the streets of Berdansk in cars and armoured vehicles. An international focus remains on Kharkiv, Mariupol and other Ukrainian cities that have been coming under heavy Russian bombardment. I mean, it's terrible for these people trying to rescue stuff from their flats, it's almost like fighting a nightmare. You look here, you know, at the police station, all the windows are blown out and everything else. I mean, there's just nothing left of it. That's why when you saw Marina on the state-run channel, I love the way that the newsreader at the front blindly carries on, her voice getting louder and louder and louder to try and drown out this woman. And she can't turn round to her because she's captured by the thing there. I mean, during the live broadcast, the woman, Marina, who sought to work for the company for 5 years, walked onto the set behind the presenter. And in English, it just read, no war, Russians against the war. And in Russian, it said, no war, stop the war, don't believe propaganda, they are lying to you. And While she stood behind the host, who continued to read from her auto cue, the demonstrator could be heard saying, "Stop the war, no war, stop the war, no war." I mean, she was very brave. Very, very brave. I mean, she could be locked up, for God knows how long. Really. I mean, absolutely terrible. Steve, they don't do free newspapers in Waitrose anymore, says Elizabeth. No, but they are. Are they not reintroducing the coffee again, the free coffee? I think it was stopped for a little while. I was always amazed that people would go anywhere for a free coffee nowadays. I just want the bacon roll. I'm not asking for a lot. And Jeff is in Bushey in Hertfordshire. I know that very well indeed. Very well indeed. I know the Costco there and the Jewish cemetery as well. There's a very, very big Jewish cemetery in Bushey. So a friend of mine literally lived up the road from it, closer, I suppose. And we used to go to the Costco before they started putting in Costcos all over the place. And that was the one that I used to go to. That was the first place I'd seen people. And as I was walking down the sweet aisle, people would have opened boxes of chocolate and stolen sweets. Seriously, I mean, I really couldn't believe it myself. If I'd found them, I'd have taken their card away and gone, "Go away. You're not shopping here ever again." They were literally opening, that because you buy everything in bulk there, so you could buy a box of Cadbury's chocolate or a box of Skittles or a box of whatever else, and people would open them, take out a bar of chocolate and eat it as they're going round like it was some free shop or something. Really awful. I hate stuff like that. It's like going onto the high street. You watch people shoplifting now. And it's not the prices, it's just that they can shoplift, and so they do. The only place they don't shoplift from is KFC or a fish and chip shop, because it's all behind the counter. You've got to sort of ask for it, and you've got to pay for it. The Cheltenham Festival, for some reason, I mean, it's obviously even... I must have missed this one. It's bypassed me over the years. They've got an 8-page pullout on the Cheltenham Festival. Are we obsessed so much? Also, dramatic footage in a lot of the papers today. At the moment, Ukrainian troops blasted a Russian tank. It came across its Russian foe in a village. The crew catch sight of an enemy tank, open fire, and then drive on to the next block. Suddenly, they see another tank carrying the Russian Z marking in front of them and immediately fire on it, blasting its turret off. Other rounds soon obliterate the tank, which explodes in a hail of gunfire, with Russian troops seen cowering behind it. They're just not prepared. They're not prepared. These are young men who've signed up thinking they were part of the peacekeeping force, and they're not. 250,000 people go to Cheltenham Festival each year. That's like 70,000 a day. But, are they... I don't know if I'm naive here. Are they going because they like gambling? Is that what it comes down to? They're not going there because the grass is green and it's pretty and you get a nice portion of chips. They're fun day out. 70,000 doesn't sound like a fun day out to me. That sounds to me like hell on legs. That's like, we went one year on New Year's Day to Kempton Park, and we parked, but because we were among the first people there, we were right in the middle of the thing, and it took forever to get away, to get out of the blooming car, but it was just a nightmare. So we never went again. I thought it was also cold and miserable, and I didn't really sort of do it at all. So I decided I wasn't going again to it. But for that one time, it was quite nice. It's so interesting looking at the pictures of 2019 and the royal family turning up at Westminster Abbey, and here they all are: Harry, Andrew, and Meghan. Luckily, people we can do without now, which is good news. And here's the Queen in 2019. Looking remarkable, smiling, happy. Now she looks old and frail, and she can't walk the dogs at the moment, but they were all out yesterday, Camilla and Kate. And they seem to be the way forward, Kate and William, and even Charles to a certain extent. He's well into his 70s now, but it's a glorious celebration. But the Queen sadly was not there, but Camilla, I mean, she's turned out to be an absolute godsend. She really has. I mean, she's sort of worked really hard, and everybody seems to like her. I watched their wedding back on television a few weeks back, and she was saying to Charles as they came out of St George's Chapel at Windsor, "Oh, this is my friend I was telling you about." And Charles came over and went, "Hello, nice to meet you." Camilla said everything, and I thought, this is quite nice. It's the human side of it. The human side of it. See, we're actually getting a Costco in Malaga. Seems they're everywhere, says Carol on the Costa. Oh, well, to be honest with you, I see no reason why. We went to America, but the trouble is with Costa, we went to the one in Vegas, and I bought loads of Tommy Bahama shirts. They had a special offer on, and I was so thrilled with them, I thought, I'll go back the next day. Back the next day, all gone. If you see something in Costco that you want to buy, don't leave it. You've got to go and buy it there and then, because there's a very good chance it will have disappeared. It would have disappeared. Let me just tell you quickly, Boris to ask the Saudis for help cutting the price of oil. I mean, to be honest with you, this is sort of blood-stained petrol, because they executed 81 men at the weekend. So the Prime Minister will travel to the Gulf this week amid growing concerns. The RAC says pump prices hit new records. I'm told it's supposed to be coming down. It's supposed to be coming down. Talking about coming down. I've got to come down and leave. Thank you for your company. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to Wednesday, the 16th of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. The court ordeal of that Russian TV editor. She's become another hero. You know, where people are sort of saying, fantastic, that she stood up. She's been, doing these sort of things for many, many years. But anyway, she got fined. I was slightly worried because at one point yesterday they said she's disappeared. We don't know where she is. And I thought, oh, my God. But then, of course, because she becomes famous, they'd be very stupid to do anything. She got a fine, I believe. And whether she's still got her job, I've got no idea. But it only goes to prove in Russia you can't actually have an opinion. They're back. The crowd's returning to Cheltenham. Pictures all over the place of people who want to go to Cheltenham. I don't know why. The Met apologises for the schoolgirl strip search. And Boris kicks off the Gulf trip to seal the oil deals. Strangely, guess who's buying Russian petrol and oil? India. They're doing it at a vast discount. God knows why. Aldi offers 8,000 jobs to Ukrainians. Of course, you know that's going to cause a bit of furore. People are going to be saying, well, why can't we have a job? Why can't we have a job? I want to go and work for Aldi. I want to go and do this. 122,000 of you are going to open your homes to those fleeing the conflict. That's gone up considerably since yesterday. I mean, that really has. We gave it a boost yesterday, and blow me down. It comes back with, and I don't think the majority of you are interested in the money. It's a case we just want to help, just want to do something, because you look at the pictures of the people who are dying. And one of the papers one of the TV programmes got criticised. They were showing pictures of dead bodies, and somebody said, oh, it's OK, though, we didn't show their faces. And you think, yeah, but, it's like if you saw somebody dead on the street, you could identify them because you would know their clothing and stuff like that. And I just don't think you should show those sort of bodies. HSBC evacs 1 in 7 branches. There's going to be nothing left on the high street, is there, shortly? There'll be no bloody branches anywhere. Our NatWest is closing in Twickenham. It's been there for donkey's years. And they're going to close it. We've got a Vets going into where I think it was a Halifax used to be. And Santander closed ages ago. And so it makes it a bit difficult for people who need to go to banks. But you can do most stuff online. HSBC have said there's 69 out of 510 set to shut. And I suppose you just have to move, don't you, around, to go and find. So I can go to Richmond and I can use the NatWest there. But, I mean, I can get money out of Lloyds Bank. I can get money out of, well, just about any bank, actually. At one time, they used to charge for it, but they don't do that anymore. And here we go. This is July, the ones that are set to close. Ready? City of London, Westfield, Stratford City, New Bond Street, Cambridge, Hills Road, Moorgate, Angel Islington, Gloucester Road, Monmouth, Perth, Hammersmith, Maryhill, Woking. That's the ones in July. In August, East Grinstead, Peckham, Farnham, Beaconsfield, Street, Lymington, Sidcup, Tame, Hoddesdon, Birmingham, Harborne, Londonderry, Uckfield, Leyland, Omar, Borehamwood and Elstree, Golders Green, Stowmarket, Eltham, Wellingborough, Amersham on the Hill, Bishop Auckland, Aspey de la Zouche, Woodbridge, Thornbury. And then there's another load for September and even going up to October. All over the place. All over the place. In September, you get New Malden going, Hartlepool, Keynsham, Pinner, Dewsbury, Barking, Newmarket, Billericay, Beckenham, Sidmouth, Burgess Hill, Daventry, Nottingham West Bridgeford, Ellesmere Port, Strood, St Anne's-on-Sea, Ringwood, Pontefract, Ilkeston, Petersfield, Whitehaven, Hampstead High Street, Inverness, Wandsworth, Manchester, Didsbury, Bristol, White Ladies Road, and Shirley. And then in October, you lose Herne Bay, Manchester Trafford Park, Cardiff, like doing the plumbing football, Falmouth, Bootle, and date to be confirmed, Kingston. Down the road from it. Now, is that Kingston upon Hull or Kingston, me Kingston? It is Kingston, near us, is it? Oh, Godfathers, honestly. I don't even know where that one is. But at least they're not closing Richmond. I mean, to be honest, I don't know how many of you cope with these things. And also, the other thing you heard on the news, didn't you? And they were talking about this firm who's just been fined for cold calling people. They bought lists of elderly people with their phone numbers, and they phoned them up, and they were selling them all sorts of insurance. And my advice to anybody who is elderly, doesn't matter who you are, you know, if you're 9 or 90, if you don't know who's calling you, you see people's numbers now, they come up on your phone, don't answer the phone. It's cold calling. You know, everybody I know who calls me, their number comes up in my book, and it's got the name that goes with it. If it doesn't come up with it, I expect them to leave a message. Maybe I've made a mistake and then I can fill in the details. But 9 out of 10 times, you know, I wouldn't do that at all. I wouldn't answer the telephone. Dale would answer it. We were sitting in... Yeah, we were sitting in a hotel, bearing in mind because we missed the flight because he just couldn't get himself ready in time. So we missed the flight, and then he was doing this big, you know, he said, "Don't worry, Steve." He said, "I'll charter a flight." I thought, don't be so silly. So we end up getting to Barcelona, and we then couldn't get the connection on to Gran Canaria. And so he said, "Don't worry, I'll book us into a hotel. Don't worry." Well, of course... It was a bit difficult to find a hotel because it was fiesta time. La 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 la. Yep, in Barcelona. Hotel rooms in short supply. Eventually we found a hotel. The people at the airport found us a nice hotel after he kicked off. Bear in mind, he'd actually started this in the beginning. And so they found us a hotel. Unfortunately, the hotel had 2 weddings taking place at the time, and it was all people dancing through the corridors and everything. All I'm thinking is, why don't you just go away? Yeah, la 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 la. And so, of course, what did he want to do? Eat. So we go into the hotel restaurant, and they're just about to pull the shutters down. But he said, "Oh, no, we just want something quick." Well, of course, it could never be quick. So he wanted sausages with mashed potato, but he wanted the gravy separately. The gravy had to be separately, not put on the sausages. That was a nightmare. And they're literally standing around there with their arms folded. And I remember thinking, they hate us. And we had no new clothes to put on because all our luggage had gone onto a flight in the morning. So we didn't have anything. You had to... Oh, it was awful. You know when you put on the same clothes 2 days running? Oh, God, it's just your worst nightmare. But the advice, basically, when it comes down to it, is if you don't know who the person is calling you, don't answer the phone. If they're important, they will leave a message. If they don't leave a message, you know it's cold calling. But please don't. Well, we got onto the flight because Dale sat in the hotel, and by this time I've had enough. And the phone rings, and it comes up as no number, and he goes, "Oh, I wonder who that is." "Hi." And I thought, why do you answer the bloody phone? Honestly, it was so annoying. So annoying. We used to argue over all sorts of stupid things. But answering the phone when you didn't know who it was a bit dangerous as far as I was concerned. It's like when we got to Gran Canaria, we went out to a bar on the second night, and they had a male stripper in this bar. And the stripper spotted Dale, and immediately afterwards came over and said, "Why, eh?" He said, "Can I have a picture for me girl?" and all the rest of it. So, no, he was from Clacton, and he was Geordie. I don't know why you'd think that. My accents all sound the same. And he then said, "Wait, I'll call her." And he said, "Can you talk to her?" So we're sitting there trying to sort of have something to eat, and all he's doing is talking to this guy. "Yes, no, it was great," goes Dale, and all the rest of it. I'm just thinking, get me out of here. Get me out of here. And Michelle says, "You just read a list of towns out. What was that about?" Nothing. It was just, places to visit. That was all it was, actually. Steve, I have to agree with you the other day about not liking jazz. It often sounds like 10 musicians getting together and start playing on the count of 3, but not playing the same song. Yes, I mean, I've been watching some Petula Clark performances on YouTube. Still amazing. 90 at the end of the year. And you may remember Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. They're booked to play here in Coffs in February. And he'll be 80. Young girl, get out of my mind. They only had about 3 hits, didn't they, Union Gap? And I believe that they were touring without Gary Puckett. But Young Girl, I think, was their biggest hit. Woman, woman. And which was very good. And Niall says you can deposit money and withdraw money via the local post office with lots of banks. Yeah, but I don't want to do that. I don't think I should have to be fobbed off with, "Oh, you can go to your local post office." I don't want to. I'm sure they're very nice, but, you know, I joined a bank. I want to go into a bank. I don't want to go into a bank. Actually, I haven't been into a bank for ages. I had to go into the Royal Bank of Scotland. And I suppose you just have to sort of travel, you know, if you want to sort of deal with it. It must be hell for elderly people, of which I count myself. HSBC says less than 50% of its bank customers now actively use a branch network, and that average footfall has declined by over 50% since 2017. They also say they've seen an increased preference for online and mobile banking during the pandemic. However, the move will spark fears for elderly and less tech-savvy customers. HSBC admits the move will increase the average travel distance to its branches by 0.3 miles. So it means now you have to travel on average 4 miles to get to an HSBC bank. Pfft, I'd close your account, go with somebody else. It is a long way. If you're an elderly person, tell them to sod off. Go move them to another bank who's sort of at least a little bit more reliable. They just take advantage. Just take advantage. Steve says, I do like it when you talk about Dale. He sounds like a brilliant nightmare. Oh, he could be. He could have, mind you, everybody can be a brilliant nightmare, but he could be. But timekeeping was not one of his fortes. He was, you know, hopeless. I can remember when we got to Heathrow Airport, because when I phoned him, if you remember, I told you, he hadn't even left home. And he was living in Regent's Park, and I was in Twickenham, standing outside with my little suitcase on wheels, you know, your entire life's belongings. And eventually, when we got to the airport, I knew it was too late. And so he didn't run. We just sort of sauntered up to the desk, and he goes, hi, and she went, no, you can't, it's gone. And he said, gone? And she went, yeah. It's taxiing out. Look, you can look through the window. There it is. That's your plane. And he said, right, OK. So he was then on the phone. I think it was to John Warrington. We got John Warrington, and John said, right, I've transferred you. You need to go to another terminal. So we had to go to another. It was a nightmare. It really was. I mean, he covered some shows on another radio station my producer worked at. People used to get very annoyed because he'd turn up 2 minutes before. I know. But he did that for years. That was nothing new. When we worked at UBN, he would literally, the last presenter would say, and I'll be back tomorrow, blah, blah, here's the news. And we would take the news. And as the news was playing out, he would walk in. He would walk in with his coat slung over his shoulder, dark glasses and a cigarette on. And he'd say to Joe, who worked in the library, he'd say, Joe, I'll have 2 pieces of toast and a cup of tea. And he'd go down, and the news had just finished, and it was Dale Winton, da-da-da-dun-da-dun. And he'd go, hi, it's Dale, it's Wednesday, and here's Love Affair. And then he'd go straight into music, sit back, you know, light another cigarette and wait for his toast to arrive. He had no concept of, had no concept of timekeeping at all. I mean, I turn up really early. I've always done that. But you would have to pay three songs in a row to accommodate his cigarette breaks. Yeah, he did it at the lottery. He would smoke on the set of the lottery, and he had an ashtray there. And of course, there was no smoking in any of the BBC, but he smoked on the set of the lottery. And I used to think to myself, how he gets away with it, I don't know. But anyway, there was somebody else did. Whoopi Goldberg. She came into Stephen Street to see the boss of Channel 5, and nobody had the heart to say to her, you can't smoke in here. So she smoked all the way up in the lift. It's hilarious. I didn't, of course. Did I? Yes, I think I might have done, actually, in those days. I might have done. 16 minutes past 4.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Yeah, I know that's... Sorry, just talk among yourselves. So, Simon Webb was there?
Simon Webb.
Yeah.
And Biggins.
Oh, right.
So you can imagine the
Oh, I can imagine.
The dressing room shenanigans.
Oh, goodness sake. Actually, he worked... he worked with Cannon and Ball. In Panto.
Biggins?
Yeah, at the Mayflower Theatre. Down in Southampton.
In Southampton, yeah.
In Southampton. It was a lovely big theatre. But Cannon and Ball were doing... I think they discovered religion. And Biggins had all his costumes done and all the rest of it, because he has different characters that he puts into different things. And anyway, they lengthened his costumes. He went up the wall. He went up the wall. Don't ever touch my costumes ever again. Yeah. They thought they were too short and things like that. Yeah. And as I say, you don't touch somebody else's bits, do you?
Particularly not Biggins' bits.
Particularly not Biggins' bits.
Anyway, I like your cherries. They're lovely.
Thank you. Well, you take a couple of them on with you on the bus.
I will. I'll put them in my knapsack.
Oh, how lovely, my knapsack. That was a song, wasn't it? Valderie, Valdera, Valderie. Yes, it was my knapsack on my back.
I'm too young to remember.
Yeah, of course you were. You were in the trenches. I knew I'd seen you before.
Trenchfoot.
Trenchfoot. See you later. Bye. Sorry about that. We just have a little chat. You know, we don't get an opportunity to catch up, you know, because every time I go down... That's the trouble with speech radio. There's no opportunity to talk to anybody because I'm literally talking all the way through. Somebody says, do you talk for all of it? I go, well, I think so, yeah. Yeah, that's the way it goes, actually. I mean, I will get a chance next week because we'll be in the same studio. Because next week, I move to the Big Boys studio because they're revamping my studio. I've said to them, listen, I want crushed velvet on the walls and deep pile carpet, and I want, you know, a small little, you know, thing in the corner so I can go toilet, so I don't have to walk to the toilet, and a small, fully equipped kitchen with a microwave, you know, so I could have sort of, you know, a pasty or something, a ginster's pasty, and a little oven. But I have a fear it's not going to be that. But I've got to go downstairs into the studio, and of course I can't see anything. I'm hopeless because these screens there are fixed. You can't move them. Whereas my screens in my studio, I can move backwards and forwards. So if my eyesight's not particularly brilliant, you know, which only happens, you know, once in a blue moon. And so they've said it'll be 2 weeks down there. Oh, God. And you're so far away. So far away, you have to shout, hello? Hello? Anybody hear me? It's an awful lot, but some people love it, but it's not me at all. HSBC, Steve, now stands for High Street Bank Closing. Not surprised. Not surprised. It's terrible, isn't it, really? I mean, there's going to be nothing on the high street very shortly, just blooming coffee shops. Oh, and Poundland as well. Pound shops. They're always good for walking around. Do you know what I buy in Poundland all the time? Envelopes. Envelopes. They do the big envelopes. You get a pack for £1. And they do the Jiffy bags. They're £1 for about 6 or 8 or something, whatever it is. So very nice. Very nice indeed. Steve, if the number's not in your phone address book, they can leave a message. I turned on silence unknown callers in settings on iPhone, so I don't even hear them ring. Just see it as a missed call in the number. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way to do it, really. You have to have the number in there. If it isn't, they don't leave a message, then it's, you know, it's cold calling. If they leave a message, then it's fine. You can call them back. You didn't tell us about the brand of the Magic Eye Cream. No, I didn't, and I have no intention of telling you the brand of the Magic Eye Cream. What, you think I want everybody going around looking much younger? No, definitely not. And happy St. Patrick's Day, says Josie. It's tomorrow, love. Okay, I mean, a little bit previous, but never mind, it doesn't matter that you don't know that, but it is the 17th of March. Clive is currently in New Zealand. He said the only problem not answering calls where the number doesn't show is it could be from the hospital. No, it wouldn't be. No, all our hospitals send out an email. They send a text to your telephone. So obviously you're a little bit backward over there in New Zealand where you don't have that facility, but we have that facility here. So it's never the hospital phoning you. They will always send you a text to your telephone. And, of course, if you don't have a telephone, you're not going to know it was a missed call anyway. So that's how it works. He says, I hope that's helpful. No, it's not at all helpful. You're in New Zealand. What do you know? What do you know? You don't know anything. Ridiculous. Steve, you deserve a big hug and a nice slice of glorious cake. Oh, no. Not cake. Definitely not cake. I do like cakes. I nearly bought one the other day. It did look quite nice. It was cherry Genoa, which is quite light, and that's actually good. We shouldn't get one. No, definitely not. No, that was something round the bend first thing in the morning, all that sugar. I had a licorice allsort earlier on. I've only just come down from the ceiling. Ghastly. That's the way it goes, isn't it? Steve, you're right. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about these closures of the banks. I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it? That, you know, there's sort of very shortly there won't be a bank on the high street. Everybody will be doing it. But what happens if you're not tech savvy? Go to the post. But that's not the same, is it? I was so used to going into the bank and going, hello. I haven't done that for years. And I used to have a cheque guarantee card. Remember those days? Cheque guarantee card. So you wrote out a cheque for cash, and 50 quid, I think it was, or 40 quid. And then they would take your chequebook and they'd rip the cheque out and stamp it, and they would give you your money. Now, of course, you've got the diddly dip machines outside. The diddly dip machines are fantastic. You just put the card in, and you can get up to 400 people. 400 people, so I was reading the text. Most people don't use cheques now. No, there's still quite a number that do. I'm not one. I'm not one at all. You've never had a chequebook? No, well, there's a reason for that. That's got nothing to do with, you are banned from having a chequebook. But no, we all used to have cheques. You'd write them out for everything. Now you just pay on... I paid my gas bill the other day on the telephone. It was only 26 quid, but I mean, I paid it on the telephone. You read out... Yeah, for a week's gas. And the other thing, only reminded by Lynn the other day, I've been paying water bills, but I'm not paying for single occupancy, which I should be. So you get it much, much cheaper. I'm paying for basically a family of 12. Absolutely ridiculous. I've got to speak to them today, but I think I'll get my brother to sort that one out. Much easier. Robbie Williams to feature in a Hollywood biopic about Robbie Williams, but they don't know him in America. I don't know why they'd be remotely interested. You know, you'd be better off with Gary Barlow, who does spend a lot of time in America. Robbie's not known over there. Definitely not. So I'm assuming that, it's a bit of sort of PR. I would think they know Gary Barlow, because I think he was recording over there at one point. Whether he made it onto the chat shows, I've got no idea, but definitely not Robbie Williams. So potatoes in the morning, good for you. Because of starch, I suppose, and you can sort of stave off diabetes. As if. You know, I got that... I got my blood testing thing the other day, and the test strips were out of date by about 3 months, which was a pain. So I ordered yesterday this new thing. They're like 17 quid or something. They're so cheap. You get the little meter, the needles, the test strips, and it's all very nice. It arrived yesterday. I've never had something arrive so quickly. And also I knocked over one of my water candles. You know, I've got these water candles. You never heard of water candles? It looks like it's a tall candle. OK. And it's got a light in it and a little fountain right in the middle. And you fill it up, you charge it up, and they're ever so cheap. They're about 17 quid each. I bought 2. They arrived yesterday as well. Yeah. They're really lovely. And it's water that bubbles away at the top. For 17 quid, you just charge it up. It comes with a charger, which you just plug. It's really nice. And also, it's very me, I know, you're right. But also, water is very beneficial because the air in your room, if you've got central heating, goes very dry. And that's very bad because my voice is my tool. And consequently, you need to keep it. Go into any theatre dressing room. Michael Crawford used to have a huge one. And it's a machine that dispenses mist. And I've got one as well. You literally it's tiny. It looks, it's tiny. And you take a bottle of water, turn it upside down and put it into the machine, and the water filters through and comes out as steam. And it keeps the air very moist, which is very good. So you must always do that. That's great. And they're very cheap. I forget what they're called now. Water steamers or something. But you don't need to pour water into anything. You just tip the bottle upside down and it's really good. Really good. But the water candles light up. And they bubble away, and you just top them up. It's amazing how much water they get through. Really amazing, really, really amazing. But very nice actually. Thomas in Lee says both my kids' schools always ring from private number for some reason. Really, that's very odd. That's them being mean and tight. And get them out of the school. Just take them to another school now. I get those sort of things for everything, The doctor, needs to see you today, that you have an appointment out. Do not reply to this thing. They send them out automatically. And I've got another appointment coming up with the doctor for the diabetes thing, another diabetes. And they'll just send me a text. And it's generally automated. Yeah, I'll get loads of the blooming things. You sort of check, because otherwise you can't remember, can you? I can't remember for love nor money. The sleeping Labour peer banned from the GM debate. He was told off. I mean, because a lot of them, they're so old. And he was there and they thought he was asleep, so he shouldn't really be allowed to have a say in something because he hadn't heard the debate. What was the point? And what was the other one? I've lost it. Oh, an alien expert thinks he's found the lost city of Atlantis on Google. The fabled city of Atlantis. I don't believe it ever existed. Paul McCartney considered for a peerage. Dawn Neeson's got a column today. We'll go through some of that a bit later on. And 10 of the most famous events in Lotto history, because Camelot have lost the franchise, and which is just as well, because basically we've been ripped off for years. It's almost... I mean, I've got 3 notifications on my phone, and it'll be like £2.30 for each one. And so it's going to another company run by, it's called Alwyn Entertainment. It's owned by this bloke who's Czech, and he's a gas and oil tycoon, and he's a billionaire. But they've said they're going to reduce the price of a ticket to £1. But it's not immediate. This sort of comes in a little bit later on. I think in about 2 years, 2-3 years, 2024 it comes in. So give Camelot an opportunity to sort of take more money off us and not pay anything out, which is not fair to us winners. The National Lottery, it's the biggest lottery and has raised more than 45 billion for 660,000 causes across the UK. Wow. It's amazing, isn't it? And apparently loads of people put in to run it. And it was given to a Czech billionaire who has links to Russian oil. I don't quite understand how that works, but, you know, have to go with it, don't we? Hottest interior design thing, and I'm telling you this now so that when people come round to your house, they don't laugh. They think you're really on trend. Plates on the wall. You get plate hangers. They're sticky, and it's paper, and it's got a ring through it, and you stick it onto the back of your plate. Then you knock a nail into your wall, or a little tack, and you hang your plate on it. Very popular. Very popular. A lot of people do. If you don't have plates hanging on your walls, you're nobody. No, seriously, you have to. I mean, I'm just trying to keep you all on trend, so that you know. Even if you're living in a rented place, you can still put plates on walls. You know, so a little something for you all to do today.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Early Breakfast on LBC with Steve Allen until 7 a.m. It's Wednesday, the 16th of March. Jamaica Inn, very famous, out on Bodmin Moor, has banned hunts from meeting there. They've been meeting there for about 100 years, and they've now decided that they don't want them meeting there anymore. The estate agent who told would-be home buyers to ditch the Greggs breakfast if they want to save up for a deposit. A bit rude, isn't it? I'll tell you who the estate agent is. Honestly, I can't believe that happened. Sorry. Listen, if you want to be able to afford this squat, then you have to give up the Greggs breakfast. Yes, exactly. Mind your own business. We can either afford it or we can't afford it. Police hunting thieves who stole pregnant sheep. I told you, it's a very big problem out in the countryside. People steal them and then they secrete them away and they wait till the lambs have been born. Then they kill the sheep, they sell the meat. And where they sell it, I've got no idea. Whether they're selling it in their shops or whether they're selling it at markets, I've got no idea. But whatever it is, cattle rustling is big. Very big. And not only do they steal the animals, they steal farm tractors, combine harvesters, anything they can get their hands on. Seriously, very, very bad news. Denise Van Outen said she doesn't like to be taken advantage of after it turned out that her sort of so-called boyfriend was texting people. You know, couldn't trust him as far as you could throw him, to be honest with you. Comedian Bill Bailey says he's penned a Eurovision anthem inspired by Dad's Army. And from March the 25th, something else to worry about, if you touch your mobile phone in the car and they see you, it's 6 penalty points and a £200 fine. The answer is do not touch your mobile phone. In other words, what I always do, well, I mean, I don't touch it anyway. It doesn't make any difference to me because it comes through the car system. And so if the phone rings, on my dashboard comes up, you can hear it dims the radio and it puts up the name of the person calling me. If it says no, I don't answer it. It just sits there and rings away until it then comes back with sort of something. And it's all controlled on the steering wheel. The moment you sort of click off, back comes the radio again, which is very easy. But you shouldn't touch it. You have to look on it, the fact that it's going to electrify you and kill you. Because if you touch it and you're seen, there was a woman driving through Richmond the other day. I should have taken her car number. Because she was sitting there, she went over the lights. She went over a red light. I thought if I'd had a walking stick with me, I'd have banged on the side of her car like there's no tomorrow. And because she jumped the red light, somebody could have been killed, and she was holding her phone. As it went past me, the car, I thought she's holding her phone. And so that new law comes into effect from March the 25th. And it's also, by the way, you can't handle any mobile device when driving. That also includes being stationary in traffic, motorway queues, or traffic lights. OK, so you cannot touch the device to check the time or notifications, take photos or videos, scroll through playlists, or access any apps. So you have been warned. New rules make it much, much easier for the police to hand out fixed penalties. Because all they do is they just take a picture of you. As you go under the thing, the cameras can take a picture of you. It's very easy. Very, very easy to actually to catch you now. And they also have people who go by in quite tall vehicles, and they can look down and see if you're on your telephone. But mind you, we've seen people, haven't we? I've taken texts from people before where they say, I saw somebody shaving the other day, or a woman putting on... seriously, people putting on makeup in the car. You know, lipsticks and eyeliners and mascara and stuff like that. Amazing, isn't it, really? But if you're seen touching a mobile phone, 6 penalty points. And if of course, you already got 6 penalty points because you might have had other misdemeanours, then basically you're off the road. So think about that one. So potatoes in the morning, we quite like that. Waitrose is no longer the best store to live near. See, I didn't think it was anyway. I always thought it was Marks and Spencer's. That sort of raises the tone of the neighbourhood. But apparently it's Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's are the store to want to live near. Well, we do have a Sainsbury's. In fact, we seem to have everything. We've got, you know, I was amazed. I went round a supermarket the other day to find, let's just call it a particular item, and I'm queuing up on the automatic tills, and I've never seen people with trolleys piled so high. It was like they were sort of bedding down for war or something. I mean, seriously, I've never seen so much food on trolleys. Amazing. The Queen was back at work in person the other day. I tell you, you know, one day we're sort of getting ready to write her off and go, she's really too tired to do anything else. Next minute, she's standing upright meeting somebody from Canada, I think, which is amazing. The top supermarkets adding value to homes around the UK. Number one is Sainsbury's. Nearly £40,000 it can add to your home. Waitrose, way down the list at £7,000. Marks and Spencer's, way ahead of Waitrose at £16,500. Iceland, only £1,745. This is what it adds to your home. Lidl, 1,774. Asda, poor old Asda, 932 quid. There's no sign of Morrison's at all on this one, actually. And Aldi, 1,311. But Sainsbury's, 40,000. It's way ahead, isn't it? But no, Waitrose, way down the list. I mean, it's, you know, just under 2/3 away from Marks and Spencer's. But I always thought Marks was the one. You know, it's quite good. Which city's homes benefit the most from living close to a supermarket? London, Sainsbury's, 43,005. It's amazing, isn't it, when you look at it? You've got M&S. They're not doing too badly, but it's nowhere near Sainsbury's at £43,000. That's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot. I'm so glad I haven't got a mortgage anymore. That came as such a shock to me. I got a piece of paper from them. I'm waiting for them to send on all my details and deeds. So, you know, if I choose to sell the place, I can sell it. But apparently somebody said to me, oh, it takes forever, Steve. I went, yeah. Because I told you I got my licence back, which was very nice indeed from DVLA. We like DVLA a lot. Thank you very much indeed. And then a week later, they then sent me a thing saying, your licence is on its way to you. I thought, I've had it. They said, you know, we have to investigate to find out, you know, how bad your diabetes is. And to be honest with you, actually, it's not too bad at all. Not too bad. And the Royal Marsden and Chelsea and Westminster come up, caller no ID. No, they don't, because I was at Chelsea and Westminster. And it comes up exactly what it is, and Chelsea and Westminster on it. You get the text. Perhaps you haven't got a telephone, that's why you don't hear from them. When they phone, yeah, but we're only talking about them sort of, you know, why would they want to phone you? I mean, even if you've got an appointment with a doctor, it comes through as a text to start with to say, you will be called tomorrow at this particular time. And they're generally quite good with it. But no, Chelsea and Westminster, definitely, I was in there. So I know all about it. Steve, I've had a cough for ages, says Jeanette, and I bought a plug-in humidifier which pumps steam out, and you can put menthol drops in like eucalyptus, which makes the steam even better. Still got the cough, but I'm sure it helps. No vintage this week. Hope to be back soon, says Jeanette in Kingsbury. Yeah, these little humidifiers, I think they're called humidifiers. They're really good. And it just pumps steam into the room. I mean, not so much you can't see anything. That would be ridiculous. That would, it's like dry ice, you know, all of a sudden, you know, night fever. It's not like that at all, really. But little humidifiers, there you go. 20 quid. 20 quid. They're not very expensive. Oh, there's one there. They're very inexpensive. But the one that I've got is very nice. It really is very nice. I mean, some of them go up a little bit. There's one for 20 quid here. And it's a Smart Pebble. Is it Smart Pebble? Smart Devil. $18.99 or $19.99. Go down a bit further. They're lovely, aren't they? I like them. Oh, I don't like that one for £30. That's see-through plastic. Who wants to see water? Yeah, it does look like a Brita. I quite like a Brita filter, but my God, once they go dirty, they go dirty. Look at that one, £23.05. It's got a remote control with it. Very good value. Very good value. So cheap. Well, no, I've already got one. I've got a humidifier at home. It's very nice. I'll have to let you know which one it is. They've got one here for the home bedroom. It's got night light, whisper quiet. They do that to babies, don't they? Like that, blowing in their ear, and the kid goes, why don't you do one? Leave us alone. But they're very nice, actually. Sleeping with the light on linked to higher risk of heart disease and diabetes. Yeah. And how does this affect me? Because I sleep with the light on. Always have done. Always have done. I couldn't sleep with the light off. Oh, no, oh, my God, I'd be seeing all sorts of strange things. Oh, no. No, I sleep with the light on. But apparently, you've got higher insulin resistance in the morning, higher heart rate and lower heart rate variability. So there you go. It could be linked to an increased risk of heart disease and diabetes. So says research. It's not very good, is it? Not very. Oh, it's a study from the Netherlands. I mean, honestly, why are we bothered with that? We're not doing it here. If we were doing it here, I'd understand it, but not the Netherlands. It's like, a study in Texas, came up with the fact that, if you feed the cat, it'll get fat. Something rivetingly exciting. What was the other one? I like the potatoes in the morning helping diabetes. I think that's a very nice idea, because I was always told potatoes are quite good for you. I don't have potatoes very often. And, I don't know if it includes... Yeah, you're right, actually. Do you think it's just potato? I found a box of raw... Actually, raw potato is bad for you, whereas I used to like raw potato. My mother would slice it up. She used to make her own crisps. We were a very mean family, and she would make crisps. So she'd cut the potato, and she had little, like a mandolin slicer, and she'd go backwards and forwards, and then drop them in hot oil, and we'd make our own crisps. We're so mean, honestly. Yeah, before Walker's crisps. And Andrea says, making myself a tea now. Your sips of tea always make me want a cuppa. I love this pre-dawn bird singing, early breakfast time of day with you. It is lovely, actually. She's in Denmark Hill, is Andrea. And Dean says, no bank branches at all where I live in Blackpool. Online services are the way now. I remember when we had to wait for the branches to open to get problems sorted. Oh, God, yes. Oh, yes. I used to take all my money into the bank to change it up. So I'd sit there on the floor counting up my pennies. I've always done it for donkey's years. And you take it in there and they put it onto a little weighing machine, and it can tell you if there's 1 penny missing out of 240 or whatever it happened to be. So I use these Coinstar machines now, which is okay. It's okay. I think the commission is about 6% or something. I don't care. To be honest with you, I look at the change in my pocket as being just a little bit of a bonus. And most of the time when I go in there, I really like to make sure that I've filled my jug up with the change. Most of the time I get between £300 and £400. Can I get home Coinstar? No. What do you mean home Coinstars? No. Well, you can buy a little cheap version, but I mean, it doesn't do enough money. On the Coinstar, you tip it all in and it tells you how much money you've poured into the machine. Yeah, £10,000, which is good. And, you've got to take a break. Honestly, it's always breaks, isn't it? Honestly. And it's only Wednesday, but it is the 16th of March, so tomorrow, everywhere, people will be saying, how are you? Because it'll be St. Patrick's Day, and that's a very special day in the calendar. 14 to 5.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Steve, the best thing to do, unless you're using the sat-nav, is stick your phone in the glove box. Take the temptation away, says Beverly. It is. I mean, you should literally put it on the back seat, so if it rings, you just leave it. But, I mean, most people now, not everybody, quite clearly, have got hands-free in the car, because you can buy them so cheap. I've had about 2 or 3 over the years. Now on my cars, it's built in. And it's great. You just pair it up. It's like a Bluetooth kind of thing. And what I've got to remember is when I get rid of the car, is I've got to delete my phone book, because it's got all my private celebrity numbers in there. Because the last bloke didn't delete them, but I've never actually been through the whole phone book to find out what's in there, just in case it was something very, very, very interesting. But I will definitely be sorting things like that out. But I mean, if you do have a phone in the car and you don't have hands-free from the well, in fact, all the time, because you take your eye off the road, that's the time something happens to either the car in front breaks or something runs into the road, all sorts of problems. So keep it well away from you, because, I mean, to be honest with you, I think it should be everything. Not just a telephone. They say it's a distraction. No, it's not. You see people smoking at the wheel. That means they've only got one hand on the wheel. You see people eating at the wheel. That's quite normal. That would be taking your eye off things. Could you open up the sandwich? I mean, I've eaten at the wheel. I freely admit it. I've done it because there aren't any rules about what you can do. And somebody says about those new car rules coming into effect, how many people do you see driving and eating and drinking when they've just left a drive-through? Watch out, the police will be about. Well, there's no, I don't think. I mean, if you use the phone, you are 4 times, they say, this is what they've worked out, 4 times more likely to be in a crash. Your reaction times are 2 times slower if you text and drive than if you drive. That increases to 3 times if you use a handheld phone. I mean, the drink driving, I have to tell you now, is an absolute no-no, basically for every copper I've ever spoken to. They say if there's one thing that really annoys them, it's somebody being stopped for drink driving, because they could kill somebody and not know about it. So those you come down like a ton of bricks on. And I've seen them on the Interceptors and these other programmes where they sort of stop. And also the amount of people. I told you yesterday they were doing the Interceptors stopping people because of their APR cameras or whatever they want. Do you see the one in Twickenham? No? Oh, me? Yes. I'm always seeing people. People sort of jumping lights or failing that. I've been behind cars where you think, you've had a drink. You've definitely had a drink. We did stop somebody once. I say we because there was 2 cars and this other car, and he was weaving about all over the road, and he got onto the elevated section of the M4, just coming out of Chiswick. You go out and you're on the elevated section of M4, and he was literally weaving about so much, so the other car went in front and slowed right down, so he had to slow down. I came in behind him. This was donkeys years ago, and he was off his face. So what we did, we took his car keys, we threw him over the top of the elevated section, so he couldn't even get back into his car again, and then we just drove off and left him, leaving it up to the police, because the moment the police would have arrived, they'd have known that he was a drunk. Because these you see the accidents. But now, because of these NPR things, or ANPR, whatever they're called, the automatic number plate recognition, they could tell if you've got insurance. The amount of people driving without insurance. No MOT, no insurance. So if they have an accident with you, the chance of you getting money out of them is almost non-existent. It's terrible. It really is. I mean, I like to be goody two-shoes. I'm out there, don't drink and drive, and don't do anything like that. Because I'm so worried. I mean, I have been stopped before for holding my telephone, but that was years and years ago. Now, I don't need to worry about that because of the hands-free. And it's very useful. You can have but again, it's very distracting at just chatting away to somebody on the telephone. I mean, I don't know why. It just seems very, very odd. But no, I mean, the advice is from Beverly and everybody else that keep the phone well away from you. Don't even go anywhere near it. Don't even look at it. Reggie says, very disappointed with the M&S range at Costa. The sausage rolls are about 2 inches long and 5 inches thick. Yes, they've started doing that, haven't they? Selling a limited range of things. I don't know why. Marilyn says, when we went on holiday when I was young, my father would always sing the song The Happy Wanderer. The one you just sang, it was a Scout song. Valerie, Valera, Valerie, Valera, ha, 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 Valerie, Valera, my knapsack on my back. It was a very popular tune. People sang in those days, Mary. They don't sing now. It's very disappointing, isn't it? John in Nantwich says, I've recently paid off my mortgage, but was told by my bank, NatWest, that the land registry no longer send out your deeds. It's now all electronic and stays on the system. Yes, well, I've requested. They are sending out bits and pieces to me, which is very nice indeed. And Chris, who's in Sturchley, do you remember we found Sturchley the other day, says we had some very upsetting news last few days. Mum and Dad's cat Riley had to be put down. She suddenly appeared very unwell the last 2 weeks, had fluid on the lungs and a dicky heart. The vet said it could happen to any cat. Well, absolutely. I mean, it really can. And Susan and Thomas in Bourneville, and that Chris sends his love and condolences. Send a card. Don't be so tight. Fancy using a radio programme to send sympathy because your parents have lost the cat. Lord, honestly, send a card. Send flowers. But what do you do with them? You know, I mean, there are pet cemeteries, but for a lot of people, that's quite an expensive thing to have done. Americans, I know it sounds ghastly, they do freeze drying of your pet. If your cat or your dog or whatever else, you can bury in the garden. I think you have to check on that one. You can't have anything that will decay that could be near a water source. OK, remember I told you about bodies. You can be buried in your own garden, but you have to tell people, and you've got to check with the local council. So, you know, just to make sure. But, no, I mean, the local vet from years and years ago, we used to have an LBC, he had a freezer, and he would put, you know, deceased animals in there. Because, I mean, if your mouse has died, or your hamster, or your cat, or, you know, little animals, they would be kept in the freezer, and somebody would come and collect them every so often. What they did with them, I had no idea. But you can go to pet cemeteries. Oh, right, you're legally able to bury your pet in the grounds of the home where they lived without the need for permission. Animals may be deemed to be hazardous to human health if they have been treated with chemo or received controlled drugs. Well, yeah. Well, of course, yours would have received controlled drugs. That's one of those things. Generally okay, provided your cat was sort of healthy a minute and then dropped dead the next. That's the way it goes, isn't it? But, and treated with chemo. I didn't know they did do things like that. And Paul says this message was done totally hands-free and sent via Siri. Yeah, I mean, I can do everything in my car. Absolutely everything, and have done. Steve says my phone automatically goes on flight mode when in the vehicle, and that's good. And Andrea in Yorkshire, you don't say where in Yorkshire, so we'll take it you're in the pretty part. We take our change jar to the supermarket and use it in the self-checkout. It's like getting the shopping for free. Oh, I think so as well. I've saved my change for the past 30 years. I love doing it. I always have a guess with myself. And so what I do is I empty my pockets every day. Every day. I always use cash. I know it drives my accountant up the wall. He hates it, using cash all the time. But, no, I always empty my pockets out, fill up. I've got this plastic jug in the bathroom for some reason. I don't know why. I used to have a very tall spaghetti jar, but I quite like the jug. Yes, it's where you undress, yeah. And then you sort of put your all the change into the thing, and I look at it. When it gets near the top, I look and think, I think I'll go tomorrow. And I get excited about it, because I look at it as free money. I know it's not. But I appreciate where you're coming from, Andrea, taking the change jar to the supermarket. I mean, it adds up quite quickly. I mean, I emptied my pockets out a couple of days ago, and they're full up again. Also, it's a case of you don't want the pocket to sort of wear away, because they do. If you're putting your hands in your pockets every day, the material's quite thin in pockets, because you're only meant to basically stick a handkerchief in there. They aren't designed for it, and also they spoil the cut of a suit if you put your hands. So if I buy a suit for an event, all the pockets come sewn up. I always leave them sewn up. Always, for the simple reason it spoils the cut of the suit, makes you look lumpy and a bit sort of naff. So I don't do that anymore. David Hockney, 84, brushing away the winter blues with some nice new pictures. A shortage of GPs. Lots and lots of GPs are quitting because of the stress. Because I think the amount of time you get with your GP is about 10 minutes. So you can imagine, can't you, when you've got a very busy GP and you've got people, elderly, young people who are just time wasters as well, who go in to see a GP just because they can. And And what they do is, they're doing them in person, yes. I went to see in person the other day, and I've had we seem to have dispensed with that. Although they've still kept the same things on the internet by saying, don't arrive too early for your appointment. A couple of minutes beforehand is fine, although they were running late. And test yourself if you can. But, I'm quite good with sort of... Oh, hello, music. Where's that coming from? I'm very good at sort of testing for stuff like that. Chris says, I went to Mum and Dad's yesterday. Yes, Mum buried the cat in the back garden. All of their pets are there. Hence, they won't move house. Yeah, my friend, all his dogs he buried, and he had little gravestones made out of stone to put in. My friend David, who was very good. He used to have boxes, and they were all buried in the front garden with little gravestones as well, with the name and when they died and things like that. They always end up problems with their hips, boxers, and stuff like that. I love the way you're smiling, honestly. You wait till you have trouble with your hips and your back and all the rest of it. By Jove, you're not a boxer yet, or ever will be, I shouldn't think.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 16th of March. Welcome to I keep hearing little snippets of information from people about these talks between Russia and Ukraine, and it might be going somewhere. It might be going... I don't want to raise anybody's hopes, but it might be going somewhere, because we're just achieving nothing here. We're just achieving nothing. He's achieving nothing. And the people of Ukraine, are so hanging on. They put all these things to stop the tanks coming into Kyiv and various other places. They look like giant, when you play a game of jacks, they look like giant versions of those. They're digging themselves in. They're prepared to, to go for it. And you think, what's he going to end up with? Nothing. He can't be that stupid. He really can't be. It's not only an embarrassment. It's going to end up with a bombed out country full of people who hate him. Everybody hates him. Even the people in his own country hate him. Even these oligarchs hate him. If he realised how much hatred there was on his committees and all the rest of it, people going, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're going to end up with no country at all. And yet, strangely, they did a programme the other day. It was on the television. They were looking at the world's best treasures. And it was actually very good. And part of it was in Russia. A lady called St. Catherine's, or Mrs. Catherine's Palace. She was Her Royal Highness. And they had one whole room which was covered with amber. Amber. And amber can come out of trees. It can come out of all sorts of places. But from old forests from years and years ago that are now underwater, it gets washed in, and they filled this entire room with amber, the most beautiful room you've ever seen in your life. You walk in there and it's like being in a room full of gold. And it's like, wow. And then there was an attack in Russia, I think by the Germans, and they stole the room. They literally dismantled the room. In 36 hours, they dismantled everything. It's never been seen again. So the Russians have recreated it, this beautiful room. And there was another guy on there. What else did they put on there? Oh, look at it. It's just unbelievable. The lost treasures. They show you what it looked like before. They've never found it ever again. So they recreate it from old photographs. It's like going to Versailles. And yet, strangely enough, it is like gold. But strangely enough, this was owned by a Tsar. And of course, the Russian people hated the Tsars. They had most of them shot. And yet, when they went in and saw the buildings, they decided, strangely enough, to keep them. But they also had, of course, if you're doing a programme about fantastic finds and gold and everything else, you have to include the Mask of Tutankhamun. It's because it was one of the only tombs in the Valley of the Kings that hadn't been looted. The others got looted very, very quickly. They're still uncovering on a daily basis different bits of tombs. But Tutankhamun, he was buried in 3 coffins. And they were working, under very, very hazardous conditions, trying to lift the lid off. And eventually they got it off, and they had the first death mask, then the second one, because Tutankhamun, he's still buried in the place where they found him. It's just he's not in his funeral finery. And then they got down to the last funeral mask, and that's when they went, wow. It was solid gold, and it's got hieroglyphics on the back of it from the Book of the Dead. And it was quite something. And he was only 18 when he died. I think he inherited the throne at the age of about 9. And they then sort of found him. What he died of, I've got no idea. But he had all these things on him. His complete outfit was absolutely amazing because they did this burial procedure. And so they were building it. And he was very lucky to get away without it being robbed, because everything was robbed over there. They took everything. And when they sort of they cut a little hole in, they found some steps and they started uncovering them and went down, down, down. Then they found a door which was still locked and they went, this is looking good. But they didn't know what they were going to find in there. And now, in the Cairo Museum, about 400 miles away or something from where it was originally found, they've got the death mask, and that's the mask which everybody associates with him. But the Amber Room, this is in the Catherine Palace near St. Petersburg. It was a chamber decorated in amber panels, backed with gold leaf and mirrors. Now, it was looted by the army group north of Nazi Germany and taken to Königsberg for reconstruction and display. So they basically had been looted. They'd taken it. This is about in 1944, I think. The Allied forces were closing in on Germany. The room was disassembled and crated for storage in the castle basement. Well, the castle was destroyed by Allied bombers in 1944, and the documentation of the room location ends there. They actually went back and they said, listen, that we don't know where it is. The castle's in ruins. I mean, really, ruins. I mean, if it survived, it remains a mystery. In 1979, the decision was taken to create a reconstructed Amber Room at the Catherine Palace in Pushkin. After decades of work by Russian craftsmen and donations, it was completed and inaugurated in 2003. You know, and this is something they're very proud of, that they've actually done it. But, of course, if Putin decides that he wants to go for all-out World War III, places like that will vanish completely. Places will be absolutely destroyed, which is terrible. Sue from Studley, not Dudley, says, happy birthday, Eve. Happy birthday, Eve. Make every second count. Oh, believe you me. Believe you me. There's Studley, a large village and civil parish, and they've got castle. They've got a castle. It's beautiful, isn't it? That is nice. That's very pretty. Oh, I like that. I could live there. And it's got a royal park. It's in North Yorkshire. In the castle. Oh, it's in the castle grounds, is it? That's very nice. I wonder if it's very deep or if it was man-made. Probably man-made, actually, in those days. They brought somebody in like Capability Brown. And it looks lovely. It looks very... See, I like it when it's all old-fashioned. You just wish that places like that still existed because, you know, modern buildings are put up and they knock things down and you think, oh, such a shame, isn't it? But no, it's very pretty. Very pretty. Very nice, Sue. So it's Studley, not Dudley. Studley, not Dudley. Thank you very much indeed. So I was watching this programme about all these things, and there was one guy and his family are very successful at finding gold. Gold in the ocean. And what they do is they go out on their ship and they've got a giant vacuum cleaner which is on the ship, and they literally will go to where there was a wreck site, and they know it was a wreck site because they found cannonballs, but cannon shot, so much smaller, and that would have been the site where there would have been a battle, and there was a very good chance that many of these ships that were firing these cannonballs and cannon shot were defending their precious cargo, which in those days turned out to be rubies, diamonds, gold, everything like that, and platinum. And he was hoovering up, and they found millions upon millions of pounds worth of stuff there. He said, gold, you see it straight away. He said, you see it glistening because when you take it out, it looks exactly the same as the day it fell in to the ocean. And they had something there, and I think it was called a money belt. And what it was a chain of gold, and you took a link off and you paid for your goods with that link. I'd never heard of it before. I thought it was something you wore around your neck, but it wasn't. It was like it was a money link belt or something. I don't know where it came from. It was very old, but it was shining as brightly as the day that it was sort of shot out, you know, as the ship went down and all the stuff dissolved. So the seafloor was littered, and they literally hoovered up everything. And then they sort of started sorting it out, and it was just beautiful. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And it was like this sort of money belt, a linked belt of gold chains, and you ripped one off, obviously soft, you bent it, and you took it off and you paid for your goods with it. It was a way of keeping your money, like modern-day purses, I suppose. But, so, apparently, 20 million tons of gold in the... Yes, they had a room full of 500 plastic boxes, and each one had gold and jewels in there. It's worth $771 trillion. Small wonder that people go out there and they go, we're going to dive down and we're going to see if we can hoover up gold. Because that's where it is. It's at the bottom of the ocean. Unless we drain the oceans, pull the plug out, you're never going to know where all this stuff is. But it was just amazing. And then the other one was that they went to China, and I thought, I know what you're going to look at in China. I know exactly what you're going to look at. And it was a farmer who was digging on his land, and what he was digging for was to find water for a well to water his crops. And what did he find? He found the Terracotta Army. He started digging, and they found a terracotta soldier. And over the years, they uncovered more and more and more and more, until in the end, I think there's something like 12,000. This is in China. And they've now built this huge building which goes over the top of it. It's a major tourist attraction, because not only did they find all the soldiers, each one individual faces. Each one, the Terracotta Army is just amazing. It's was there to guard the first emperor. And it is said, they date from I think approximately the late 3rd century. And this was from Lingtong County outside Jian in Shaanxi in China. The figures are tall. They're taller than other people. And of course, the Chinese would have been, they discovered that each terracotta warrior had the maker's mark on it, who he was responsible to. So they found, there you go, more than 3 pits, 8,000 soldiers, 130 chariots, 520 horses and 150 cavalry horses. They've also found in other pits non-military people, officials, acrobats, strongmen, musicians, and they were there to guard the emperor. That's what it was. It's exactly the same. When you look at the size of it, the emperor is buried there, but they haven't found his grave, because it is said that his grave has got security on it. You know, there could be things that would, you know, arrows could be could be all sorts of things. Pit 1 is 750 feet long and 203 feet wide, and that contains the most of the things there, more than 6,000. Amazing, really, when you look at it, and it's got bigger and bigger and bigger. They reckon there's still thousands more to uncover there, because a friend of mine went over there, and I said, did you go to the Terracotta Army? She said, absolutely, absolutely. And when you look at it, no, but you're not allowed, you can overlook it. They have viewing platforms, but you can't go anywhere near them. But it's the fact that if you look up at them, because the Chinese craftsmen would have been shorter than the warriors, when they look down at you, they look all menacing. But some have got moustaches, some haven't. But they're thousands of years old. I mean, it's just amazing that they find this sort of stuff. It's a bit like going through my sitting room, you know, and find the Terracotta Army there.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's very interesting. When the news came through yesterday, and I didn't hear it, the producer heard it and said, oh, you know, there's going to be somebody else owning the lottery. And I remember thinking, good God, they've had it for such a long time now. But the chances of winning are reduced almost on a weekly. They just make it more and more difficult, so we pile money into it. The new owners, Alwyn, owned by a Czechoslovakian businessman who's got links to Russian oil, but he's going to sever those. He's a billionaire, of course. They actually take over in 2024. And they plan to slash the ticket prices from £2 to £1 and have 2 Saturday night draws. Yeah, it'll make even more money. That's what it is. It makes money. Because when it first launched, Anthea Turner, Gordon Kennedy and Noel Edmonds back in 1994, and they've done a list on the people who've won money, and they've either sort of, you know, come out of prison to collect it, or it just seems very odd people. The sort of people you've heard of, you know, Lee Ryan, who was the bad boy. He was awaiting trial for stealing cars when he won $6.5 million. No, not the blue. No, I thought it was the blue one to start with. He was just an idiot. But he blew the lot on high living, because there's no point in giving money to people who are complete idiots. He actually blew the lot. £1 million mansion, a 225,000-man helicopter and a fleet of supercars. For a while, Lee from Leicester ended up living on the streets. He said, I'm not ashamed that I was homeless. No, but the money's gone. Michael Carroll, you remember Mikey Carroll, the thug? He was still wearing an electronic tag when he won 9.7 million. Age 19, he squandered it on drugs, booze, brothels, sex parties and fast cars. He was dubbed the Lotto Lout. He's now a coal man, and he's lost all of it, because they're not bright, they're not intelligent. Callie Rogers was the youngest. She was 16 when she won only 1.8 million. She used to work as a shop girl. She was from Cockermouth in Cumbria. She won 1.8 million. She's now 35. She blew it all. Because they're not intelligent enough. And you occasionally read stories about, Callie did this, Callie did that. And, there was another one. Camelot was fined £3 million for accepting a fraudulent £2.5 million claim by a convicted rapist called Edward Putman. The biggest lottery winner, I thought was about 160 million. But a lot of people don't go public with it. The highest jackpot ever was in October, 170 million. And nobody knows who it's gone to because they've stayed anonymous. 161 million went to Colin and Chris Weir from Scotland. Adrian and Gillian Bayford, 148 million. Another anonymous one in June 2019, 123 million. And another anonymous one because people don't want to tell people. Adrian and Gillian Bayford won 170,221,000, and it was, they did go public. Adrian and Gillian were happy to celebrate their win in 2012. Within a year, they'd split. Because the trouble is, people then go, OK, we'll split the money in half. Why, in God's name, am I staying with you? And not a bad divorce settlement. But there is one couple, they've given away most of it to charities and things like that, because they've said, how much do you need? How much do you need? In fact, Francis Connolly moved from Northern Ireland to County Durham after winning 115 million on Euro Millions in 2019. It's a very popular time to win money in 2019. The 55-year-old is still happily married to her husband, Patrick, and has given away more than half her win to family, friends and charity. She said that's £60 million worth of love, and every single person we gave money to has passed some of it on to others. So, there are good people there. Obviously, there's the dipsticks in there. So, really, some of them. Because they weren't used to having money, they didn't know. So in the case of Mikey Carroll, that thick little thug, because he blew it on cocaine and brothels, sex parties and fast cars. I remember his next-door neighbours hated it. Absolutely hated it because he was an idiot. So thankfully he lost it all. I think actually one of his wife took most of it. Yeah, she knew a good thing when she saw it, definitely. Somebody says, Steve, what do you think about the curse that befell the treasure hunters who discovered Tutankhamun's tomb? Well, you could read anything into it, couldn't you? You could read anything into if there really is a curse of Tutankhamun. I should imagine in the early days of Egypt there was a Book of the Dead and they weren't expecting graves to be robbed, but I think it was standard practice that literally the robbers would hide out in the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens. They would see where the grave has been dug, and once all the people left after the celebration of that person's life, they would just go in there, break in and start stealing anything that was worth money to them. Roughly the equivalent of people, taking and driving away now and doing exactly the same thing. It's just that you're doing it on a bigger scale. But they would take all sorts of things. The most common item that you find in Egypt up for sale are oil lamps. Little oil lamps that they would use in biblical times. They hadn't changed in hundreds and hundreds of years. Mark says, my mum, Pat, and dad, Jim, in Halstead saw the Terracotta Army some years ago. They said it was amazing and even got a book that was signed by the farmer. Yes, this huge area which is put aside, is just worth seeing. The Curse of the Pharaohs, or the Mummy's Curse, is a curse alleged to be cast upon anyone who disturbs the mummy of an ancient Egyptian, especially a pharaoh. Now, this curse, which does not differentiate between thieves and archaeologists, is claimed to cause bad luck, illness, or even death. Since the mid-20th century, many authors and documentaries have argued that the curse is real in the sense of having scientifically explicable causes such as bacteria or radiation. Because, unfortunately, in some of these tombs, bearing in mind, when they opened up Tutankhamun, there was a rush of stale air because it had been sealed up. So God knows. Yes, there was a body in there, but it was sort of wrapped and, mummified and everything else. But there is a very good chance of picking up illnesses, and people did. People did pick up illnesses in those days. It was all a little bit sort of worrying. But then most people just went, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, there isn't anything. But, then people start examining it, going, well, of course, so-and-so died. So-and-so. There is the curse of the mummy. And then they make it into a Hollywood film, which, means that this thing comes back to life in the film. And we still watch them. We like them. So whether or not this new company is going to be good, I don't know. They've taken out full-page adverts in the papers telling who they are. Because, of course, we don't know who they are. I've never even heard of them. But so far, since the lottery's been going, they've created, I think, 6,300 millionaires. Also 100 Olympic gold medals funded by the lottery. And the odds of winning the lotto jackpot, what do you think the odds are now? I mean, it used to be a lot better. Now, they're not very good at it. Stop cheating. Stop cheating. How many... What are the odds of winning the lottery jackpot? 45,057,474 to 1 to win the lottery jackpot. 45 million. I mean, it's ridiculous. So the Euro Millions jackpot, 1 in 139 million. Hardly worth bothering, is it, really? It's just a moneymaker. I know it goes for good causes, but, there are people who go, oh, it's my last pound. I bought my last ticket, Can't I have some money? No, you can't. No, you can't. It's addictive. It's gambling. Whichever way you look at it. Whichever way you look at it. So. Trendy gadgets create tasty meals for less. I've always wondered whether you could actually make your own Kentucky Fried Chicken at home. I don't think you... It's a secret recipe. And it can only work in one of their steamers, which fries it, but it's in like a pressure cooker. Must be quite good, though, mustn't it, really? Do they have to send you on a course to learn how to make KFC? Football ace Dominic Calvert-Lewin has racked up a £900 fine and 3 penalty points for speeding in his Lamborghini. Well, you're a bit of a dipstick, aren't you, mate? Not the cleverest person. And what else? Denise Van Outen says, I'm so proud over leaving Eddie. Why do people torture themselves by telling everybody about their blooming relationships? You only had to look at him to realise that he was not to be trusted. People are so naive. But, there you go. I wonder why she was talking about it. She's got an autobiography released tomorrow. There's always a reason, isn't there? Cynical old me. And a British holidaymaker was left fighting for his life. He was stung by a tiny jellyfish. James Soule felt an electric shock from a little jellyfish. It's 1,000 times deadlier than a tarantula. It's tiny. I mean, it's so tiny. It's called an Urchanji jellyfish. But it's tiny. The venom can kill in 2 hours and cause brain hemorrhages. Blimey. It comes from Kingston upon Thames. He said, I suspected a jellyfish but didn't know which type or the danger. Doctors feared he could go into cardiac arrest. Wow. Really dangerous. They grow an inch wide, but they have a yard-long tentacle that fires venom-loaded harpoons. You don't want to argue with this. Look at the size of it. I mean, it's 2 centimetres wide, and it can lay you low. Poor soul, honestly. That's not good, is it? So they've kept it. Which is quite sweet, isn't it? Perhaps a souvenir. Tiny, can trigger fatal brain hemorrhage. It's known for its extraordinary sting. Well, put it this way, it's barely 2 inches across, and it can kill. No, you wouldn't have the faintest idea, would you? And also, I mean, is it possible to be friendly with a jellyfish? Hello, I like you. Don't touch the tentacles, don't. So it nearly killed him. But he told the lifeguard, and the lifeguard, because they're very well trained over there in Australia, said, everybody out the water. You don't see this thing. It's so tiny. They can't have many friends. Can they? Not jellyfish alike. Dreadful. I can't wait to do this story. But I can't at the moment because it's in court, which is such a shame, but it's a really good story. Nicholas says, Steve, the Liver buildings have gone up for sale only the second time in 111 years. 90 million quid. It's my view every morning. It's cheap, isn't it, for 90 million quid? When you consider that there's an offer on the table for Chelsea Football Club of £2 billion. £2 billion is on the table. And that's only, how many million do we say for the Liver building? 90 million. Have you seen the size of it? That is cheap. 90 million quid. Because the owner, one of the Candy brothers, has got his flat on the market in London. And for you today, 175 million. That's what he's looking to get for it. I'll think of it. It depends if I win the lottery, at all those billions to one. Unlikely, so now you know how difficult it is. Steve, you mentioned looted treasure. Have you seen the movie The Monuments Men Made? Up of museum creators, art historians, librarians, architects from allied nations during and after World War II to recover Nazi-looted cultural treasures. Yes, what they were doing, they were also trying to reunite a lot of the Nazi-looted treasures back to their owners, trying to find them, because the Nazis looted everything. And there is still talk, is there not, of a train which is holed up in the middle of a mountain. The carriages are full of looted gold and old masters and pictures and everything, but they don't know where it is. They thought they knew where it was, but it turned out not to be there. But it's called the Gold Train, I believe. But whatever it is, it's mine. OK, I'm just telling you that now. I don't want any arguments over it. Thank you very much indeed. But people will continue searching because we have a fascination with stuff like that.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new eNY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the eNY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Wednesday. No, it's not. Yes, it is Wednesday. Try to remember when all these things are now. So the lottery will change over, and now owned by a Czech billionaire, which is interesting, isn't it, really? Camelot raised the price of a lottery ticket to £2 in 2013, and, profits soared. I think 29 million in 2010 to 78 million a few years later. Just started oh, no, I didn't bring my umbrella today. It's typical. The only day I didn't bring an umbrella, I thought to myself, I'll travel light. Yeah, and it's going to be... Oh, they did say rain today. I should have realised. I should have made a mental note. Dolly Parton has withdrawn her name, as you know, from the nomination list for this year's induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She says she didn't feel she has earned the right. Jane Moore says, you're too modest. You're too modest. And apparently Shane Warne's counsellor has revealed that the cricket legend thought he had 30 years left to live and was the happiest he'd been just before he died. It's always the way, isn't it? We're going to live for another 30 years. I've given up telling people. She says, call me old-fashioned, but aren't counselling sessions supposed to be kept private? Yes, they're not supposed to talk about things like that, are they, really? And what else have we got? Women are being reportedly forced to buy HRT on the black market because of a nationwide shortage. Having just returned from a 2-week trip to Egypt, where my luggage and HRT medication didn't join me, I understand their desperation, says Jane Moore. And she talks about, with a cowboy hat and a customary glare at the camera, Mr. Misery, Prince Harry, was photographed attending a Texan rodeo. Fellow attendees, Corey Melton, a bull wrangler, wrote on Instagram, we get a lot of rodeo royalty, but this is the first prince I've seen. Meanwhile, rodeo secretary Cindy Reed posted a message in which she thanked Harry for his visit. Yet just hours after the original photo appeared, it was mysteriously deleted, along with 2 messages mentioned above. Cripes, Russia's media censorship skills have nothing on the Suskies. It's interesting. The Duchess of Sussex is being sued by her half-sister. They're a deeply unpleasant family, this lot. And this is over claims she made about their relationship to Oprah Winfrey. And therein, says Jane Moore, lies the problem with giving interviews in the world stage. You can give my truth to the masses and they can't really contest it unless it's probably false. But when it comes to families who've known you since birth, they have the truth. And if it doesn't concur with your truth, then it can end up in a very expensive court case. And as ever, there's only one winner. Lawyers. They make a fortune out of these sort of things. Rod Stewart and his wife, in between him sort of, digging up the road and filling in the potholes, he decided to go racing with his outfit, and he went with Penny Lancaster. She's obviously only a part-time police woman. He's very busy recently. Well, he's 77. He playfully nuzzled her. Don't like the sound of that. Sort of thing you do with horses, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't want to think about it. And oh no, I can't. It's another one. It's another really good story. It's such a shame, actually. You get some really good stories in the paper. You go, oh, I'll do that one. And you look further down, you go, the case continues. And you think, oh, blow me down. Because there is a very good one coming up, which I can't wait to tell you all about. I really can't. And nettle eaters, they have competitions in certain parts of the country. Are chomping for joy after the World Championships was saved. The annual event has not been held since 2019 because of COVID. Fears for the future grew when the rural pub which organised it closed in 2020, and now a local cider farm, you have to do that when you talk about cider, has agreed to host the World Nettle Eating Championships, which attracts hundreds of entrants. Competitors line up to eat as many 2-foot-long stalks of nettles as possible in an hour. Woohoo! What is the point of doing that? I really don't see it. The winning farmer produced a 15-foot-long nettle, which the loser had to eat. Apparently, Philip Thorne from Devon holds the record, having scoffed 104 feet of stinging nettle plants in 2018. Philip Thorne, I know. Well, I've never understood it, actually. I'm not sure if when you get stung by nettles that's on your hands or something like that, and you look for a dock leaf to put on there. But when you put them in your mouth, do they sting you, or are you just eating a bit of plant? I mean, they all look a bit somewhat suspect, the people who are eating nettles. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, look, there's Ben Fogel. What's he doing eating nettles? They do look like the Wurzels, I am a cider drinker. It is Ben. So obviously you can eat nettles. There's obviously no sort of, they don't sting as they go down. Oh, goodness, what's the matter with them? Do you win any money? Has it got money attached to it? I can't see any other reason why you would want to eat nettles. We've got some... It's like, do you remember that one that was banned a short while ago? Because it was dangerous. It was rolling cheese down a hill and things like that. I have seen it, yes. Yeah, but people do it. If they get hurt, they get hurt. Not up to us to stop people, is it, really? We don't want to worry about things like that. And I was just sort of looking at it, and people fall down this hill because it's very steep. It's amazing how many of them cannot run down a hill. Perhaps they've all had sherbets or something. And they have to sort of run down, and most of them get sort of, knocked over or, dreadful things happen. Oh, one of them, look, his back, oh, my back hurts and all the rest of it. I wouldn't want to do it. Look at them, it looks highly dangerous. Surprising. Up until watching this, I was sort of very anti the health and safety folks. Now I've watched this, I would think that they're absolutely right. It looks so dangerous. Bless their little hearts. But that's what it is. It's the annual cheese rolling dips. There is also a couple. Plasterer Andrew Patterson and his bride, Jade, have got their lovely wedding cake. But this one's made out of pork pies. It's a pork pie wedding cake. The rest is stuffed with chorizo and black pudding. Sounds disgusting. No, I'm sorry. A wedding cake should be a fruit cake. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of sort of not having a cake that is made out of, peculiar things. Not the nice sort of things at all, is it, really? Imagine having a cake made out of... I do like pork pies, but they're very fattening. Very, very fattening. Daily Star this morning... lookalike President Zelensky escapes Ukraine thanks to a lookalike Putin and lookalike Jong-un. So they've sort of put up pictures of all these sort of things. Typical Daily Star story. A Russian drone's been shot down. It breached NATO airspace in Poland, ramping up fears of World War III. Oh, God, honestly. It's ridiculous. I mean, they are either particularly stupid in the Russian army, or it's all on the advice of Putin. The hoaxers who fooled the whole world. This was after the Turin Shroud has been proven. We know it's a relic from a long time ago, but fake it certainly is. Fake it certainly is. And this one here says that David Adkins believed the linen covering traditionally supposedly used to cover Jesus' body after he was crucified was a hoax pulled off by monks at Burton Abbey in Staffordshire. So it doesn't actually show Jesus' face. What it actually shows, it's a tablecloth featuring the image of a statue. So, but there's been loads of other ones. I mean, the X-File, the one that they say a UFO has crashed at Roswell. Load of old hooey, total lies, made up to fool the terminally stupid. And it works. Steve, I just had to fill my car with petrol, and I want to take a photo, as I don't think people would believe me otherwise. And so it's 96 for super is it? No, £96 for 58 litres. Yeah, well, that's about right. That's about right. Don't take photographs. They're going to charge you for taking a photograph now of their petrol pump. Fairy Enough was another hoax which I loved. My favourite hoax. Couldn't believe people were so stupid. And this was two cousins, Elsie Wright and Francis Griffiths, 12 and 9 respectively. And what did they come up with? They came up with the Cottingley Fairies. What they did, they cut fairies out of books, attached them with little bits of cotton to the branches of a tree, photographed them, and fooled people for ages. 1917 this was, obviously people a lot more gullible. And, in fact, even Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was a believer. Eventually, the pair admitted not till one of them died. So they haven't quite got their facts right on this one. One of them died, and they denied it up until the fact that they were fairly ancient. And they go, no, we actually cut them out of a book and put them up there. And how people never realised, I've got no idea. Hence the expression, there are fairies at the bottom of your garden. Also, Big Fib in 1869, workers on a farm in Cardiff dug up what appeared to be the body of a petrified giant from a bygone age. It became a top tourist attraction. Eventually, George Hull confessed he had the figure made out of gypsum and buried it to show how easily people could be fooled, following a row about a Bible passage saying there were giants in the earth in those days. And so he did it to prove that you could fool most people. Because even if you tell somebody, and we've had this before on the programme over the years, even if you tell somebody that crop circles are made by students who've had a few pints and they go out with a light and a broom handle and a piece of rope, people will not believe you. You could stand there till you're blue in the face and the terminally stupid go, no, they're made by people from outer space. No, they're not, Thicko. No, they're not. They're made by students. They make them all over the world. They've done them on graph paper, and then they do it. In fact, even if I think one of them actually showed somebody making a crop circle, and still the dimbos didn't want to believe it. You know, it's fake news. Fake news. Oh, I can't do that impression. Actually, the only person who does that is Nick Abbott. I can't do it. Hungry seagulls are just like us, apparently. Really? I don't think so. They have a favourite chippy that they flock to. A favourite chippy. Well, there you go. Apparently, the Inner Hebrides is very popular for seagull. They'll eat anything. They're in London. They're not eating outside the chippies. They're just sort of picking up any old sort of rubbish. And there are different sorts. I mean, some of them are huge. They really are. You see them circling Trafalgar Square, waiting. They're out here now, I know. Even as I speak, they are gathering. They're gathering out there. We'll take a short break.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
It's interesting, isn't it, when you look at all the hoaxes over the years, you know, the crop circles and all these other little bits and pieces and the Cottingley Fairies. And then, of course, you remember the old Candid Camera programmes, which were sort of very good, taken on to a new level with Jeremy Beadle. But we were sort of remembering the famous spaghetti farmers picking their crop from trees who, way back in 1957, convinced the British public that was how the pasta came into being. And they just draped it over a tree, and then they filmed it. And it was done, the voiceover, by Richard Dimbleby, father of the broadcasters David and Jonathan, and the incarnation of BBC Respectability. And he was saying, and here are the farmers, and they're picking. And they had women who were out there gathering the spaghetti. I mean, obviously, because it was so simple. And the simplest ones were the ones that worked well. I don't think LBC's ever done any April Fool prank. Well, apart from Jeremy Beadle did. He managed to convince people that he was doing his programme from a tube train. And it's when you look at these sort of things, you have to watch the BBC Spaghetti Harvest in Ticino. And people they thought that's how it grew. It was very well done, but so simple. Jeremy Beadle, as I say, convinced people that he was on a tube train, and so all we had was a tape loop, which was going round with the doors opening and closing and the train setting off and all the rest of it. And people, he said, if you can follow me, so people trying to work out which line he was on and all this kind of thing. And in the end, we jammed up Gough Square with Jeremy Beadle and people trying to sort of, see if they could catch him coming back into the building, having had his and of course, it was all done from the building, which was the best thing. But some of these other things are very, very clever. Very, very clever. Steve. Oh, we did this one the other day, actually, I'm afraid. The rare double eagle coin once belonged to Egypt's King Farouk, auctioned off. Oh, it's most expensive coin, actually. Jacob in Texas says only 11 of the 50 states in the US allow lottery winners over $1 million to remain anonymous. Yeah, because they're looking for the publicity. Over here, you can tick a box. But, to be honest with you, the odds are so ridiculous. If they win, I always say well done to them. Steve, evidently one of the ancient Egyptian tombs contained some honey still in its comb. Yes. And when tested, it was perfectly preserved. Yes, honey seems to... I wouldn't fancy eating it either, but I'm told that honey stays for ages. Today, beekeepers have to put a 5-year use-by date on the jars. I haven't had honey for ages. They do so. If you look at honey on the shelves, you get clear honey, runny honey, teddy bear honey, and all these other things. Well, I had one. Somebody gave it to me. The jar was shaped like a teddy bear, and it was full of honey, so it was quite good. They get cloudy honey, and we have the Beekeepers Association in Twickenham, and depending on where you are and depending on what the bees are eating determines what your honey is like. So I think even Sandringham's got its own honey. They all do things like that because it's fairly sort of self-sufficient. You just got to go out there and sort of scrape the stuff off. Oh, it's very clever. Very clever, but I haven't had it because I just always worry. Stephen Bridgeport says was it a box jellyfish? Listen, I couldn't even see it in the picture. It was so tiny. So tiny. I've heard of box jellyfish because that's the old Billy Connolly gags. Box jellyfish. God, they're even gift wrapping them. He says, I've got a week off work listening to you. This is one here. And I was thinking about a fish finger sandwich for lunch. Maybe nice today. Oh, it's a bit naff, isn't it, really? Fish finger sandwich. I'm going to my brother's club. We're going to eat, I don't know what they've got on offer. I shall find out, actually. Google nettle soup. It's a thing I've tried, but apparently it's nice, says Stephen. Oh, right. Nettle soup. Not too sure, actually. David in Shropshire. Yeah, the April Fool. It was a very good April Fool, but done on Panorama. Apex Corner, Steve. Diesel, 189. Petrol, 169. Says Greg, 189 for diesel. Petrol is 169. Steve, if that bloke filling up his car with 96 quid thinks that bad, I refuelled my lorry yesterday and it came to 746 quid. Says tanker driver Phil. How big are your tanks? How big are your tanks? The costs having to be passed on to the clients, otherwise we go bad. Well, I said that as well. Steve, similar to your last texter, just paid 140 quid to fill up. Last week was 120. P.S. You understand how much you help people through the night. Well, through the night. Blimey, this is morning. This is morning now. I mean, we're coming up to 6 o'clock, for goodness sake. Steve, talking to seagulls, and I was in Brighton once, and one swooped on me and nicked the baguette out of my hand. Yeah. I mean, there was one woman lost her dog to a seagull. Yeah, it was a little tiny dog. It carried it off, yes. Yeah, well, they carry off baby lambs. Eagles carry off baby lambs. Baby lamb thinks it's on a funfair ride, but of course it's not, quite clearly. Thinking about Dale, says Kim, and sausage and mash. You should try Mother Mash in Covent Garden. Sausage and mash or pie and mash. Very nice and good prices. Oh, I like that idea. Is it really buttery mash? Is it really Seagull carries dog. I love the way he has to check everything. He's never sure whether I'm telling fibs. But it carried it away. But it's only tiny. Gizmo the Chihuahua. Made a snack, I should imagine, for somebody. Not very good, is it, really? Thank you for all your recipes for nettle soup. And don't forget, Steve, says Mark, the Hitler Diaries. Yes, bought by the Sunday Times, weren't they? Fake. Nettles are very rich in nutrients. Vitamins and minerals, especially iron. Great option for vegan diets. They've been used as a natural remedy in many cultures for thousands of years. They help detoxify the body, regulate hormones, and act as anti-inflammatory. And they help with circulation and allergies. I still don't fancy it. I don't care. Dawn Neeson's column today. Talk about some of those very grandly and publicly declarations of intention to house a Ukrainian family are interesting, to say the least. Groper-in-Chief Matt Hancock being the latest to show willing to get to grips with the situation. Laudable and not at all a PR stunt to rescue his damaged reputation, obviously. But goodness, says Dawn, surely those fleeing Putin have suffered enough. And P.S., why haven't so many of the hand-wringing celebs so tormented by deposed Ukrainians offered to house any of the 274,000 homeless Brits? Yes, it comes in differently, doesn't it, if it's Brits and if it's, things like that. But she says, wait a minute, let me get this right. To stop the world being reliant on Russian energy, we're going to, cap in hand, go to Saudi Arabia. She says Putin is murdering little kids in Ukraine. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman executed 81 criminals at the weekend. Spoiler alert, neither relies on wind farms or wave power to produce their gas and oil. Blood on the petrol. Roman Abramovich, rumoured to be dating a 25-year-old Ukrainian called Alexandra Korodenyuk. Shockingly, she's a model. At which point, says Dawn Neeson, I'd make the usual joke about why rich old men always go out with clothes horses young enough to be their daughters rather than nuclear physicists. In this case, though, glad the only advice she'll be giving Putin's alleged money man is about his choice of jeans. Yes. Have you noticed, though, everybody in Russia's a model? What do you do? Model. I model. I've said they have model competitions almost on a daily basis. Yeah. And Dawn Neeson's got loads of other bits and pieces in her column today talking about the BAFTAs. And we all talked about the BAFTAs, but it's a very good column. Former Love Island's Megan Barton Hanson. Oh, boring. What a dull story, honestly. I don't know. Why do they bother putting these things? I mean, apparently she's back with James Locke from Towie. I mean, he can't make up his mind either way, can he, really? Shall I go out with her? Shall I not go out with her? Next 4 or 5 days are going to be sunny, 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 says Warren. Temperatures reaching the high teens. Time to get out the garden. Time to start treating the lawn cutting and everything back ready for the spring, even putting the fish blood and other bits and pieces into the borders. So it's fish blood and it smells horrid. Horrible. It stopped raining here now, is it? Oh, thank God for that. I don't mind it raining when I'm driving down the motorway. It keeps the car clean. But also you've got to turn the soil and, I've got to tidy up the patio and then go and get some earth to start filling up all the terracotta pots. And then when the plants start arriving, then you can put stuff in there and then we can do it. It just makes you feel better. And also, it's very good for your health. Very, very good for your health. Neighbours here have had a party. They've held a second birthday party, complete with banners, cakes and candles for never-ending roadworks. Apparently, fed-up motorists and residents marked the unhappy anniversary to highlight the lack of progress with the works in Swindon. Councillor Jim Robbins said, we're holding this party to raise awareness of just how much the roadworks have overrun. It beggars belief we still don't have an end date in sight. Of course, because the longer they string it out, the more money they make. Come on, councillor, how did you get your job? Goodness sake, you know how to, drag these things out. That's what happens. Cheating on a partner, apparently. They were talking about that the other day on the television. It should be a dangerous red flag when vetting police recruits. So apparently a lot of police are cheating on their partners. Well, I suppose if you're with somebody all the time, you just get close to them, I suppose. I think that's how it works, isn't it? I mean, it's an odd thing to actually sort of check on, though, isn't it? And you can never trust people. Are you cheating? No. I mean, poor old Denise Van Houten didn't have the faintest idea. So she's had to walk away from her ex-partner, Eddie. What he does, I've got no idea. But the telly star had kept tight-lipped. I mean, 7 years she was going out with him. 7 years! He was reportedly sending texts to other women. And then she sort of talked about it the other day. She said, the one thing I'm really proud of myself is I know when to walk away and I don't like to be taken. Well, it took you 7 years, love. Took you 7 years. No, exactly. People don't. They go, he seems all right at the moment. I saw him, he looked dodgy. The moment I saw him, you could just tell. She says it's very important as a woman to have self-worth and self-respect. He, of course, has retaliated, as you can well imagine. Sad-faced alert, using emojis in work can damage your career. How old are some of these stories? I'm doing these... They're just copying my show. Ridiculous. Dawn Neeson says a whole 4 hours sleep. 4 hours, seriously. Mind you, I can cope with 4 hours too. She says, at Daily Star and at Steve Allen Show, at LBC, reading your column out. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday indeed. It is, but we're going to have a bit of rain, but the temperature's going to go up a bit, so might undo an extra button on the shirt. I don't know. Put it. Do you know, I walked all the way. No, I didn't. I walked to the bus stop, and then I get off and I'm walking through Waterloo Station. Before I start, I wonder why people are looking at me. My blooming zip was undone. I'd completely forgotten to do my zip up. Thank goodness I was wearing pants. Can you imagine, can't you? How ridiculous. I've never done anything like that before. It's ridiculous. The barmy boss who made every day a work party. I'll tell you about Adam Neumann in a moment.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. I can't believe how much tanker driver Phil came up with. £746 to fill his tanker. I mean, that's an awful lot. It's an awful lot. How do you pay for something like that? Do you have to get vetted? It's ridiculous, isn't it? 4 minutes past 6 coming up to anyway. We take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Phil says, my fuel tank is 450 litres and does me for half a week. 450 litres? You're sitting on a time bomb. Unbelievable, isn't it? Goodness sake. And Steve says, Thomas, my weekly fuel bill is up £600 a week for all my delivery vans because of the price increase. I would look at electric vans, but the current ones available aren't big enough or offer enough range to deliver my mattresses nationwide. I think we should invent a van that runs on water. What a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? And years ago, there used to be a pub in Victoria. It may have been the Stag, I can't remember, which sold prawn and Philadelphia cheese sandwiches. They were fabulous and used to fly off the shelves, says Mike. Much better than my chum's favourite, tin peas and HP sauce. Ooh. Very peculiar. God rest your stomach, I should imagine. David says, got up early just to listen to you, Steve. Well, that would make perfect sense. Actually, I'll tell you the one thing that you notice in London. Well, firstly, today, London is good. We've had a little bit of rain, but at the moment it's dry. Let's hope it might not stay dry later. As long as I can get to Waterloo Station, I'm all right. You know, because when I get off, I could sort of go and sort of... they seem to have given up at Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Station selling sausage and bacon rolls. They're just saying, now, what did they have the other day? Ghastly sausage rolls. They are the most revolting sausage rolls I've ever had. Hot ones, yeah. Really disgusting. They're far too big. The mixture is just revolting. Horrible. It's just too crunchy. And they did one with mushroom kind of filling, which was even worse. I didn't realise it was possible to actually have a sausage roll that was so awful. Heavy rain and a gentle breeze today. Oh, God, honestly. Never mind, I've got to put petrol in the car, so I'm bound to get blown away doing that. But the good news is, in the West End, and I'm seeing this, you know, the evidence of it all over the place. It's nice to see that the West End is getting back on its feet again. And my favourite, Wicked, is still London's #1 show. Which I've lost track of how many times I've seen Wicked, because a friend of mine is one of the big producers. And first time I saw it, and I was always amazed, actually, because most of the kids in the audience for it, they know the story. They kind of sing along to it. It's turned out to be fantastic. And we've had some, you know, really fantastic people playing, including Idina Menzel, who I interviewed afterwards because I thought it was great. I mean, it's been running for ages. Really has. And so still London's #1 show. So that's Wicked down there at Victoria, which is so busy now. We've been to Victoria recently. It is building work and cranes and everything. So pages and pages on the lottery. They think the scratch card's going to be written off. They don't think they're going to bother with scratch cards anymore. I never really bothered with scratch cards. Not my sort of thing. But they think 2 draws on one night. What's going to be interesting is whether or not Dermot O'Dreary will still be doing the voiceovers for it. Because if it's a different company, I mean, he was employed by Camelot, I can't see that just rolling over. They're going to be making it look and sound completely different. They're going to have to. Because, well, it'll have a completely new logo, because the last logo was Camelot's logo. So they'll be looking for something different. He's a billionaire. He's not short of doing things. Got a picture of his wife. She looks as though she used to be a model. And because they all go out with model. Everybody's a model. Didn't ever go out with anybody who worked in a toy shop. It was always, you know, a model. But so they'll have to change it. They'll also have to make sure there's going to be enough money in the pot, so they get their money for the good causes. And you want to tempt people, so ticket. I don't know who it's going to go to. It'll be a bidding war whether it goes to ITV. It could go to ITV. It certainly doesn't have to be at the BBC. Certainly, it's on ITV at the moment, is it? Oh, right, yeah. Because they sort of pared down the lottery. They used to sit there and they would put the balls in. They take them out of their box and put faffing around. Nobody really cared, actually. And you get that barking mad mystic Mega used to turn up. And then Dale would do the game show before, which was pre-recorded. And then he would have to sort of go, but first, it's the draw. And then he'd turn round to walk off stage. And, of course, then it cut into the actual thing. But it'll be very interesting to see how they're going to change it. But normally it's Dermot who does the thing saying, and tonight, on the lottery. Well, they're bound to find a different voice. They've got to find something. It has to be a completely new look, because they must have, when they put in their bid, they must have something in mind, because Richard Desmond, I think, put in for it as well, and quite a number of other people. Apparently, it was one of those hotly contended, because they make so much money. But they don't get it until 2024. So let's see whether we can create some more sort of millionaires, because the odds of winning are so appalling. They really are. That's why I think people have started saying, listen, let's not bother. So, I mean, at one time it used to be 10 million a go and 20 million if it rolled over. Now you're lucky if you get it to 4 million, aren't you, apart from Euro Millions. And then, of course, we all get very upset if somebody in Brussels wins it. So, I mean, I wonder really if they'll have less numbers. Well, they can do all sorts of things with it. Whatever it is, it's going to have to make money. I mean, it used to be 49, now it's 59. And, of course, the odds they're not stupid. They're in the business of making money. So I should imagine they'll all be spitting blood, but going, well, we've made a bit of money. Let's go and see if we can pick up a cheap oligarch's yacht, because we can do that. Shortage of GPs in the papers today, getting worse as overwork and stress mean 1 in 3 aims to retire in the next 5 years. They're all over the place, aren't they? I mean, I don't know. I can't imagine why anybody would ever want to be. I watch these, not very much, but I do watch the 999 emergency programmes where they've got people in hospital and they've obviously said, listen, can we film you? We're making a television programme about people who are ill. And they go, yeah, that's all right. So they film these people, and some of them look as though they're on their last legs. And I think to myself, goodness, I've had people brought in for stabbings, people who've got this, people who are sort of just lying there, people who are drunk. It's dreadful, really is. Catherine says, have you seen Six, the musical about Henry VIII's wives? It's down at Little Theatre on the Strand. So good, I downloaded the album. I haven't heard any of it. I'm told it's brilliant. So I quite like that. Stella says, you do make me laugh, but I do agree with you when you say Dermot O'Dreary. Yeah, I mean, it's just, Anyway, Six, the British musical comedy, book by and lyrics by Toby Marlowe and Lucy Moss, and it's the retelling of the lives of the 6 wives of Henry VIII presented as a pop concert. First presented at the Edinburgh Festival by Cambridge University students. It's gone on to productions on Broadway and in the West End. Strangely, as I was going round London on Saturday, they were rehearsing Hamilton. I could hear them singing as I went round the corner. I thought, where's that coming from? And they were singing, obviously, and you could hear it coming out of the building. Although I've got a number of people who've been to it, and they said they didn't like it, which I haven't seen it, but I don't know. But at 6, I didn't know what it was until somebody told me a while ago. Steve, with petrol prices skyrocketing, the UK should look at alternatives. There are companies working on vans running on hydrogen. The problem is the UK doesn't have the infrastructure. They need to invest in clean energy. Yeah. Well, who's going, I just told you a short while ago, who's going to Russia cap in hand to buy cheap petrol? India. India are going to Russia. Why? Blood-stained petrol. Thank you. Goodness sake. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, happy birthday, Eve. Have you got any big plans for the big day? Joe Allen's maybe? No, I haven't actually. I'm going out on the 25th, which is a Friday. I can only do a Friday. I can't do anything else. I get too tired. So 25th I'll be bouncing around. There's a number of us going out. Oh, look, that's Tanker Drive, Phil's tanker. Blimey, it's big, isn't it? And that's what, 400 and something litres. Good, it's very smart. That's a very clean machine. I'm very impressed by that. Very impressed by a clean machine. Because some lorries look awful. I like the American ones. They've got all the lights all over them. They look like they're about to appear in the Disney parade. It's called Lady Abigail. Woo! Aren't you the posh one? Aren't you the posh one? Earth-shattering celebrity bombshell of the week. Matt Goss. He says, I don't have a lower pec on my right side and was very self-conscious about it for the longest time. Oh, there's not really a lot you can say about Matt Goss, actually. We're not sure what he does at the moment. He had a record out, but it didn't do anything, because the problem for Matt Goss is nobody quite knows where to fit him into the scheme of things. And all radio stations now, as opposed to being just generally playing music, they're targeted music. And I don't know where you'd put him. I really don't. And so without that airplay, you know, he can have his fans who go and buy his records. And actually, it wasn't bad at all. It really wasn't bad. But it just wasn't going to get airplay on anything at all. And you know, there is no outlet. And if there's no airplay, what do you do with it? You know, at the moment you've got half of Little Mix going out there releasing records, hoping to sort of get the airplays on the radio, but they just don't get it. They don't get it. But you know, we live in hope. We live in hope. Interestingly enough, money really does go to money. Because I'm a Celebrity and Made in Chelsea's Georgie Toffolo won a huge £37,500 at the Cheltenham Festival. £37,500 from a £5,000 bet. She said it was a lucky thing, but she's also said a generous donation incoming to both the British Red Cross and the Disasters Emergency Committee appeal. She bet £5,000. I mean, you know, good luck. And she won £37,500. Wow. Tom Daley is so confident in his knitting. He's even punning with it now. The Olympic gold medalist kitted himself out for a ski trip to Val d'Isère in the French Alps with his husband Dustin. And the jumper's got written on the front, "Let's get pieced," which is quite a clever play on words. I think he's got a thing there. I think that's going to be brilliant. Very, very brilliant. More on Denise Van Outen, who, as I say, has got her book out. So it's all the columnists put her in there because it makes it sound a little bit better. An accountant who's a bird watcher has been rated as the world's dullest person. Bird watchers, twitchers, aren't they? Job and hobby are the most boring. Attending church, being a telly addict, lacking a sense of humour, observing animals, stamp collecting, smoking, constant whinging and talking too much are also deemed as boring. Oh, God, but I've only got a 3-hour programme and I have to talk. If I don't talk, we have lots of quiet bits. It's not quite the same, is it? Anyway, if you have just joined us, it's nice to have your company. Steve Allen's early breakfast till 7. It's 6:15.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Very interesting. I was sort of going through all the people who have presented the lottery. And to be honest with you, I can't remember half of them. It started, as you know, with Noel Edmonds and the first show, and then it was co-presented by Anthea Turner and Gordon Kennedy, later replaced by Bob Monkhouse, all assisted by Mystic Meg, and God knows she was a bit mystic. Later, they had a numbers expert on called Sam Warren. Carol Vorderman had a segment, and she would predict the winning numbers. When Gordon left, Anthea remained a solo host and was followed by a number of presenters. Alan Dedicoat, of course, who was the voice of the Balls. And during the live show era, in the event of Dedicoat being unavailable, commentary provided by Charles Nove. And then you look at the people who've done it, and I bet you anything you won't remember half of these people. You know who they are: Richard Madeley, John Cleese, Jane Moore, Kay Adams, Dale, Gabby Roslin, Kate Garraway, Aura Duba, Connie Fisher, Sonali Shah, Anthea Turner came back again, Gordon Kennedy, Bob Monkhouse, Noel Edmonds, first show, Ulrika Johnson, Carol Smiley, Wogan. You know, you don't even need to say Terry Wogan, just say Wogan. John Partridge, Brian Connolly, Jenny Faulkner, blimey, O.J. Borg, Duncan James, Kirsty Gallagher, Gethin Jones, Christopher Biggins, Mylene Clasted, 2006, 2008, 2010, 2013, Scott Mills, Christine Bleakley, Matt Johnson and Chris Evans. I mean, quite a cut. But there was a bloke who went out on the road called Bob somebody, and I can't remember what his name was. My producer said, go and ask. Somebody will tell you who this Bob is. And he went out, and I think because I auditioned as well for this part of going out on the road and playing games with the public and stuff like that. And at the same time as John Leslie did. Same time as John Leslie did. Very interesting. Very interesting. 6 was amazing, Steve. Definitely worth going to see. Going again soon. Can't wait. Cass the Advance Novice Spiker. And the fuel tank is 450 litres. The tanker trailer carries 40,000 litres, says tanker driver Phil. God, blimey. It's amazing. Steve, good morning. Listen to your show every day as we drive in and out of London from Paul, Tiny Jim the dog, and Gargamel. Whatever that is. I don't know what that is, actually. It's one of the Smurfs, the producer says. Steve, I do the Daily Millions lottery every day, offshoot to the Irish lottery, only 39 numbers, won £2,000 twice. That was 4 numbers for a 50p bet. 50p bet for 5 numbers is 33 grand. Double it if you bet £1, says Mick. And then somebody says, it makes me angry when I hear on the news that Putin should stop the war. It's too late. No, it's never too late. No, it's never too late. Absolutely, Beatrix, I promise you. It's not too late. He could pull out now. He could pull out now. But, you know, innocent people are already dead. But he should stop the war. I mean, it doesn't make any difference to him. He's not. That's what war is, unfortunately. I've never heard of a war where people don't die. And the longer it goes on, obviously, the more people will suffer. We know that. That's the way it works. But he's waiting for something. Something will happen, and he'll then go, right, I've made my point. That's all it comes down to. It comes down to one man's whim. That's all it's coming down to. You know, we should have stopped Putin invading Ukraine in the first place. But we can't get involved, Beatrix. Because there is a chance that because he is mad, he could decide to launch all-out World War III. You know, and all we'd have on our side would be NATO and America and a few other countries. But when you've got India, who are now doing business with him, buying his oil. Got no idea why. No idea why. I can't work that one out at all. Bob Mortimer? No, definitely not Bob Mortimer or Bob Carroll G's, says Jilly. No, it's Bob somebody else. I can picture him. And he definitely had something to do with the lottery. Well, he looked he was fairly he looked like a typical television presenter. But his name was Bob. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, that'll be useful, won't it? Somebody else will have to come up with it. Because I can't remember these things. Boris Johnson heading off to Saudi today. And the war on Ukraine fuels the energy crisis, so he's got to turn to Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Keir Starmer said going cap in hand from dictator to dictator is not an energy strategy. I agree. And I don't agree with an awful lot that Starmer comes up with. All the people at Cheltenham the other day, they love dressing up for Cheltenham, don't they? They really do. You know, and all the boys are there and, Rod Stewart, 77. Do you know there were 69,000 there were the other day? 69. You watched the COVID numbers soar. But bookies braced to take a flurry of bets on Tiger Roll, the double Grand National winner. I mean, I've actually been quite lucky, I think, but I've never bet on anything at Cheltenham. No, because I think I'm bad enough doing the Grand National. Can't do anything else. The Daily Mirror today, as you would expect, says shame on you, Boris. This is for going cap in hand to talk to bin Salman. To be honest with you, I'm sure he'll just say, yes, of course you can have it. Otherwise there'd be sanctions against them as well. Oh, bless you. Sanctions against them as well, I should imagine. But it's interesting, isn't it, how, Russia manages to twist reality. Their fake news programmes are almost legendary. You know, the breakfast TV, people seeing, scenes of absolute devastation broadcast on one of the country's most popular TV channels. But the carnage wasn't in Ukrainian cities besieged by Russian troops. It was all over the world. They've just lifted the footage. They just tell lies. Shame on the journalists who are out there pandering to this man. Really dreadful. Blatant lies. So is this Ukraine? Yes, this is what we've done already. You haven't done anything like that at all. I mean, the news editor who held up the sign said, basically, you're being duped. This is fake news. This is fake news. They're lying to you. But, of course, nobody ever dares say that to old Putin, do they? Because he's a compulsive liar. I mean, they're lying. It's as simple as that. Matt Lucas struggles with nerves in the Great Celebrity Bake Off. Well, he certainly doesn't show it. But he has all the words but nothing to back it up, so he can't cook, which is how I would be. But Prue Leith said he didn't do badly. That is what we like. Robbie Williams still can't work this one out, actually. Making a bid to conquer America at long last, but not with his music, but with a biopic of his life. Because I didn't think he wrote that much. It was all other people. Despite huge success in Europe and Asia, he remains unknown in America. Well, they say Hollywood bosses have high hopes a big-budget film about him will prove a massive hit. What for? I don't get that. They've even admitted he's relatively unknown. The film is directed by Michael Gracie, whose film The Greatest Showman about the life of P.T. Barnum was a global hit. He was also executive producer on Rocket Man. I mean, Robbie, who's had hits including Angels, Let Me Entertain You and Millennium, but that was years ago. Years ago. Robbie wrote most of his big songs with Guy Chambers, but I think you'll find, actually, Guy Chambers wrote most of the song. Robbie, I think, in Angels came up with And Down the Waterfall, and that was it. That was... Well, it doesn't work out like that. That's why when Guy Chambers said he wanted to go elsewhere and write for other people, Robbie started stamping his foot. But if you're on the credits for all the songs, you get the money. That's how it works. Spice Girls are on the credits. And yet, strangely enough, since they've finished doing the Spice Girls, they haven't come up with anything musical at all. You would have thought, as they were on all the credits, that's how you make your money. You're on the writing credit. That's why George Michael... very smart move. That's why George Michael... got himself on the B-side of all his records, because he wrote the A-side and then he did the musical version, the instrumental, on the other side. That's how you make your money. Because Robbie, as I say, why has he come up with nothing recently? Because Guy Chambers isn't working with him. Guy's gone off to do other bits and pieces. Didn't want to be hankered. And Robbie was going, wait a minute. Come on, come back. Come back. Got a little bit embarrassing. Life-size statue of Jack Charlton, apparently, in his trademark flat cap, will take pride of place in his hometown. It's a £50,000 tribute. And that's quite nice. It's by the award-winning sculptor Douglas Jennings, whose works include figures of George Cohen, as well as Margaret Thatcher. So there you go. It's taken them a long time, isn't it, really? It's going to be unveiled in July. In July. So there you go. I like statues. Like how we've got some at the rugby stadium in Twickenham, which isn't Twickenham, it's Whitton. And that's a big one of people leaping up to throw the ball up. That's very, very good. If I had a statue, where would it be? I don't know, actually. Yeah, it'd probably be out here in Leicester Square. They used to put different things. I remember Tommy Steele had a statue of Charlie Chaplin out here, which he'd done. Mr. Bean is out there as well, yeah. Of course, 95% of foreigners won't have the faintest idea who he is, will they?
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Yes. Steve, Princess and Sable. It was Bob Mills. Bob Mills. Couldn't remember, actually. When people come in, Bob Holness, Bob Carroll G's. And somebody even came up with the classic one, which was Bob the Builder. Can he fix it? No, he couldn't. Graham in Peterhead and Aberdeenshire and loads of other people, even Dave in Richmond, got Bob Mills. I just completely forgot, actually. James says, Steve, there's always the empty plinth. Yes, we have an empty plinth, don't we? Which is quite good. Also, there's a Saharan dust storm working its way to the UK, so don't wash your car, birthday boy, for tomorrow. Start the day with a bacon and sausage roll. It certainly won't be a Marks and Spencer's sausage roll. Seriously. Given the choice, Greg's win hands down on that. But it's just that they put all this equipment in and they look as though they're sort of running out of food. It's just a little outlet at Twickenham Station. It says hot food. And yesterday there were 2 of these sausage roll things, which I shall never touch again because they were so awful. There's too much this gunk, whatever it is, in there. And it was just horrible. They were ridiculous. Yeah, it was horrible. And then the day before, they had croissants with ham and cheese in, which was sort of marginally better. But, there's supposed to be a place there for the commuters. And quite clearly, you can't sit on the train and start eating a sort of sandwich. I mean, Pret do a nice ham and cheese croissant. I think I might have got something from Pret. I can't remember what it is. And it's got a piece of bacon in it, and it's got some mozzarella, which is quite nice. But they're terribly expensive. You've got to pay over £5 for those. Over £5 for 2. Wouldn't just buy 1. That would be silly. So this Saharan dust storm. There you go, croissant, ham and cheese, Emmental cheese. Oh, that's what it is, actually, smoked bacon lardons. They call that a croissant, but it's an open, isn't it? Which is baked in our ovens, as opposed to what? But where's the bacon roll? That's what I want to know. Where's the blooming bacon roll? It's so annoying. I was hoping to have that on my journey down to see my brother today. That looks highly unlikely. I shall have to put up with bacon and cheese croissant. So, huge sandstorm. They said by Wednesday morning, eerie photographs, so the streets of Madrid lit up in an orange colour. That'll be quite nice. We've had this before. I've come out and you've got all this sand over your car, and you really can't believe, can you, that sand can come all the way from the Sahara. So you're going to wake up, they say, some parts of this country, covered in Saharan dust. You may wake up to find that today. So we're having a look outside. No, can't see anything. Mind you, it must be so fine that you probably can't see it. It just sort of swirls around. And if it's going to rain, Madrid's had it, but they deserve it. And and it's covered cars and everything else. But as fast as it arrives, it'll be washed away again. But at least we have checked, Laura. We have checked. So I don't mind that. Mind you, I came out, I told you the other day, outside the Magic Circle, having done a show at Christmas a couple of years ago. My car was covered in snow. It snowed so badly, which I always thought was so pretty. We haven't seen snow in London for ages. I know you do get it all over the place, but we'll wait. My brother says, don't eat, we're going to lunch. I've got to have something for the journey down, for goodness sake. Honestly, it's a long way. It's 70 miles. Have to sort of pick up a sandwich or a little roll or something like that, just to sort of stave away. It never settles when we do get it, though, does it, the snow? Not in London. Outside of London is fine. Pret do a nice sausage roll, says Kiri in Haringey. Well, anything's got to be better than the Marks and Spencer's ones. Seriously. Steve, Londis sausage rolls are the best, hands down. Greg's just let theirs go cold. No, because their cabinets are not heated. It's ridiculous. I don't know why they don't have heated cabinets. I'd be happy to pay the hot food tax for them to be warm, says Alison. Yeah. Well, then they have to charge a little bit more. I don't think people would object to that. It's a hot sausage roll. Who eats cold sausage rolls? Somebody who's desperate enough to buy them from Greg's. Unless you're there, me. If you're there at the time that they take them out of the ovens, then you're fine. But if not, forget it. Cold food. Awful. LP sales. This is an old story. In the Mirror today. Rocketed by a third to hit £116 million. The highest since 1989. People like vinyl. You get vinyl junkies. They call them vinyl junkies. And they will go out and buy anything that is on vinyl just because they like the sound and the scratches and all the rest of it. The court ordeal of the Russian TV editor whose courage inspired the world. This is Marina Over. And she left court yesterday. She disappeared overnight. People got a bit panicky thinking, what's going on? What's going on? So, I don't know whether she keeps her job now. I've got no idea. To be honest with you, I am quite surprised, as indeed are lots of other people, that we ever saw her again. Seriously, if that had been anything else in Russia, that she'd have disappeared. Oh, look, people at Cheltenham, the hard-working Mike Tyndall. What does he do for a living? Turns up on a few little reality shows and doesn't do very well. And Peter Phillips, least said the better. And fabulous frocks, and then people sporting hats with also... It's not as good as it was. Penny Lancaster giving Frankie Dettori a lift, and people swigging champagne, because that's what they do. They go to Cheltenham, and the stands were packed. Packed. If you look at last year, 2021, empty. Look at them today, couldn't move in there. They must be absolutely minting it. Absolutely minting it. Heat on Sunak to slash fuel VAT. That'd be nice, because the cost of filling a family car reached 90 quid. Need to talk to some of my listeners. 90 quid? Blimey, they'd be grateful for 90 quid. And the Met have apologised after a schoolgirl, a black girl of 15, was strip-searched while on her period after teachers wrongly suspected her of carrying cannabis. What? They wrongly suspected a 15-year-old of carrying cannabis, and so she was strip-searched by the police. Wouldn't want to be in your shoes, mateys. God in heaven. This is the traumatic search by Met officers took place at the girls' school without another adult present and in the knowledge that she was menstruating. A safeguarding review found it concluded the strip search was unjustified and racism was likely to have been the influencing factor. Police arrived after being called by teachers who claimed the teenager smelt of cannabis. She was taken to the medical room and strip-searched by two female officers while teachers remained outside. No drugs were found and she was sent home by taxi. In a written statement to the review, the girl said she can't go a day without wanting to cry, saying, "The people that allowed this to happen need to be held responsible. I was held responsible for a smell, but I'm just a child." Detective Superintendent Dan Rutland apologised to the child concerned, her family and the wider community. Bit late, matey. Little bit late. Do you not think so? God in heaven, honestly, what has gone wrong with the police? What has gone wrong? A 15-year-old girl. Strip searched. And she was on her period. I mean, even worse. Even worse. Don't be afraid. This is the clip released after her stunt from this woman. She works actually at the TV station, doesn't she? I think she's a senior producer or a journalist. But anyway, she walked free from court, but could still face up to 15 years behind bars. They won't want anybody else to be doing it. She has a lawyer. She was named the bravest woman on TV. She stormed onto the set. A highly regarded editor at the channel, the mother of two, held a placard reading, "Stop the war, don't believe propaganda, they're lying to you." Of course they are. And then the newsreader sitting in front, blindly going on, pumping out lies. Pumping out lies to people. But as a journalist, knowing damn well they're lies. You've only got to have a look at the pictures in the papers. I mean, they're probably too scared. Probably too scared. Listen, don't want to do anything. So she goes on the set. I mean, it took a lot of courage. Mother and child among the first to the UK. 122,000 of you have opened your homes to those fleeing the conflict. Absolutely fantastically brilliant. Fantastically brilliant. Well done. And Aldi, the latest firm lining up to hire Ukrainian refugees, inviting those fleeing the war to help fill 8,000 vacancies. Blimey, they've got 8,000 vacancies. And M&S says it was committing to helping, while ASOS said it would employ refugees in tech engineering roles because of Ukraine's strong skill set in that area. Because there's all sorts of people with skills that we need who can come over, whether it's working in the supermarket or doing anything else. We need people like that. That's what this country was built on. For goodness sake, that was the only thing that sort of was our saving grace, I think. Wenzels, never even heard of it. They do the best sausage rolls and pastries. Have you tried? No, I haven't. No. You need to try the Shell Garage, says Robin Fleet. Sausage rolls, proper all butter pastry, the type that goes dark and tastes buttery. Very good bakery. Is it? Where is it? Are they everywhere? Well, we don't have one in Twickenham. Got a new vet coming in. Mind you, there is actually a spec. We're going to have the good news is we're going. Oh, Staines has got one. What a waste. What a terrible waste. But we were going to have. I thought it was a vegetarian Pret, but I'm delighted to tell you it's not. And that should be getting ready to open very, very shortly. So I could actually get off the bus. I bet they don't do bacon. I've just got this feeling they won't do bacon rolls. No, they might do. It's a little one. It's not. No, don't say that. Don't say that. They will be doing it for me. I shall specifically ask. If not, I should be boycotting Pret. I'm only going to places that can help me with the best bacon rolls that are on offer. And loads of bacon in there, not just one scrubby little bit. Really good. Unfortunately, Greggs tend to burn their bacon. They've got no idea. It comes out crisp. You could bang nails in with some of it. I should take a photograph and show you.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Greggs, apparently, have their frozen sausage rolls in Iceland. Lovely. And then somebody says, don't you have a small kitchenette area where your producers could make you a lovely crispy bacon butty? No. We have kitchens on each floor, but they're tea, coffee, fridges and things like that. But there's no and a microwave. But there's no hob to do crispy bacon, unfortunately. So at the moment, Roman's on the run. This is Mr. Abramovich scrambling to salvage the remnants of his empire. 1 minute filthy rich, the next minute it's all collapsing. And he's now desperate to sell off Chelsea FC. Wants $3 billion, but I'm told that the offer on the table at the moment from somebody is $2 billion. Somebody will take it off his hands for $2 billion. I mean, at the moment, the portfolio is beyond his reach because he's scrambling to salvage things. His Kensington mansion has been hit, worth 170, and he's got a Gulfstream plane, so he was filmed by passengers at Tel Aviv airport the other day. He's got two mega yachts. One called Solaris, which is currently moored in Montenegro, £430 million, but he's managed to get that out of there. And the other one, the Eclipse, somewhere in the Mediterranean, worth £330 million. It's not looking very promising, is it, actually? It's no good having these yachts if you haven't got the money to pay for looking after them. And 370 more of Putin's cronies have been hit with sanctions. Liz Truss has frozen the assets of 370 people with close links to the Russian president, taking the total now to more than 1,000. Because the amount of money that's been moved in and out of this country is absolutely phenomenal. That's how they filter things. And, of course, you know the best way to filter money? Own a football club. It's the best way to filter money. It really is. It's the way it goes. So whether or not somebody buys it for $2 million, I've got no idea. $2 billion, I do beg your pardon, when he wants $3 billion. And all the other ones. I told you, this is the oligarchs are going to be the ones who are going to turn on Putin before anybody else. They're going to go, wait a minute, we can't do anything here. We can't do anything at all. Which is a shame. Is Nazanin finally on her way home? This is Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe, and the answer is no. No. There was lots of talk that they've given her passport back, but they want £400 million. They're not going to release her. I mean, you know, she could, but Iranian media reported yesterday Britain had agreed to pay an outstanding £400 million debt. Oh, where's that coming from? Where is that coming from? And that would have to be the thing. I mean, she's been, you know, in prison, temporarily freed as the pandemic begins, sent to her parents' house wearing an ankle tag. That was in March 2020. Then she's summoned to court in September to face a new charge. Sentence ends in March 2021, and the tag is removed, but she's called for a further court hearing. I mean, it's, you know, Boris Johnson in November 2017... mistakenly said she was training journalists in remarks seized upon by Iran as proof of her guilt. I mean, honestly, it couldn't be worse. Couldn't be worse. So she loses an appeal in April, jailed for 5 years. I mean, it's just got ridiculous. Released in August 2018 for 3 days, reunited. Then she begins a 15-day hunger strike, and then she's back in prison again. So where are we at the moment? I've got no idea. November 2021, her husband ended a 21-day hunger strike. In December, the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, said the £400 million that Britain owes Iran is a legitimate debt that the government wants to pay. What's it a debt for? What is it? I mean, there's now a British negotiating team in Tehran where she's being detained. But what's it a debt of? Why if it's a legitimate debt, why are we negotiating? If it's a legitimate debt, pay the blooming thing. If that's what it takes, what are we paying for? That's what I'd like to know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, although the time is 5 to 7. So Nick Fry will be here in about 5 minutes. So the debt, this IMS debt, following the Islamic Revolution in Iran, the British government cancelled an order. This is in 1979, for 1,500 Chieftain tanks and armoured vehicles. The order was handled by what was then the Ministry of Defence's arms trading subsidiary, the International Military Services. So the order had already been paid for when it was cancelled. The debt owed following the non-delivery of the tanks is estimated at £400 million. So we'd already paid for the things, and now we've got to pay more money on top of it because we cancelled the order for non-delivery, but they've been paid for them. Why are we coughing up another 400 million? So the order had already been paid for when it was cancelled. So do they not owe us the money? I mean, should I be going back the other way? And then James Cleverly, I think that was last November, told MPs the government accepts liability for the debt, but said settling the matter was not easy due to sanctions imposed on Iran. So we were buying tanks. They were buying tanks. We didn't send them. Oh, right. Well, just give them the money then. So had they paid the money? Oh, I don't know. Honestly, just when you think life was going to get easier, it gets worse, doesn't it, really? And the other thing, which in my day used to be quite nice, but nowadays people considered it naff, but apparently they're trying to get you back to doing it again, hanging your plates on the wall. Lots of people have got them. Gwyneth Paltrow's got them. Kris Jenner puts plates up, you know, decorative plates. You go to any country, I mean, I remembered it distinctly from Austria, from Vienna, they would have shops just selling plates plates that you hang on the wall. Big plates, medium-sized plates, little plates, set of plates, all sorts of plates. I've got in my kitchen about 6 plates hanging up, which my parents had. Yeah. And so I've been fashionable all this time. But plates hanging on the wall, you get them a lot now. I mean, sometimes people go a bit over the top. What's on my plates? I've got Christmas scenes on some of my plates. And I did buy a set years and years ago of plates which came from the Franklin Mint. And you'll see them. I'll tell you where you'll see plates for sale. Charity shops. You'll see them in the window. They don't know what the hell to do with them either. But apparently you can now hang them on the walls. You can buy a little plate hanger. I've got a big Chinese plate, which is gold and flowers and everything. And if Clive is laughing downstairs, he's in big trouble. It's as simple as that. Laughing at my plates. Is that what he laughed at my plates? He's in serious trouble. Yeah, mocking me. See, that's the trouble now. Mocking Stephen. Just for the plates. But yeah, I've got a big one which came from China. And it's gold, and that's on a plate stand. But the other plate things you get, Clive, it's a little round of paper, and you stick it. It's glued. You stick it on the back of the plate, and it's got a hoop on it, and then you just hang it on the wall. It's very popular in fashionable houses, obviously not in yours, Clive, but very popular in mine because I quite like it. Steve, my husband went to Costa. Looking for the M&S food. Both times, food very poor, very disappointing. It's an odd thing to do, isn't it? Everybody else manages to do it. And if you want the best bacon roll in the world, you need to divert to Olney Rugby Club before you meet your brother. Delicious. My weekly guilty... Don't start me this morning. Seriously, I've had a very bad morning. It was all going so well, and then it all started going pear-shaped because I mentioned plates, which I'd never started the blooming thing.